Tejo Lee, the bespectacled young man with an extremely excited expression, was immersed in the fervent atmosphere of a major event. Outside the Seoul Land FC Stadium, crowds of fans were pouring in, creating a bustling scene under the dazzling sunlight. Inside the DX2 arena, brilliant stage lights and resounding cheers signaled the imminent appearance of an extremely important figure. Amidst the dazzling light, a solitary figure emerged. It was Tejo Lee, the MVP of the 7th World Championship, causing the entire audience to erupt. However, the scene suddenly changed. Tejo horrifyingly realized he was standing in the middle of an unfamiliar forest, surrounded by dozens of muscular giants, and could only tremble as he admitted his identity. He stood bewildered amidst a crowd of burly warriors, in front of the gate of a massive castle, completely out of place in his modern attire. 2 large warriors whispered and gossiped, criticizing his name Tejo as strange, his clothes as bizarre, and his physique as tiny. Suddenly, the 2 talking warriors flinched, their eyes meeting with sparks, as if realizing something earth-shattering. The black-bearded warrior roared in fury, accusing the blonde-bearded warrior of being his killer, while the blonde-bearded one sneered back that he too had recognized his old adversary. In an instant, the 2 giant warriors lunged at each other, each on a different side, their fighting spirit erupting fiercely. Tejo stood in the middle of the confrontation, his eyes wide with fear and bewilderment, completely unaware of what was happening. Little Tejo was caught between the fiery red and blue streams of power from the 2 warriors, wondering if these were 2 sworn enemies. The eyes of the 2 warriors blazed fiercely, one side glowing fiery red, the other emitting a chilling blue aura, signaling a terrifying battle about to unfold. The 2 warriors lunged into a brawl, fiery punches colliding, the blonde-bearded one even laughing loudly in defiance. "You should thank me for sending you to Valhalla." Fighting and laughing, the black-bearded one retorted, asking if the blonde-bearded one was also here. Did he die immediately after? The blonde-bearded one recounted his unexpected death, being stabbed in the stomach by a kid with 5 braids, who was his son, Bjorn. The black-bearded one cheered joyfully, congratulating the blonde-bearded one on getting his revenge, while the blonde-bearded one proudly boasted that his son was a great warrior. Tejo, with a confused, hand-drawn expression, wondered what godforsaken place he had ended up in. A memory flashed back like an old tape rewinding, the crowd cheering Tejo's name and the image of him engrossed in a game, about to win his 3rd world championship. The game screen displayed pause and click buttons. Tejo Lee's hand was on the mouse, as if everything had stopped at that decisive moment. Tejo clutched his head, screaming in panic, ghostly figures flickering around him, and he suddenly realized he might have died at that very moment. Still screaming and struggling in panic, Tejo couldn't believe this wasn't a dream, while a mysterious hand reached out towards him. That hand belonged to a white-haired, red-eyed beauty, who confidently declared Tejo to be a champion, a warrior who had won dozens of battles. Hearing the beauty's introduction, the crowd of giant warriors below suddenly erupted, their eyes glowing red and roaring, wanting to fight this little champion. Tejo stared dumbfounded at the frenzied crowd, while the white-haired beauty mischievously smiled beside him, seemingly very pleased with her introduction. Tejo's eyes were wide, pale, and full of fear, as he tried to process all this insane information and imagery. Tejo turned his back, sweat pouring down as the white-haired beauty winked at him, and he realized she was the cause of everything, muttering to himself, "Don't wink at me." Another memory rewound, a scene of Tejo sitting in his gaming chair, seemingly attacked or falling, with 2 blurry figures standing nearby. Tejo horrifyingly looked down at the blurry image at his feet, a motionless figure, and he couldn't believe his eyes when he realized it was himself. A blinding light erupted. Tejo painfully covered his eyes, seemingly being pulled into another dimension or some momentous event. The mysterious Nothing appeared, declaring that Tejo was one who had lost his life in glorious battle, leaving the young man utterly bewildered. The goddess, with her noble beauty, strode forward, exuding the aura of a Valkyrie amidst the brilliant space. Tejo was stunned, tears welling up as he heard her call him a warrior soul, and wondered if he had truly died. While Tejo was still reeling from the question, "Am I dead?" the goddess maintained her majestic, mysterious demeanor. The goddess smiled radiantly, extending her hand to invite Tejo to follow her, her eyes full of mischief. Tejo hesitantly looked at her inviting hand, anxiously asking if he was being taken to hell. The goddess didn't wait for his answer, decisively demanding Tejo to take her hand, as if this was an undeniable pact. With just a handshake, she pulled Tejo soaring into the sky, through brilliant streaks of light, leaving his frantic screams behind. The goddess turned back, a self-satisfied smile on her face, and declared their destination to be Valhalla. Tejo was utterly terrified, trying to utter the name Valhalla in panic as he was pulled away at light speed. The stream of memories abruptly ended, leaving the scene of Tejo being sucked into a brilliant rainbow column of light, disappearing from his old world. Tejo was stunned to realize he was in Valhalla, the resting place of warriors in Norse mythology, and he couldn't believe it. He suddenly noticed the goddess looking at him with a triumphant expression, and Tae Ho guessed she must have mistaken him for some great warrior. Tae Ho hastily explained that he was just a professional gamer, not a warrior, but the goddess misunderstood game as battle. As Tae Ho was trying to ask to be sent back to his old world, a resounding horn blast interrupted him. A burly warrior with a horned helmet was blowing the horn, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. The goddess's expression immediately changed. She roared, ordering them to prepare for battle because the enemy had attacked. Tae Ho was utterly terrified to see himself surrounded by hideous monsters, which snarled and lunged as if to tear him apart. The entire battlefield shook violently. Hundreds of warriors and monsters clashing in a fierce battle. The monsters, with their glowing red eyes, snarled and bared their threatening fangs, ready to tear apart anything in their way. A mighty warrior swung his axe with immense force, delivering a fatal blow to a monster's head, creating dazzling sparks. Screams echoed across the battlefield as brave warriors fought relentlessly amidst a sea of blood and fire. Tae Ho stood stunned amidst the chaotic battlefield, witnessing the horrifying slaughter and wondering, what the hell is going on? He stared in horror at the sword in his hand, feeling utterly helpless and panicked because he had never wielded a weapon in battle. Tae Ho gritted his teeth, his eyes both fearful and slightly determined, telling himself that he had arrived here after dying. A giant monster with sharp claws suddenly lunged, aiming directly at the stunned Tae Ho. As the monster delivered its fatal blow, Tae Ho could only think of the terrifying question, what will happen if I die again? At that critical moment, the brown-haired warrior appeared like a god, glowing with aura and shouting, "Get down, kid!" With a thunderous punch, the brown-haired warrior delivered an incredibly powerful blow, crushing the charging monster. His stone fist, that can fell a bear punch, created a terrifying shockwave, demonstrating the overwhelming power of a true warrior. The blonde-bearded warrior roared, asking Tae Ho if he knew about Saga. While Tae Ho was still bewildered on the ground, he smirked meaningfully, his red eyes seeming to pierce Tae Ho's very soul. Tae Ho fearfully repeated the word Saga in utter bewilderment, sweat pouring down from fright. The blonde-bearded warrior continued to roar about Saga, making Tae Ho cower in panic. Tae Ho tried to adjust his glasses, his eyes full of confusion and utter bewilderment at this completely unfamiliar concept. The blonde-bearded warrior explained that Saga is a story, and coming to Valhalla meant Tae Ho had famous achievements in his life. He continued to explain, pointing to the surrounding warriors, that here, achievement is power, and the more famous one is, the stronger one becomes. Tae Ho bewilderedly repeated, "My achievements?" His eyes wide with incomprehension. The gamer began to ponder, his finger lightly touching his chin, trying to connect the blonde-bearded warrior's words with his own life. Tae Ho's face gradually changed, his expression contorted with doubt and discomfort as he couldn't find any significant achievement. He erupted in indignation, shouting that his life was only about eating and playing games. What achievements could he possibly have? Suddenly, an image of a powerful dragon-riding warrior appeared in Tae Ho's mind, with blue hair and fiery red eyes. Tae Ho suddenly realized something, his eyes lighting up with hope and curiosity. Wait, what if? He realized that the achievements he spoke of might belong to the game character he had been grinding for so long, specifically Immortal Warrior Kulstead. A surge of blue energy erupted from Tae Ho's body, making him dizzy and float in mid-air. Tae Ho stared in astonishment at his hand, where energy was surging, unable to believe what was happening. The blonde-bearded warrior smiled, confirming that Tae Ho indeed had a saga, and asked if he could see the glowing letters. Tae Ho confirmed that he could strangely see and read those letters, as if there was an image translate. Suddenly, a sword of light appeared in Tae Ho's hand, and at the same time, the majestic image of Immortal Warrior Kulstead emerged behind him and the blonde-bearded warrior. Confirming the title Immortal Warrior belonged to Kulstead, Tae Ho flashed a self-satisfied smile, thinking that if he could use Kulstead's power, he would become the strongest in this world. Tae Ho's joy was cut short when the golden-bearded warrior suddenly ordered, "Look straight ahead," making him turn back in surprise. Tae Ho turned his head in horror, realizing a terrifying monster was charging straight at him with astonishing speed. The gamer couldn't react in time and was fiercely attacked by the giant monster with glowing red eyes. Tae Ho was thrown into the air, crashed hard onto the ground, and cried out in pain. He writhed on the ground, enduring continuous, devastating blows from the monster, his body aching. Tae Ho struggled to get up, his face contorted with pain and disappointment. He couldn't believe it, wondering why Kulstead's power was so weak, when an immortal warrior should have easily defeated this monster. Tae Ho looked disappointedly at the fiercely attacking monster, wondering if there was something wrong with his saga. The gamer was stunned when a notification window appeared, revealing that his synchronization rate with Kulstead was only a mere 1%, explaining his weakness. Tae Ho was dumbfounded, his fingers trembling as he pushed up his glasses, his face clearly showing disappointment and helplessness upon realizing the harsh truth. Tae Ho cried out in despair upon learning that his synchronization rate with Kulstead was only a mere 1%, while Bjorn, standing nearby, found him to be an interesting fellow. Bjorn decisively declared that his help was over, and Tae Ho had to write his own saga. The brown-haired warrior turned and walked away, revealing his name was Bjorn, and telling Tae Ho to survive so they could meet again. Tae Ho's eyes suddenly glowed blue, showing determination mixed with a bit of confusion before the difficult task. A giant wolf monster with glowing red eyes growled, while the dialogue revealed this was only 1% of Karlsted's power. Tae Ho charged forward, full of dread but also determination, telling himself that even 1% of the power was more than enough to fight. The young gamer swung his dazzling blue sword, charging straight at the giant monster with astonishing speed. Tae Ho was knocked far away, lying flat on the ground, while a majestic image of Karlsted appeared, a superhuman facing hundreds of soldiers. The scene of Tae Ho alone facing a pack of giant wolf monsters appeared, recreating the image of Karlsted in the past. Another wolf monster brought down its hammer, while Tae Ho looked up and the dialogue emphasized, "The legend of me and Karlsted." Tae Ho gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with determination as he put all his strength into the fight. The wolf monster swung its giant hammer, creating a powerful shockwave that sent dirt and rocks flying. Tae Ho dodged the fatal attack, while other monsters growled and surrounded him. The image of Karlsted appeared majestically, with long hair flowing in the wind and glowing red eyes, surrounded by a blue aura. Karlsted swung his sword, creating a storm of blue energy that swept away his enemies, demonstrating his destructive power. Tae Ho, with glowing blue eyes, roared, asserting, "This is Lee Tae Ho's Karlsted." The Saga power was activated, transforming Tae Ho into a storm-like warrior, charging straight at the enemy. Tae Ho glided as if flying, leaving trails of blue light on the ground, demonstrating his astonishing speed. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword to strike enemies repeatedly, creating explosions and flying debris. Tae Ho was knocked back, lying flat on the ground and crying out in agony. A giant monster struck down powerfully, creating a large explosion, while Tae Ho lay motionless amidst the encirclement. Tae Ho sat up, panting and thinking, realizing that recalling achievements had created a new saga, possibly a movement speed buff. With this new power, Tae Ho was determined to survive at all costs, charging into battle once more. As night fell, an ancient castle stood majestically, warm yellow lights emanating from its window. Two burly warriors clinked their beer mugs joyfully, shouting "Skål" in the lively atmosphere. Two other warriors burst out laughing, one boasting that the recent battle was just a warm-up for him. Tae Ho was gnawing on a large piece of meat, his face contorted with discomfort and annoyance at the noisy feast. He wondered blankly if this was the night feast, muttering as he ate the meat that he was hungry so he had to make do, even though there was only meat and wine. Another burly warrior turned to Tae Ho, stating decisively that if he wanted better food, he had to raise his warrior rank. He explained that this was the lowest tier feast, where low-ranking warriors and newcomers gathered, so the food and wine were just as they were. Tejo Lee breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that thanks to Saga, he had narrowly escaped death. Tejo's eyes widened in horror, as if he had just realized some shocking truth. Still panicked, Tejo tremblingly asked Bjorn about the fate of those who died here, and the warrior revealed that their souls would be transformed into steel warriors. A terrifying army of steel warriors with glowing red eyes appeared. They knew no pain or hunger, only fought forever. Tejo screamed in terror, realizing that those steel warriors were actually just walking coffins. Tejo was so panicked he was beside himself, swearing he would never die in this cursed place, while Bjorn calmly stated that his fate would soon be decided. Tejo asked blankly about his fate, and Bjorn simply replied that everything was about to begin. Decisive footsteps echoed. A pair of legs encased in glittering golden armor entered. The entire hall buzzed with cheers as all the warriors simultaneously turned their gaze towards the high platform, where a powerful figure was appearing. A Valkyrie, with an extraordinary aura, Regenlife, grandly declared that she would assign legions to each warrior. Tejo curiously asked Bjorn about the Valkyrie, and the warrior explained that it was Regenlife, Odin's daughter, a person of noble blood. Regenlife raised her sword, ordering all warriors to look into their cups to see the name of the god they would trust and follow. Bjorn explained that they would belong to the legion of Asgardian gods and receive power from that god, making Tejo immediately think of Odin and Thor. The gamer Tejo earnestly prayed, hoping a powerful god like Odin or Thor would appear in his brightly glowing cup. A winding emerald river flowed through dense trees. A small boat glided gently on the water, opening a new journey. Tejo sat in the small boat, staring blankly as the red-haired Valkyrie rowed him away. Tejo wondered, asking himself why it was called Legion of the Gods when he was all alone. Tejo cried out in despair, clutching his head, while the red-haired Valkyrie calmly confirmed that he was the only one there. The red-haired Valkyrie winked playfully, proudly boasting that their legion had unique strengths, a paradise where no one complained or caused trouble. Tejo was deeply shocked, stammering, "Idun's legion?" Tejo stared at his glowing cup, where the name Idun was clearly visible, while Bjorn stood behind him, maintaining a calm expression. The name Idun was clearly visible on the cup, determining Taeho's fate. Around him, other warriors cheered in celebration as the names of powerful gods like Tyr, Odin, Thor appeared, while Tae Ho was utterly disappointed by the completely unfamiliar name Idun. Taeho's eyes welled up with tears, full of confusion and self-pity. Bjorn looked at Tae Ho with an indescribable expression, simply saying, "Good luck." A beautiful white-haired Valkyrie powerfully called out, "Odin!" The white-haired Valkyrie gathered the warriors belonging to Odin, forming a mighty army. The warriors gathered in groups, shouting the names of the gods they followed, such as Tyr, Odin, Freya, creating a grand spectacle. Taeho's feet touched the ground, dust flying, signaling a new beginning. Tae walked alone, his mind still reeling, muttering the name Idun, Idun in confusion. Tae was still bewildered and a little disappointed to learn he belonged to Idun's legion, an unfamiliar god. Meanwhile, a red-haired Valkyrie was sleepy, yawning languidly, seemingly unconcerned by the newcomer's appearance. But her golden eyes suddenly widened, gleaming with no small amount of surprise and curiosity. Tae timidly approached, hesitantly apologizing for disturbing her. When Tae shyly admitted he belonged to Idun's legion, the Valkyrie suddenly perked up, her eyes shining brightly with astonishment. The red-haired Valkyrie rushed to grab Tae, unable to believe her ears upon hearing that a newcomer had joined Idun's legion after so many years. With an excited expression, she leaned close to Taeho's face, making him blush to his ears and hold his breath due to the close proximity. She happily introduced her name. On the small boat, the red-haired Valkyrie introduced herself as Hedda, while Tae was still confused, asking about the purpose of the war and why they were there. Taeho's eyes gleamed with determination. He yearned to know more about this perilous world. Seeing this, Hedda smiled reassuringly, raised her hand, and declared that she would thoroughly explain everything to the newcomer. She began to explain the world's structure, where Asgard was the front line against the brutal invasion from Muspelheim, home to giants, evil gods, and monsters. Tae pointed to the red area on the map, and Hedda explained that it was Erin, a fallen land, and now they were on the front line, fighting against enemies who wished to destroy the world. Tae realized with a shock, exclaiming and asking if this was Ragnarok, a name he had once seen in a game. Hedda's eyes gleamed with seriousness, and she looked directly at Tae as if to confirm something. Hedda confirmed that this was Ragnarok, the war that would decide the world's fate, where valiant warriors fought against giant monsters that were destroying everything. Giant rock monsters appeared, threatening to devour everything, forcing the warriors to rise and protect the world. Thor, with his gleaming Mjolnir hammer, was fighting fiercely amidst a sea of fire, but Hedda emphasized that the ultimate goal was not just to save the world, but also to survive. Tae pondered deeply, a glimmer of hope appearing as he realized the possibility of traveling between worlds. His eyes lit up brightly, and a question full of longing burst out. Could he return to his own world? After a long journey, Hedda announced they had arrived, and a mysterious cave appeared before their eyes. Hedda led Tae inside, introducing it as the goddess's temple and suggesting they both enter to pay their respects. They walked together down the ancient stone corridor, bright torches lighting the way deeper into the temple. Tae looked around in surprise, asking Hedda if they would truly meet the goddess here. Hedda explained that they could not meet her directly, as the goddess resided in a higher, more distant place. She handed Tae a gleaming golden apple, instructing him to stand on the altar and drop it. Tae stood on the altar, holding the golden apple, telling himself that perhaps he should follow her words. He dropped the golden apple. It passed through the altar and vanished into thin air. Immediately, a dazzling light enveloped Tae, making him exclaim in surprise. In the brilliant light, the goddess Idun, the deity of life and youth, appeared and gently called Taeho's name, inviting her warrior to come closer. Tejo Lee, stunned, raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sudden dazzling light, signaling an important event about to unfold. Before him was a divine sight, a brilliant golden tree, and a majestic goddess figure present behind it, radiating a dazzling aura. The gamer couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment as he realized he was standing before a real goddess. The pressure from the divine presence made Tejo unable to stand firm. His legs trembled and buckled, and cold sweat broke out. The goddess Idun slowly became clear, majestic, and splendid, like pure water pouring down to envelop Tejo's small body. Tejo's body automatically bowed in absolute reverence as the goddess Idun spoke, declaring that she would bestow her blessing upon him. A golden energy burst enveloped Tejo. The goddess Idun bestowed upon him the legendary mark of life, promising to protect him from the scythe of death. Tejo felt a terrifying power surging through his body, a completely new and overwhelming source of energy. The gamer felt reborn, soaring in a brilliant aura, clearly feeling the saying, "Youth is power," coming true within himself. All the chronic illnesses and pains of a professional gamer vanished. Tejo was overjoyed, feeling as if he had become 10 years younger, making even the viewers envious. The goddess Idun smiled contentedly, placing her trust in Tae Ho's great contributions in the future. After receiving the blessing, Tae Ho collapsed onto the floor, his eyes still wide with surprise and dizziness from what had just happened. Heda, smiling brightly, announced that Tae Ho had officially received the goddess's blessing. Heda meticulously explained about Idun, the goddess of eternal youth and longevity, and revealed that this blessing would make Tae Ho almost immortal on the battlefield, though he would still feel pain. The Valkyrie continued to reveal that the blessing would grow stronger over time, which is why their legion was also called the Zombie Legion, literally immortal. After hearing the explanations, Tae Ho looked down thoughtfully, his heart still heavy with contemplation. He looked up at Heda, asking the most important question. After the war ended, could he return to his own world? Tae Ho's eyes shone with determination. He was resolved to find the answer to his fate. Suddenly, Tae Ho's mind wandered, and he smugly thought that he had looked cool just now, surely making any girl fall for him. Heda looked at the self-absorbed gamer, smiled gently, and thought to herself, how cute. Heda stood up, extended her hand towards Tae Ho, and affirmed that if they won and the war ended, he would have a chance to return. The Valkyrie continued, giving Tae Ho hope that he could return if that was what he desired. Tae Ho immediately reacted strongly, firmly asserting that he absolutely had to return, as there was no joy in being stuck in this crazy place. Unexpectedly, Heda proactively took Tae Ho's hand, an action that startled the gamer. Tae Ho blushed, feeling the warmth and softness of her hand, and a strange sensation arose within him. Heda leaned closer to his face, making Tae Ho even more flustered, and he began to tell himself that perhaps it wasn't so bad here after all, maybe even enjoyable for a bit. In a fleeting moment, an image suddenly appeared in Tae Ho's mind. A man in a suit entering a safe code, along with a red-haired girl with her hair in a bun, wearing a yellow apron. The man in the suit looked up, his eyes sharp and serious, like a distant memory of Tae Ho's. The red-haired girl in the yellow apron happily ran to greet him, while the man bent down to pick up a briefcase, completing a brief memory of Tae Ho's old world. A gentle hand offered a spoon of food, accompanied by a sweet invitation. Come on, open wide. Tejo Lee, with a flushed face and a contented smile, eagerly accepted the steaming dish. He opened his mouth wide, ready to receive the delicious piece of meat in a scene filled with love bubbles. Suddenly, the romantic vision vanished, replaced by a stiff leather shoe shoved directly into his mouth, horrifying Tejo. With tears welling up, Tejo still had to clench the shoe, his face distorted with shock and bitterness. Tejo mumbled that it was thanks to this piece of meat as tough as leather that he escaped his illusion, while Heda asked worriedly. Heda chuckled, admitting the meat seemed a bit tough, and encouraged him to try to raise his rank for a better life. She continued to explain that as his rank increased, Tejo would receive better treatment, from food to accommodation. Heda smiled brightly, encouraging Tejo to bravely overcome all difficulties. Tejo still held the shoe, his face blank as the system warned, your illusion has reached an alarming level, while he still vaguely dreamed of a happy scenario with Heda. The clear blue sky appeared, as a reminder that it was time to summarize everything. Heda began to explain the rune system. Each time a player defeats an enemy, they will receive a valuable rune. Tejo suddenly recalled the feeling of red energy seeping into his body, and Heda confirmed that he certainly already possessed a few runes. He eagerly asked if these runes could be used to invest in desired stats, to become stronger. Heda smiled, confirming that Tejo had completely understood the matter. Tejo looked at the chart of 5 basic stats, wondering about the effects of mana and willpower when the other 3 stats were already clear. Heda explained that mana enhances magical power and magical defense, while willpower increases concentration and mental defense. Tejo accepted this temporarily, but then surprisingly asked if sagas could be strengthened by mana. Heda revealed that sagas are special stories, which cannot be enhanced by normal stats but must rely on belief and the number of people who know the story. She continued to explain that sometimes a saga can become more powerful than reality, turning a snake-catching story into a dragon-slaying legend. The sagas of low-level warriors are often quite simple, revolving only around enhancing physical strength. They primarily focus on helping warriors become stronger or more agile in combat. Heda affirmed that those sagas were also very impressive, but not yet a true saga, because a true saga is the realization of legend with countless diverse effects. Tejo was astonished when Heda revealed that sagas could create weapons, transform, and even summon a powerful army. Heda seriously emphasized an important point. The power to summon and develop a saga depends entirely on Tejo, on his own story. Suddenly, a majestic image appeared. Dragon Knight Kaisted, riding on the back of a mighty war dragon. This was the legend of Dragon Knight Kaisted, a story full of power and glory. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed everywhere, startling both Tejo and Heda. A warrior was exerting all his strength to ring a giant alarm bell, signaling a major event about to befall the entire village. Tejo looked in astonishment at the giant purple teleportation gate, while Heda explained that this was the troop assembly area before heading to the battlefield. Tejo looked up at the clear blue sky, now clad in a valiant battle uniform with a sword and shield on his back. Heda was tying Taeho's cloak, and he puffed out his cheeks, blushing with embarrassment, sweat pouring down. Heda adjusted Taeho's outfit, complimenting him that it suited him, which made him blush in embarrassment. Taeho awkwardly said goodbye, while Heda called his name with a serious expression. Taeho turned and walked away, still blushing and seemingly embarrassed by Heda's words. Heda watched Taeho with gentle eyes, giving him a meaningful warning. Don't die. Upon hearing that, Taeho's eyes widened. Cold sweat streamed down his face, seemingly shocked by this gentle warning. Taeho smiled confidently, gave a thumbs up, and said that thanks to Idun's blessing, he was very hard to kill. Heda merely smiled gently at Taeho's confidence, saying nothing more. Taeho resolutely stepped through the purple teleportation gate, entering a new, mysterious world. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Taeho was dazed, falling backward with a look of horror. He was astonished to find himself amidst a sea of people. Thousands of warriors gathered, making him exclaim, So many. Taeho was still dazed, asking if this was a big battle, when a giant hand was placed on his shoulder. That hand slapped hard against the shield on Taeho's back, making him jump and turn around. Taeho looked up, his eyes filled with surprise and a hint of fear. Bjorn appeared with a radiant smile, greeting Taeho. Bjorn, we meet again! Bjorn continued to tease Taeho, asking if his Valkyrie was a beauty, which made him blush in embarrassment. Bjorn laughed loudly, declared that all Valkyries were beautiful, then urged Taeho to quickly find his legion because today's battle would have a commander. A warrior with a long mustache, fiery red eyes, and a majestic expression appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. Taeho stood lost among a group of burly warriors, one of whom asked if he was Idun's warrior. That warrior found it strange that Taeho was standing alone, ordering him to move back, which Taeho awkwardly obeyed. Ragnar grandly introduced himself as the commander of the Heimdall Legion, declaring that he would lead them in today's battle. Ragnar continued to explain that the battle's objective was to reclaim lost territory in gnolls, and they would be deployed right in the middle of the battlefield, making Taeho squint because he couldn't see clearly. Ragnar shouted a slogan, and the entire Valhalla Legion roared together, ready to charge for Asgard in the Nine Realms, creating a magnificent spectacle. Dark warrior figures, enveloped in purple light, moved one after another through the teleportation gates, heading straight to the battlefield. Ragnar resolutely declared that he would always lead, ordering his soldiers to simply follow behind him. The other warriors cheered and praised Ragnar's bravery, while Taeho's view was obstructed, and he could only lament, I can't see anything. Thousands of dark figures of Valhalla soldiers descended upon a vast, white, snowy battlefield, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. A group of enemy warriors with fiery red eyes were growling, preparing to charge into the fierce battle. Amidst the brilliant purple lightning, an excited warrior shouted, Reinforcements are coming! Excellent! Keep advancing! Suddenly, a warrior exclaimed, Huh? In surprise as he noticed something unusual on the snowy mountaintop. From a distance, a gigantic figure with a warhammer on its shoulder stood towering on the mountaintop, creating a menacing scene. The warriors looked up, horrified, asking themselves, What the hell is that? At the sudden appearance of the giant enemy, the giant wolf monster, White Fang, charged straight down from the mountaintop at terrifying speed, creating a powerful gust of wind. It landed with a tremendous shockwave, creating a deep crater and sending countless warriors flying around. With fiery red eyes and sharp fangs, White Fang let out an earth-shattering roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. The entire battlefield was chaotic. Warriors cried out in panic. It's terrifying, and wondered if this was the enemy's leader. The gigantic White Fang, 4 to 5 times larger than the others, stood towering in the middle of the battlefield, prompting a warrior to urge his comrades to stop babbling and fight. The giant wolf monster began to swing its warhammer, creating a powerful swirling purple energy. With fiery red eyes full of murderous intent, White Fang roared, ordering its entire army. Everyone, advance, attack! Fiercely, the enemy army, including Ragnar, Bjorn, and other warriors, roared in unison, charging forward with surging momentum. White Fang stood towering amidst the red smoke, its fiery eyes looking down at the approaching warriors, ready for a bloody confrontation. One of Ragnar's warriors collapsed in horror, unable to believe the terrifying power of the enemy before him. White Fang swung its colossal warhammer, unleashing an earth-shattering blow that swept away everything in its path. Amidst the mystical purple energy, Tejo Lee appeared with resolute eyes, preparing to face the arduous challenge. Tejo Lee's gaze became sharp and highly focused, ready to analyze the situation and devise a strategy. White Fang let out a terrifying roar, charging straight towards Tejo Lee, ready to crush him with a fatal hammer blow. The fated confrontation between White Fang and Tejo Lee officially began, promising an earth-shattering battle. Tejo Lee reassured himself, treating this like a game match, and began to devise a strategy to deal with this giant boss. With eyes burning with determination, Tae Ho Lee focused intensely, preparing for the first move in the battle of life and death. He stared at White Fang's colossal warhammer, realizing that just one hit would be enough to finish him. Tae Ho Lee realized in horror that his small shield could never withstand the monster's devastating blow. In that critical moment, Tae Ho Lee decided to pour all the runes he had to change the tide of the battle. He channeled all 5 runes into agility, causing his body to glow and his speed to miraculously surge. With superior speed, Tae Ho Lee looked up, ready to dodge White Fang's next attack. White Fang's colossal warhammer plunged down like a meteor, creating terrifying pressure on Tae Ho Lee. But with enhanced agility, Tae Ho Lee saw through the attack's trajectory and successfully dodged it by a hair's breadth. The crowd of warriors below gasped in astonishment as they witnessed a miraculous dodge. The giant wolf monster White Fang roared, swinging its warhammer with immense force, creating a destructive shockwave. Tae Ho Lee dodged in horror, while around him, countless other warriors were thrown into the air like puppets. Tae Ho Lee gritted his teeth, realizing that merely dodging was futile, and he began to calculate a strategy to attack the enemy's legs. He immediately shouted an order to all warriors. "Everyone, aim for its legs!" Following Tae Ho's command, the entire army charged forward in unison, determined to defeat White Fang by attacking its colossal legs. But in an instant, Tae Ho Lee suddenly changed his mind, his sharp eyes looking upwards, telling himself to aim for a different spot. White Fang, without hesitation, swung its colossal warhammer down, creating an earth-shattering blow right in front of Tae Ho. Tae Ho Lee's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange blue light. A crazy but hopeful idea had just sparked in his mind. He poured all his strength, activating the Charge of Warrior skill, creating a surrounding blue energy surge, and charged forward like a storm. With a lightning-fast leap, Tae Ho Lee shot into the air, leaving the colossal White Fang standing stunned below. Tae Ho soared through the air, looking down at the chaotic battlefield below where White Fang roared amidst the encirclement of warriors. Mid-air, Tae Ho Lee suddenly realized he had to survive at all costs on this brutal battlefield. In that life-or-death moment, Hedda's image appeared in his mind, like a warm reminder. "Don't die. I want to see you again." Tae Ho Lee suddenly recalled Hedda's advice. The power to summon and develop a saga. Hedda smiled radiantly, affirming that all that power was in his hands. Tae Ho Lee suddenly snapped out of his memories, scolding himself for planting a death flag and hastily apologizing for letting the flashback drag on. He pondered the Charge of Warrior skill, wondering if it could be developed beyond a normal jump. Tae Ho Lee came up with a bold idea, a new possibility for his skill. With determined eyes, Tae Ho Lee kicked into the air, gaining momentum to soar even higher. From above, Tae Ho Lee plunged straight down like an arrow, aiming for the top of the colossal White Fang's head. He unleashed a fatal blow, his sword piercing straight into White Fang's head, creating a deep wound. After the terrifying attack, Tae Ho Lee lay flattened in a deep crater created by his own impact. White Fang roared in pain with the fatal wound on its head, while Tae Ho Lee crawled out of the crater, sighing in relief that he was still alive thanks to Idun's blessing. The giant wolf monster White Fang collapsed, blood gushing from the wound on its head, and Tae Ho Lee watched it with wary eyes. Tae Ho Lee stood up, his eyes burning with determination. Realizing this was his last chance to finish off White Fang, he gathered all his strength, activated a new saga, preparing for the final blow. From the void, a brilliant sword of light appeared in Tae Ho Lee's hand, ready for the battle of life and death. Tae Ho Lee unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, creating surrounding blade-shaped energy currents, relentlessly striking multiple forms of White Fang. Tae Ho roared in fury, his blue eyes glowing brightly as his body was covered in wounds and flying debris. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a mysterious white-haired woman stood before a window overlooking the vast universe, the shadow of a raven gliding beneath her feet. She gently placed a chess piece on the table. The black raven perched on the stand beside her, and a voice rang out confidently. "We are gaining the upper hand." The white-haired woman, with a cold and authoritative expression, seemed to be observing all developments from afar. Valkyrie Razgrid bowed to the black raven, but it immediately replied, "Hugin is here, not I." Razgrid subtly curved her lips, seemingly accustomed to the sacred raven's attitude. She asked the raven, "So, is anyone standing out?" and received a meaningful silence in return. The raven Hugin raised its head, its red eyes glowing, seemingly displeased. "No one?" Truly the lowest-ranked warrior. However, Razgrid maintained her calm expression, uttering only one word full of anticipation. "One." And then, Tae Ho's image appeared, his hand gripping the sword tightly, his entire body radiating brilliant golden light full of power. Cheers echoed across the battlefield. "Oh, we won. Victory is ours. Glory to Odin." As Tae Ho knelt among the jubilant warriors, Tae Ho stood up, his body covered in wounds but his gaze firm, the sword still held securely in his hand. His azure eyes gleamed with burning determination. Nothing could extinguish the flame of battle in his heart. He stood tall upon the pile of defeated enemies, alone amidst the desolate battlefield, like a god descended. A memory suddenly rushed back. Tae Ho, realizing this feeling of victory was familiar, like when he lifted the World Championship trophy in the past. He stared at the sword in his hand, thinking to himself, this sword is Runefang. Tae Ho recalled that Runefang was once one of the strongest swords on the server, but now it had become a low-tier weapon, making him wonder if he was at that level. Tae Ho's gaze became sharp and resolute. Determined not to let himself be limited by anything, blood streamed down his face, but his eyes still blazed with desire. I want to keep hearing the cheers. He stood tall and mighty among countless warriors, declaring powerfully, I want to become stronger. And his image, revered as Lee Tae Ho, the god of war, appeared majestically. Immersed in the grand moment, Bjorn unexpectedly patted Tae Ho's shoulder, startling him, and he cheerfully praised, Well done, Tae Ho! While Tae Ho whispered, that should have been the final scene. Bjorn continued to praise Tae Ho. It seems you've gotten better at controlling your saga, and Tae Ho replied, Thank you, Bjorn, and Hedda. While Bjorn remarked, creating a sword out of thin air that was truly a spectacular sight. Tae Ho looked at Bjorn's glowing arm, surprised, saying, This is my first time too, and confidently declared, I think I can make it disappear and appear whenever I want. Bjorn decisively ordered, All right, let's start moving. Making Tae Ho innocently ask, Are we going back now? Bjorn pointed towards the fortress, questioning Tae Ho. What? You want to leave already? Our goal is to reclaim this fortress. You until then. We need to station ourselves there. Making Tae Ho grimace and complain, You. Sleep here, really? Night fell. A small military camp appeared amidst the pristine white snowy mountains, enveloped by the mystical glow of the aurora borealis. Inside a tent, a small fire crackled, and Tae Ho let out a loud yawn. Yawn! Tae Ho lay stretched out on the bed, extending his limbs, sighing, What a long day, and wondered, How can just one day make me so tired? He lay quietly on the bed, his eyes wide open, staring at the tent ceiling, lost in rambling thoughts after a day full of changes. Tae Ho lay on his back, eyes gazing at the tent ceiling, pondering how much stronger he had become. Tae Ho's hand gently touched the air, and a shimmering blue circle of light appeared, as if activating something mysterious. Clear blue rune characters emerged from his palm, shining brightly in the space. A virtual status window appeared, revealing Saga, Immortal Warrior with a 5% synchronization rate, and information about collected runes. Tae Ho sprang up in surprise, his eyes wide as he realized the synchronization rate had increased and he had gained a new Saga slot, wondering if he could use 2 sagas simultaneously. Sitting in the tent, Tae Ho looked up as a large warrior opened the flap, calling his name with an excited expression. Bjorn appeared with a bright smile, announcing visitors, making Tae Ho wonder about the warrior's puzzling expression. Tae Ho awkwardly turned around, facing a group of grinning warriors, giving thumbs up and even offering him chicken drumsticks. The bespectacled Tae Ho stared blankly at the crowd, not understanding why they all had such strange expressions. Tae Ho's face clearly showed confusion and anxiety, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Tae Ho's eyes were full of bewilderment, sweat pouring out more, feeling as if something was about to go wrong. Tae Ho stood amidst a lively feast under the aurora borealis, where warriors were raising their cups and a red-haired girl was kneeling by the fire. The red-haired girl suddenly turned around, her bright eyes calling Tae Ho's name loudly, startling him. Valkyrie Hedda knelt in the tent, bowing her head and apologizing to Tae Ho with deep remorse and sincerity. 5 minutes earlier, Hedda had asked Tae Ho to show her all the achievements he had accomplished in his life. Tae Ho asked in surprise if he could show those achievements to others, and Hedda confirmed that he could if he wished. Hedda was horrified to see the long list of Tae Ho's glorious feats, from defeating monsters to rescuing princesses. Back in the present, Hedda was still frantically apologizing to Tae Ho for underestimating and being arrogant, while he tried to reassure her. Tae Ho looked at the crying Hedda, secretly thinking she was cute even when panicked, and decided he needed to explain everything clearly. A peaceful tent camp scene under the cold night sky, where Tae Ho was trying to explain to Hedda. Tae Ho explained that those achievements were indeed his, but they were accomplished in a virtual world, just a game, leaving Hedda both understanding and not understanding. Nevertheless, Hedda still asserted that Tae Ho achieving all of that was incredibly astonishing, surprising him. Tae Ho's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Hedda to be able to accept that. Tae Ho was dumbfounded when Hedda asked esports? Is that also considered a sport? While the sarcastic shadows around him also whispered about military exemption for gamers. The young Tae Ho felt it was truly strange to be comforted in the afterlife, while the shadows continued to mock the madness of the modern world. Hedda quickly changed the subject, continuing to explain about sagas, saying there was no limit to the number of sagas one could possess. Valkyrie Hedda smiled, but then pointed out that with Tae Ho's current level, things weren't that simple. Hedda warned Tae Ho that once a saga was created, he wouldn't be able to create another for a long time, so he needed to think carefully to avoid creating a useless saga. Tae Ho held the glowing saga card, pondering his existing sagas and realizing he needed a new offensive skill. Tae Ho was deep in thought, sweat trickling down his temples, wondering about his strength. Tae Ho's eyes suddenly blazed, blue energy erupting as he decided to activate the Saga Dragon Eyes that see through everything, which he needed most at this moment. The young Tae Ho's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring out as the saga activated, while the young Hedda beside him shivered, remarking that he looked truly terrifying. Hedda asked Tae Ho if he had chosen a saga, and the bespectacled boy, his eyes still teary, affirmed that he had chosen a saga, and his vision was even better. Tae Ho's eyes glowed with blue energy as he explained. His saga allowed him to see through everything, as if analyzing a target in a game. And then, a terrifying sight appeared before Tae Ho's eyes. Hedda in her primitive form, making the young boy exclaim that he could see through her, right down to her depths. A loud bang echoed. Tae Ho was struck a critical blow to the head, making Hedda frantically ask what had happened. Tae Ho, now with his head and face carefully bandaged, sighed in relief as Hedda anxiously inquired, and he could only admit that he had almost died. Hedda proudly pointed at Tae Ho, declaring that she now knew how extraordinary he was and that he would surely become incredibly strong in the future. Hedda joyfully embraced Tae Ho, calling him their good luck charm for joining the Idun Legion. Tae Ho, with his face disfigured by bandages and his eyes wide, could only tremble and blush at Hedda's excessive enthusiasm. A terrifying explosion rang out, and Tae Ho was kicked out of the tent again, flying so far that he was just a tiny speck. Immediately after Hedda left, the military camp scene appeared under the mystical aurora borealis, signaling a new event was about to begin. A green-haired warrior holding a necklace appeared before Tae Ho's tent and called his name. Tae Ho, now wearing a helmet, asked in surprise what was happening, while the green-haired warrior introduced himself as Rolf, from the Uller Legion. Rolf continued to explain that he was a warrior from Ciri's unit, would join Ragnar's unit, and was here to take Tae Ho to the gathering point. Tae Ho activated his saga, his eyes glowing with blue energy, beginning to analyze Rolf. And then, once again, Tae Ho overdid it by seeing through Rolf in his primitive state, making the young boy scream in horror. Tae Ho quickly turned off Saga's X-ray mode, telling himself he should turn it off when not needed. Under the starry night sky and brilliant aurora borealis, Rolf and Tae Ho began their journey to the gathering point. Another warrior, walking ahead, expressed envy towards Tae Ho for being visited by a Valkyrie. Rolf turned back to look at Tae Ho with a flushed face, admitting he was truly envious and admired him, because if he were visited by a Valkyrie, he would boast about it forever. Tae Ho, with an innocent expression and sparkling eyes, wondered if being visited by a Valkyrie was like a celebrity coming to meet him privately, and secretly assessed the strength of the Idun Corps. As they continued walking, Tae Ho asked Rolf about the blessings of the Uller Corps. Rolf held up 2 fingers, explaining that the blessings of the Uller Corps were stealth and tracking, and eventually one could possess both. Rolf demonstrated his stealth ability, his body becoming blurry, making Tae Ho exclaim, "Cool," in admiration. Rolf continued to explain that the tracking ability was for pursuing enemies, allowing one to find a target even with the slightest trace, while another warrior was practicing tracking. Finally, Rolf and Tae Ho arrived at the gathering point. A circle of warriors gathered around a bonfire. Rolf led Tae Ho to an enigmatic commander, reporting that he had brought warrior Lee Tae Ho. Tae Ho Lee was utterly shocked, his eyes wide with surprise as he exclaimed, "A woman?" Before him was a mysterious, blue-haired female warrior, sitting cross-legged with an imposing aura. Tae Ho Lee secretly thought this was the first time he had seen a woman who wasn't a Valkyrie in Valhalla, then quickly introduced himself. The mysterious female warrior stood up, directly asked Tae Ho if he was the one who had defeated the giant Knoll today, then greeted him warmly. Tae Ho was still dazed, sweat pouring down, his eyes filled with confusion. Ciri, the blue-haired female warrior, suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura, so powerful that Tae Ho exclaimed in fear that it surpassed any warrior he had ever met. Ciri instructed Tae Ho Lee to stay and wait for the chief commander, and he could only obey with anxiety. Tae Ho Lee secretly marveled that Ciri of the Uller Corps, a human hunter, possessed an incredibly captivating aura, making him unable to take his eyes off her. Suddenly, a dazzling light tore through the night sky, causing the warriors below to exclaim in astonishment, "It's a Valkyrie!" A magnificent white-haired Valkyrie, radiating brilliant light, slowly descended into the center of the camp. The Valkyrie possessed majestic beauty and unpredictable power, leaving everyone in awe and wonder. Tae Ho Lee immediately recognized her as Valkyrie Razgrid, whom he had met before. Razgrid of the Odin Corps, nicknamed Ice Princess, made Tae Ho Lee curious, wondering if that was a nickname given to her by the warriors. Razgrid majestically declared herself in charge of this battlefield as a Valkyrie of the Odin Corps. She continued to announce shocking news. After Ragnar's death, his unit had been merged into Ciri's unit. Razgrid looked directly at Ciri, entrusting her with confidence. "I am counting on you, Ciri." Ciri bowed her head, her gaze firm as she replied, "I will fulfill my duty." Razgrid raised her hand, magically summoning a brilliant golden scroll, preparing to announce something important. The Valkyrie declared that she had observed the commendable efforts of the warriors and would reward those who had made great contributions. Suddenly, Razgrid called out loudly, clearly proclaiming the name, "Warrior Lee Tae Ho." Razgrid publicly praised Tejo Lee for single-handedly defeating the giant Knoll leader and rewarded him with a bag of gold, a runestone, and 10 contribution points for the core. Tejo Lee tried to suppress a joyful smile, secretly thinking, "Am I starting to get famous here?" He heard whispers from the crowd, saying that he was the one who defeated the giant Knoll and the guy who was visited by a Valkyrie. The warriors around Tejo Lee erupted in excitement, admiration, and even envy at his achievement and the attention he received. Tejo Lee realized with a blank stare that being visited by a Valkyrie was an even bigger deal than defeating a boss monster. Razgrid decisively ordered everyone to be silent and announced that the plan to retake the fortress would begin tomorrow afternoon. The Valkyrie further revealed that they would use Steel Rain and all warriors present would participate in the battle. The crowd of warriors erupted in excited cheers upon hearing Steel Rain and Valhalla, showing their extreme anticipation. Tejo Lee, however, was completely confused, wondering blankly, "Steel Rain? What the hell is that?" Tejo was still bewildered by the name Steel Rain that Valkyrie Razgrid had just mentioned, and hastily grabbed Rolf to ask for an explanation. But unfortunately, Rolf could only shake his head, his face as bewildered as Tejo's, which only made Tejo even more confused. A brilliant light tore through the sky, and Valkyrie Razgrid majestically descended, bringing with her the announcement of a mysterious tactic, Steel Rain. The white-haired Valkyrie decisively ordered, "Charge!" her sharp eyes seeming to pierce through all obstacles. Thousands of valiant warriors roared, charging directly into the enemy fortress, commencing a fierce battle. Cheers echoed, arrows flew, and warriors relentlessly advanced, heedless of the danger from archers on the watchtowers. A giant with rugged armor and majestic pointed horns stepped forward, his massive body like a moving fortress wall, his eyes burning red like fire. The giant roared ferociously, his overwhelming presence making enemies tremble. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a valiant warrior confronted the monster head-on, sharp blades clashing and sparking. The entire battlefield had now turned into a sea of people, with countless warriors surging towards the fortress, determined to flatten everything. Ciri began to explain the combat strategy. While the main force created a diversion on the front line, her unit would secretly scale the walls to open the gate. To open that sturdy gate, Ciri revealed they had to infiltrate the rune magic control room, where the fortress's secret power was stored. Rolf innocently asked again, "So we're going to climb the walls using that Steel Rain thing?" Making Tejo beside him even more confused, unsure whether to pretend to understand or admit he was clueless. Tejo still couldn't stop thinking about Steel Rain, constantly questioning in his mind, could it be some kind of magical teleportation spell? Tejo's eyes widened to their fullest, his face turning pale, clearly showing extreme panic as he saw something. And then the harsh truth emerged. Steel Rain was not magic, but giant wooden barrels filled with warriors, ready to be launched. Rolf beside him excitedly asked Tejo if he was thrilled, but Tejo could only shake his head vigorously, his face contorted as if he wanted to cry, while another warrior excitedly shouted, "Valhalla, here I come!" Tejo could only sigh deeply, muttering that they were already in Valhalla. A burly warrior blew a horn, roaring the command, "Prepare to fire!" signaling the terrifying Steel Rain was about to begin. Tejo was utterly terrified, his hands gripping the barrel's edge, his mouth stammering a plea to the goddess Idun. At this point, Tejo could only desperately scream Hedda's name, his face contorted with fear. A giant cannon was activated, launching barrels filled with warriors soaring into the air. The wooden barrel shot forward at dizzying speed, whistling through the snowy sky. Tejo couldn't suppress a terrified scream, his entire body thrown upwards by the tremendous thrust. Another warrior was also screaming with an excited expression, completely contrasting Tejo's fear. The brown-haired warrior roared yeehaw, his eyes shining like stars, enjoying the sensation of soaring through the air. Giant wooden barrels flew over the fortress's sturdy walls, heading straight inside. Numerous wooden barrels continued to be launched, forming a literal steel rain that poured down on the enemy fortress. The wooden barrels crashed violently onto the ground, creating earth-shattering sounds, paving the way for a surprise attack. A majestic fortress covered in white snow was becoming a fierce battlefield as countless warriors gathered outside, ready for a grueling battle. The giant wooden barrels were hastily pushed forward, causing warriors to struggle, some even tumbling over due to the pressure of the battle. Ciri, with sharp eyes and a crossbow in hand, roared a battle command, urging the entire army to prepare to face the approaching enemy. Each decisive warrior's footprint was etched into the snow, while the fortress loomed behind, signaling an uncompromising confrontation. Giant insect-like monsters, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, suddenly appeared, spreading terror. The battlefield was chaotic, with countless giant insects surrounding the warriors, making them exclaim in horror at the overwhelming number of enemies. Ciri quickly explained the tactic, revealing that the insects moved in groups of 5, and that by defeating the leader, the rest would become harmless. Rolf complained while running that all the insects looked exactly alike, making finding the leader a risky gamble. Taeho's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant, mystical blue, signaling that he had activated a special ability. With Dragon's Eye activated, Tae Ho was astonished to realize that among the group of giant insects, one had a different name, which was the leader they were looking for. Noticing Taeho's special ability, Ciri, with sharp eyes, declared that she could also distinguish the insects thanks to her Saga. Ciri dashed swiftly, her blue cloak fluttering, her face illuminated with determination. Ciri unexpectedly pulled Tae Ho close, holding him tightly against her while raising her crossbow, leaving Tae Ho bewildered. Ciri sternly ordered Tae Ho to point out the leader, while also rallying the entire army to focus fire on her designated target. Tae Ho's eyes still shone brightly. He quickly understood Ciri's intention and responded decisively. Without hesitation, Tae Ho pointed directly at a giant beetle emitting a green energy stream, identifying it as the first target. Immediately, he continued to point out another giant beetle, constantly identifying the leaders among the enemy forces. And so, Tae Ho continuously pointed out important targets, while Ciri had already plunged into fierce combat. With seamless coordination, Tae Ho and Ciri, along with the other warriors, bravely charged into battle, unleashing deadly attacks on the giant beetles. A giant beetle was struck down, lying motionless on the cold snow, demonstrating the warriors' destructive power. However, the other beetles continued to advance, with fierce eyes, ready to take the place of their fallen comrades. Tae Ho and Ciri remained side by side, continuously launching cunning attacks, repelling wave after wave of enemy assaults. The battle grew increasingly fierce, as the battlefield was filled with the figures of both warriors and giant beetles. A powerful warrior drained his flask of wine, replenishing his energy and resolve for the arduous battle. The giant beetles continued to swarm in overwhelming numbers, leaving the warriors astonished by their persistence. Ciri decisively ordered Rolf and Tae Ho to leave this battlefield to her and the remaining army, while the two of them were to quickly proceed to the control room. Rolf, though slightly surprised, quickly understood the mission's importance and decisively obeyed the order. Ciri emphasized, requesting Rolf to take warrior Lee Tae Ho with him, entrusting him with a great responsibility. Ciri smiled confidently, placing all her hope in Tae Ho, calling him Idun's warrior with a profound meaning. Tae Ho was looking forward with a tense expression, beads of sweat on his face, clenching his fists as if ready to face anything. A special detachment consisting of Rolf, Bjorn, Tae Ho, and another warrior was assembling, ready for a dangerous infiltration mission. Rolf's hand rested on Tae Ho's shoulder, making the young man jump and turn back with a confused and slightly anxious expression. Rolf ordered Tae Ho, "Stay close to me!" As they stood amidst the snowy landscape, his eyes filled with seriousness. The spell Ulra's Blessing. Stealth was activated, enveloping the three warriors in a mysterious green glow, allowing them to perfectly conceal themselves. The three stealth warriors glided silently past the fortified city gate, where a pack of monsters growled in wait, completely unaware of their presence. Inside the gate, a group of brave warriors was fiercely battling a pack of ferocious monsters, creating a chaotic scene. The three stealth warriors lightly climbed the snow-covered city wall. One of them confidently declared that he had memorized the entire map. A stealth warrior's hand touched the wall, searching for a hidden secret door that only the keen-eyed could detect. A secret passage gradually appeared behind the wall, leading down a dark staircase, revealing an unknown path. The three stealth warriors quickly entered the secret passage, which was revealed to be a temporary path leading directly to the control room. Rolf led the group with a torch, illuminating the dark and damp passage, followed by a vigilant Bjorn and Tae Ho. Tae Ho was suddenly caught in a giant spider web stretched across the path, leaving him astonished and panicked. Tae Ho struggled to remove the sticky spider silk from his body, his face contorted with discomfort and confusion at the situation. Tae Ho frowned, wondering why there were so many spider webs, and Rolf speculated that the place had been abandoned for a very long time. From above, the three warriors were trapped in the spider web, the surrounding space dark and full of tangled silk threads. A giant creature with sharp legs suddenly appeared, moving swiftly and terrifyingly in the darkness. A giant spider with terrifying, glowing red eyes lurked amidst the dense spider webs, ready to attack at any moment. Rolf led with a torch, and with Bjorn and Tae Ho, cautiously advanced deeper into the darkness, unaware of the deadly danger lurking. Rolf turned his head to warn his comrades to watch their step, his eyes serious as he sensed something unusual. Tae Ho nodded in response to Rolf's warning, his face still slightly anxious at the eerie silence. Bjorn also nodded in agreement, showing his readiness to obey and face any impending danger. A horrifying shriek echoed as the giant spider fully revealed itself, its glowing red eyes staring down at its prey. The giant spider lunged to attack, Rolf screamed his comrade's name in horror as unnamed Soldier A was snatched in an instant. Rolf and Tae Ho realized in terror that it was a giant wolf spider, and it was too big to deal with easily. The wolf spider mercilessly devoured the unfortunate warrior, leaving disgusting green fluid trails on the floor, evidence of its brutality. Rolf was furious and desperate, realizing it was too late to save his comrade. The spider had devoured him instantly. Tae Ho shouted Rolf's name, his eyes glowing with blue energy as he realized in horror. There's not just one. A terrifying scene unfolded. The entire group was surrounded by countless glowing red eyes of giant wolf spiders hidden in the darkness, ready to devour them all. Tejo Lee was under extreme tension, his blue eyes shining brightly as if analyzing everything, telling himself to stay calm and find the enemy's weakness. Information about the giant wolf spiders appeared. They possessed paralyzing venom, but their fatal weakness was fire. Immediately, Tejo summoned the Saga warrior's sword with brilliant blue energy, his eyes resolute and ready to face the horde of monsters. Rolf was astonished to see the sword suddenly appear in Tejo's hand, while giant spiders with glowing red eyes were charging from behind. Tejo, without hesitation, swung his sword in a dazzling arc, unleashing a powerful attack through the air. Bjorn roared, ordering the activation of the Runefang effect, while Tejo's sword flew directly into the midst of the aggressively charging spider horde. Tejo shouted loudly, pouring all his strength and will into this decisive attack. The Saga warrior's sword blazed fiercely with brilliant red flames, ready to turn the spiders to ash. A terrifying fire explosion swept away the spiders, and Rolf urged Tejo and Bjorn to quickly escape while they had the chance. Rolf asked Tejo if he was a mage while running, and Tejo frantically replied that he could create another sword. A humorous animated image depicted Tejo's group fleeing from the spiders, like in the game Pac-Man, constantly searching for an escape. Rolf pointed towards a dark door, asserting that once they passed through it, they would be safe. Rolf and Tejo dashed towards the door. Rolf urged everyone to quickly get inside. Warrior unnamed Soldier A, with a spiked mace, was trying to slam shut the giant iron door, facing imminent danger. But a giant spider managed to squeeze into the door's gap, emitting a horrifying shriek, preventing the door from closing completely. Tejo's group stared blankly at the small spider that had just escaped with them. Not understanding what was happening, Tejo shrieked in horror, demanding the door be closed immediately as other giant spiders began to pour in, and unnamed Soldier A was dragged inside by a spider. Rolf and Bjorn tried their best to close the door, but unnamed Soldier A was mercilessly devoured by the spiders. Tejo panted, exhausted, sitting on the ground, staring at the sword still embedded in the corpse of the recently killed spider. Rolf and Bjorn also sighed in relief, drenched in sweat after the tense escape, having narrowly avoided death. Tejo was still stunned, gasping for breath and wondering if this was the control room, as he saw a large room with brilliant blue energy line. Rolf confirmed that this was indeed the emergency control room, a second secret room of the fortress. Tejo was surprised to realize the reason the path here was difficult and unguarded was because it was too secret. Rolf gestured for everyone to hurry, holding a glowing spherical object, preparing to act. He explained that they had to open the fortress gate quickly to minimize casualties for their allies. Rolf placed the object on the control console. The system confirmed emergency authorization key confirmed, and blue energy erupted. A giant holographic projection of a woman appeared from the control console, brilliant blue energy surrounding her. The projection introduced itself as Black Fortress and was ready to receive commands, opening a new, mysterious chapter. Rolf was dazed, his face flushed, causing Tejo to remind him to focus on the mission. Rolf frantically ordered the city gate to be opened, and immediately, the Black Fortress AI appeared as a holographic projection, confirming it understood the command. But oh no, the AI mistakenly opened a different gate, revealing a terrifying monster trying to break through it, causing Rolf to scream corrections. Rolf panted, his face tired and annoyed after the recent harrowing system. Nevertheless, Rolf declared the temporary mission complete, and now they only needed to defend this position until Allied forces captured the fortress. Just as Rolf was about to make small talk about women, the Black Fortress AI unexpectedly interrupted, announcing an intruder was approaching the control room. A colossal monster with terrifying powers shattered the thick iron door, creating a large opening. Tejo and Rolf were utterly astonished, unable to believe such a sturdy door had been destroyed, and Rolf worried if the spiders would pour in. The intruder revealed itself, standing tall amidst a pile of spider corpses, proving it had outclassed all the guarding monsters. The monster charged straight towards Tejo's group at dizzying speed, creating powerful gusts of wind. It was a colossal wolf monster with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, identified as Boss Redeye, their dangerous new enemy. Boss Redeye let out an earth-shattering roar, declaring grandly, "You Valhalla rats, I will tear you all to shreds." Tejo, Rolf, and Bjorn were extremely tense, preparing themselves to face the boss's furious assault. In that critical moment, Tejo activated a powerful skill, his eyes glowing blue as he shouted Hada's name. All three warriors charged to attack Boss Redeye, creating a fierce battle with continuous blows. Boss Red-Eye took the blows but seemed unfazed, still roaring ferociously, demonstrating extraordinary resilience. Bjorn was violently knocked away by Boss Red-Eye, crashing hard into the sturdy stone wall. Boss Red-Eye continued to charge, surrounded by streams of glowing red energy, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Rolf also couldn't escape his fate. He was flung into the air by Boss Red-Eye. Boss Red-Eye looked around, growling and asking where the tiny brat, referring to Tae Ho, was. Suddenly, Tae Ho plunged down from above, his entire body glowing with blue energy, preparing to unleash a powerful counterattack. Tae Ho's gaze was resolute, focusing all his concentration on the enemy, ready for a spectacular comeback. Boss Red-Eye stood firm, its claws glowing red, ready to receive Tae Ho's aerial attack. Tae Ho was still descending at dizzying speed, his eyes full of determination, without a hint of hesitation. His face was tense, pouring all his strength and will into this decisive strike. Tae Ho delivered an extremely powerful kick to Boss Red-Eye, creating an earth-shattering impact. Without stopping, Tae Ho quickly leaped higher, preparing to deliver a finishing blow from the air. He activated the Tombstone Pile Driver skill, plunging straight down onto Boss Red-Eye with immense force, cracking the ground. Rolf frantically called Tae Ho's name, worried for his safety after that reckless attack. Tae Ho lay motionless on the ruined ground, his blue eyes wide with horror. Blood splattered across his face amidst someone's desperate cries. Rolf screamed Tae Ho's name, his face contorted with extreme worry and fear. The colossal red-eye monster stood tall, while Tae Ho lay slumped at its feet, causing Rolf to scream once more in despair. Tae Ho still lay motionless, his lifeless blue eyes staring upwards, his body submerged in ruin and blood. Suddenly, he felt his body become weightless, floating amidst a starry space, enveloped by an unusually warm sensation. Tae Ho's eyes widened, dazzling white light reflecting in his pupils, as if he were seeing something extraordinary. He lay there, blood still on his face, secretly thinking that this was the feeling of death. But then, a devastating punch from Red-Eye struck again, making Tae Ho once more face the Reaper's scythe. Tae Ho was stunned to realize he wasn't dead yet, but this time it was certain. Death was approaching, and he cursed silently in despair. Rolf roared, his entire body ablaze with green energy, as he unleashed an extremely powerful fire attack from his crossbow. The blazing fire transformed into a colossal stream of energy, hurtling straight towards Red-Eye with destructive power, like a challenge from the wolf hunter. The entire frame was engulfed in a brilliant sea of fire, showing Rolf's attack striking Red-Eye directly, creating an earth-shattering explosion. But horrifyingly, Red-Eye still stood firm amidst the sea of fire, growling menacingly, making Rolf's eyes widen in astonishment as his attack was completely ineffective. The Red-Eye monster snarled with murderous intent, declaring it would tear Rolf to shreds for daring to stand in its way. But at that decisive moment, Red-Eye suddenly paused, its glowing red eyes narrowing with hesitation. Complex calculations appeared in its mind, wondering whether to deal with this annoying archer first, or finish off the brat it had already crushed. Red-Eye turned its head to look at Tae Ho, who lay motionless, considering whether to stomp on him to end everything. Even while slumped, Tae Ho's blue eyes suddenly opened wide, gleaming with fierce light, as if he had heard the monster's thoughts. Red-Eye was still hesitating, its glowing red eyes scanning the battlefield, searching for its next target. Finally, it let out a roar, deciding that Rolf was the first to die, and charged straight towards him at terrifying speed. Rolf gritted his teeth, his face extremely tense, as he decided to unleash one last counterattack. Red-Eye was very close, its sharp claws raised high, ready to deliver the finishing blow to Rolf. Meanwhile, Tae Ho was struggling to get up, every muscle in his body in extreme pain. Blood still stained the corner of his mouth, but his eyes blazed with an iron will. "It hurts like hell, but I'm not dead yet." Suddenly, Tae Ho erupted with a dazzling blue energy, creating a powerful shockwave that tore through the air and ground. The colossal blue energy stream shot straight towards Red-Eye, like a lightning bolt striking from the sky. Rolf turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed Tae Ho unexpectedly unleash such a powerful attack. In that moment, a fresh green cucumber slice unexpectedly appeared in midair, like a metaphor for slicing or a special skill that had just been activated. Red-Eye's eyes widened, utterly horrified and stunned as Tae Ho's attack struck it directly. Tae Ho lay slumped on the ground, blood flowing profusely, while the Red-Eye monster, completely defeated, lay motionless amidst the dusty battlefield. Rolf and the bald warrior with blue tattoos painfully watched the scene before them, unable to believe what had just happened. Rolf was extremely worried seeing Tae Ho barely breathing, and the bald warrior with blue tattoos even suggested ending his suffering quickly. The Red-Eye monster lay motionless, its mouth agape with drool flowing out, its lifeless eyes showing it had been completely defeated. Surprisingly, Rolf and the bald warrior with blue tattoos helped Tae Ho up, and his entire body suddenly erupted with brilliant blue energy, preparing for an earth-shattering attack called Saga Warrior's Sword. Tae Ho gathered all his strength, raising the colossal blue energy hammer high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. He was astonished to realize the terrifying power surging within him, a completely new energy far beyond imagination. With a sky-shattering roar, Tae Ho swung the energy hammer down, unleashing the powerful skullbuster attack, making the entire battlefield tremble. Tae Ho strained with all his might, his face contorted from channeling all his energy into the final strike. The skullbuster struck Red Eye's head directly, creating a horrifying explosion that crushed the monster into the ground. After the earth-shattering blow, Tae Ho stood tall amidst the dust and smoke, while Red Eye was nothing but a motionless pile of rubble at his feet. Rolf and the bald warrior with blue tattoos were stunned speechless by Tae Ho's overpowered display of strength, only able to whisper Idun's name. Tae Ho calmly walked away, leaving Red Eye completely destroyed, while the surrounding warriors cheered loudly, shouting for Idun as a praise for victory. Suddenly, a screen displaying synchronization 7% appeared before Tae Ho's eyes, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Tae Ho frantically stared at the mysterious screen, then turned and ran, seemingly trying to escape something terrifying. Disregarding all confusion, Tae Ho was hailed as a hero by the other warriors. He smiled brightly, enjoying the resounding moment of victory. The narrative suddenly shifted to a flashback scene, where the final boss of the Knoll Legion, Frostmane, had been completely defeated. A mighty warrior named Brocki from the Thor Legion roared for Thor in the decisive moment, showing that he was the one who finished off Frostmane. Brocki's glorious feat was etched into history as he stood on Frostmane's corpse, asserting the Thor Legion's resounding victory. Odin's raven, Hugin, soared in the twilight sky, gazing down at a magnificent castle where warriors were celebrating. Hugin spoke mysteriously, revealing that Razgrid seemed interested in something else rather than the warrior Brocki. Back in the present, Tae Ho was still being enthusiastically cheered by the warriors amidst the snowy landscape, a radiant smile on his face. Night fell, and the castle glowed brightly, witnessing a magnificent night of victory celebration for the valiant warriors. The orange-haired Valkyrie Regenlife stood on the castle wall, raising her beer mug high, declaring spiritedly, "Enjoy tonight. You all deserve it." Below, the crowd of warriors cheered loudly, raising their mugs in celebration, the festive atmosphere filled with joy and pride. While everyone was engrossed in celebration, Tae Ho quietly climbed onto the castle wall, his pensive gaze fixed on the joyful crowd. Tae Ho sat on the city wall, holding a beer mug, his face full of contemplation in the quiet late night. Another warrior anxiously asked Tae Ho if his body was all right after the horrific battle. Tae Ho gave a bitter smile, admitting he really wanted to die, but Rolf quickly reassured him that he was lucky to be alive, and that he had been terrified when he saw Tae Ho fall. A mysterious figure with pristine white fur suddenly appeared, asking if she could join Tae Ho and Rolf in that moment. It turned out to be Ciri, the manhunter of Oller's Legion, who proudly declared her team's contribution today was immense and generously offered everyone a round of drinks. Rolf blushed, shyly admitting it was a great honor and that he had always wanted to drink with Ciri, while Tae Ho stood beside them with a puzzled expression. Hearing Ciri's invitation, the other warriors also clamored to drink, creating a chaotic and joyful scene. Ciri raised her wineglass high, flashed a charming smile, and boldly declared, "For Valhalla!" The crowd of warriors, including an enthusiastically cheering Rolf and a displeased Tae Ho, together chanted Ciri's name to celebrate the victory. Tae Ho stood silently alone, holding an empty beer mug, his eyes bewildered as he looked around at the noisy scene. He was surprised to see that Ciri was not as cold as he had imagined, while the surrounding warriors were still engrossed in the party. Rolf suddenly panicked, his eyes wide with horror as if he had just seen a giant spider in his mind. He turned and pointed at Tae Ho, calling him a cucumber, implying weakness, timidity, which made the other warriors look at him with disbelief. Tae Ho broke out in a cold sweat, his blue eyes wide with horror at Rolf's excessive enthusiasm and the crowd's attitude. Ciri burst into a radiant laugh, a smile Tae Ho had never seen, making him realize with surprise that she could also express such lovely emotion. The scene shifted to a majestic view of the Black Fortress Citadel, a formidable structure standing tall under the night sky. The party continued with dramatic verbal sparring and physical brawls, as a red-bearded warrior enthusiastically boxed in the festive atmosphere. The red-bearded warrior charged forward with a powerful punch, his eyes burning with determination. His fatal punch landed squarely on his opponent's face, and the words, "The party continues," appeared, confirming the unceasing lively atmosphere. The party turned out to be a vibrant EDM dance floor, with warriors dancing wildly and someone acting as a DJ, creating a chaotic scene. Tae Ho screamed in horror, wondering when this crazy party would end and who those madmen were. A drunk man chuckled, inviting everyone to show something interesting, but was immediately criticized by others and asked to be subdued for being too dangerous. The crowd of warriors unhesitatingly rushed to subdue the drunk man, while Tae Ho stood watching with a helpless expression, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a beautiful white-haired Valkyrie appeared, her eyes sharp and decisive as she called out, "Warrior Lee Tae Ho!" Tae Ho turned around, surprised to see the white-haired woman along with a red-haired Valkyrie, Hedda, standing behind her. Both Tae Ho and the other warriors were stunned, unable to believe that Valkyries would appear at this hour. Hedda, the red-haired Valkyrie, appeared behind the white-haired woman, saying that Tae Ho had visitors, while he was still confused by the noisy crowd. The crowd of warriors cheered excitedly at the appearance of the Valkyries, causing Tae Ho and Hedda to quickly flee. The warriors continued to cheer and tease Tae Ho and Hedda, praising their youth with expressions full of admiration and envy. The white-haired woman coldly declined the warriors' further invitations to drink, decisively ending the festivities. She explained that Ciri's team had a special mission tomorrow and ordered them to disperse, causing the warriors to lament awe. As dawn broke over the Black Fortress, two birds perched on a branch, signaling the start of a new day after the lively night of partying. Tae Ho was walking among the crowd of warriors when an excited voice called out his name. Tae Ho yawned repeatedly, looking extremely tired, and another warrior noticed it. The warriors surrounded Tae Ho, laughing and teasing him about his one-on-one session with a Valkyrie last night, making Tae Ho flustered. Tae Ho blushed crimson, stammering denials, but his expression betrayed everything. Another warrior firmly asserted that something had happened, making Tae Ho even more confused. Suddenly, Ciri appeared, stepping onto a rock and drawing everyone's attention with a decisive call. Ciri, with a serious expression, announced that they had a special mission to carry out immediately. She pointed out on the old map that their target was the dwarf mine, located east of the Black Fortress. Ciri explained that when the gnolls occupied the fortress, the dwarves had sealed off the mine and fortified themselves inside, but there had been no news from them since then. Their mission was to go straight there and check the situation themselves. Tae Ho and Rolf were both surprised, wondering about the dwarves. While an illustration of a muscular dwarf appeared, Rolf excitedly thought that dwarves also loved beer and he might get a drink after a long time. But Tae Ho reminded him that he had just drunk yesterday. The other warriors continued to discuss the dwarves animatedly, even saying the dwarf women also had beards, which made Tae Ho grimace uncomfortably. Ciri sternly reminded everyone that the briefing was not over yet. She continued to explain that the distance from here to the dwarf mine was quite far, so to shorten travel time. Ciri suppressed and annoyed, seemingly holding something back. Finally, Ciri revealed their mode of transport was Black Thunder, with a slightly embarrassed expression. The warriors, including Rolf and the bald warrior, were all utterly astonished and excited upon hearing the name Black Thunder. Rolf chuckled, saying he didn't know what Black Thunder was, while Tae Ho just sighed and muttered, "Just as I thought." The scene shifted to Tae Ho and Hedda in a cozy room, where Hedda instructed him to keep everything they had discussed a secret. Hedda smiled charmingly, saying she had something to give Tae Ho, which made his heart pound. She gently placed a sparkling golden apple pendant necklace around Tae Ho's neck. Hedda explained that this necklace would increase his recovery speed, and there was another gift. She handed Tae Ho a small pouch filled with sparkling golden apple fragments. Hedda said that these golden apple fragments had wonderful effects in healing wounds, detoxifying, breaking curses, and even enhancing beauty. Hedda continued speaking, preparing to reveal the final gift. Suddenly, Hedda leaned in and placed a kiss on Tae Ho's cheek, bestowing upon him Idun's blessing, leaving him completely shocked. Tae Ho woke up in a pile of snow, his face pale from the cold and shock, the golden apple necklace still around his neck. He struggled to crawl out of the thick snow, wondering if he was truly alive after the recent shock. Tejo Lee woke up in a coffin, stunned. Realizing he had been launched to this place in the most shocking way possible, he whipped his head around, his eyes filled with extreme confusion and bewilderment. Amidst the pristine white snow, shattered coffins, and countless motionless warriors made Tejo shiver, wondering, could it be that everyone is dead? Tejo's gaze fell upon the sparkling golden apple necklace. He was surprised to realize he was the only one unharmed after the horrific landing. Before the entire army stood a colossal city gate guarded by towering, majestic stone warrior statues, overwhelmingly grand. The group was astonished to see the gate, which was supposed to be sealed shut, now slightly ajar, making them wonder if it was a trap. Without hesitation, Commander Ciri decisively ordered the entire team to proceed inside, her eyes resolute. Stepping inside, the space was plunged into thick darkness. Ciri explained that dwarves hated sunlight, and there were even rumors they would turn to stone if exposed directly. A warrior anxiously asked if dwarves drank blood, and Ciri immediately refuted it, asserting that if so, they would be vampires, not dwarves. Ciri boldly declared to the hidden dwarves that they were warriors from Valhalla, sent by Valkyrie Razgrim. Tejo stared tensely into the darkness ahead, his eyes flashing with a strange blue light. From above, a mysterious figure was silently observing every movement of the Valhalla army. Tejo suddenly spun around, his bright blue eyes full of panic, and he shouted Commander Ciri's name. The group realized with horror that they were completely surrounded by countless red names, a sign of deadly enemies. With a cold and decisive expression, Ciri immediately ordered a shield wall to be formed for defense. Immediately, a dense storm of arrows rained down, violently impacting the sturdy shield wall. Thousands of arrows embedded themselves in the shields, forming an impenetrable layer of defense. Despite the shield wall, A dwarf warrior was unfortunately struck by an arrow in the shoulder, groaning in pain. Two other warriors gritted their teeth in endurance, trying to hold the shield wall steady while arrows relentlessly flew towards them. A sharp arrow tore through the wind, flying straight towards them with deadly intent. It embedded itself into the shield with a thud, creating a terrifying crack and signaling imminent danger. Siri quickly turned to Tae Ho, asking if he could identify the enemy through the gap in the shield wall. Tae Ho focused his gaze through the gap, his blue eyes flashing sharp. The enemy revealed itself. A dwarf warrior with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent. Tae Ho exclaimed in horror, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. It turned out they weren't ordinary dwarves, but terrifying dwarf zombies, growling as they charged forward. The entire formation was deeply shocked by this horrifying truth. But Siri remained calm, signaling everyone to listen. Tae Ho still couldn't shake off his shock. He vaguely realized an even more terrifying truth. His gaze swept across the countless dwarf zombies charging towards them, and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that all the dwarves here are already dead? Rolf frantically asked Tae Ho if all the enemies surrounding them were zombies. Tae Ho, with a horrified expression, firmly asserted that despite their different names, they were all zombies. A dwarf zombie appeared ferociously, its eyes glowing red and fangs sharp, ready to attack. Siri frantically realized the enemy was reloading their weapons and immediately ordered her teammates to raise their shields again. A dwarf warrior cried out in pain, indicating that his shield was heavily damaged and no longer capable of defense. The entire group of dwarves, including Tae Ho, Rolf, and Siri, showed clear signs of anxiety and despair, realizing they could hardly withstand the next attack. In the pervasive, tense atmosphere, the entire formation seemed to have reached its limit, everyone silently wondering if this was the end for them all. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, kicking up a strong cloud of dust, signaling an intense action sequence about to unfold. Isaac the dwarf shouted a warning to everyone, throwing a strange object, creating a dramatic moment. Isaac, with a determined expression, threw a blazing firebomb towards the enemy, hoping to create an escape route. Tae Ho and Siri quickly closed their eyes as ordered, as the bomb exploded violently, creating a blinding flash of light. The screams and growls of the zombies echoed everywhere, indicating they were suffering from the bomb's terrifying destructive power. In the thick dust and smoke, Isaac pointed towards a hidden exit, urging everyone to quickly leave. A secret hole appeared on the floor, and Isaac urged the team to quickly crawl down to escape. Rolf, with his muscular physique, struggled to squeeze through the narrow hole, lamenting that he was stuck. Isaac didn't hesitate to kick Rolf down, ignoring his cries of pain, prioritizing the safety of the entire team. Tae Ho swiftly jumped into the hole, followed by Rolf and Siri, all three escaping the imminent danger together. Tae Ho exclaimed in surprise upon finding himself in a mysterious cave, filled with sparkling blue crystals. The team continued deeper into the cave, where the glowing crystals created an ethereal scene, leading to an ancient stone gate. In a more secluded space, Isaac began to explain to the group the origin of the zombies. They were caused by a vampire. Isaac explained that the vampire had suddenly appeared at dawn yesterday and caused all this chaos in just one day. He went on to explain the terrifying infection. Being bitten by a vampire turns one into a ghoul, and being bitten by a ghoul also turns one into another ghoul. Isaac sadly stated that out of about 20 dwarves here, only that many remained alive after the disaster. Siri, with sharp eyes, asked Isaac about the identifying characteristics of the main enemy, the vampire, who caused everything. Isaac recounted that the creature was very large, entirely gray, bald with pitch-black eyes, and its fingernails constantly extended and retracted. He further emphasized that the enemy seemed to fight with pure physical strength rather than magic. Siri asked Isaac if he intended to seek revenge immediately, and advised him to postpone it for safety. Isaac agreed, believing that regrouping forces and returning later would be much safer. However, another dwarf in the group immediately objected, declaring that this had to be done right away. That dwarf revealed a shocking secret. Recently, an UNT had been discovered in this mine, astonishing the entire group. Tejo Lee looked straight ahead, his eyes showing clear signs of fatigue but also deep thought. Between the two astonished dwarf warriors, Tejo wondered why everyone always acted surprised when they knew nothing. In the mystical crystal cave, Isaac revealed shocking information about an item named UNT. The entire group, from Rolf, the black-bearded warrior, Siri, to Tejo, focused their attention on Isaac, while Siri requested a clearer explanation about UNT. Isaac explained that UNT is the metal of the gods, the hardest material in the world, capable of amplifying the power of runes, and even Mjolnir was made from it. Realizing the importance of UNT, the group was determined not to let a powerful weapon like Mjolnir fall into enemy hands. They needed to act quickly. Isaac led the team to a new area, pointing forward and declaring they had arrived at their destination. A colossal fortress loomed into view, with a crowd of dwarves gathered at the gate, and Isaac revealed that the sacred anvil was on the highest floor, The mysterious sacred anvil was illuminated, where UNT could be refined by starlight and moonlight. Tae Ho surprisingly asked how UNT could be refined underground, and Isaac explained that the top of the tower could open to receive light from the surface. Tae Ho suddenly realized this was extremely valuable information, especially since it was noon, the time when vampires are weakest under the sun. The fortress's colossal wooden gate creaked open, revealing the deep darkness within. A formidable army of dwarf warriors stood ready, awaiting the command to attack. Ciri, with surging morale, decisively commanded, "Direct assault! Charge!" Inside the fortress, dwarf zombies were engrossed in playing cards and drinking, suddenly looking up when they heard a sound. The righteous dwarf army surged into the fortress, creating a magnificent spectacle. The battle erupted fiercely, dwarf warriors confronting the bloodthirsty dwarf zombies head-on. Tae Ho, Rolf, and Ciri rushed into the battlefield, their eyes resolute and fearless. The dwarf zombies growled, their red eyes fierce and menacing, ready to engage in battle. Ciri commanded loudly, ordering the vanguard and shield team to advance and block the enemy. The valiant dwarf shield team formed a solid defensive line, blocking the zombies' first wave of attack. Behind them, other dwarf warriors raised their hammers and axes high, preparing to unleash deadly blows. A dwarf warrior unleashed a powerful whirlwind skill, creating blue energy vortexes that swept away enemies. The energy whirlwind swept across the battlefield, easily tossing the dwarf zombies aside. Ciri urged Tae Ho to go inside, and he quickly responded, ready to carry out the mission. Isaac, with a cannon on his shoulder, stood among the archers, his eyes filled with determination. Isaac looked ahead, his voice somber, as he uttered an apology. With an earth-shattering explosion, Isaac fired his cannon, creating a colossal pillar of fire that engulfed the enemy. Tae Ho, Rolf, and Ciri turned back in shock, astonished by the terrifying, destructive power of Isaac's attack. A colossal and sturdy iron door appeared, concealing the secret sacred anvil within. Tae Ho's group stood before the large door, preparing to enter a mysterious place as per Ciri's words. The door opened, revealing a large room with an anvil and a small glowing object placed on a stone pedestal in the center, resembling an ancient forge. Tae Ho and his teammates stepped inside, their eyes filled with caution and curiosity at the silent space within. They were surprised to see a sparkling golden chest on the stone pedestal, but Ciri quickly realized this was not the UNT they were looking for, raising questions about its true location. Rolf suddenly pointed at the ceiling, his face paling in terror, causing Tae Ho's group to look up anxiously. A colossal dark figure plunged from the ceiling at terrifying speed, carrying an eerie stream of dark energy. Ciri immediately ordered an arrow attack, while Rolf and other warriors quickly drew their bows, preparing for battle. Tae Ho tensely realized that although the enemy was smaller than the colossal knoll monster, it exuded an extremely terrifying and deadly aura. The enemy revealed itself to be Boss Shragos, a gruesome humanoid monster with a skeletal skull and a gloomy purple aura, making the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. The archers simultaneously drew their bows, glowing arrows aimed directly at Boss Shragos, ready to fire on command. But before they could act, Boss Shragos launched a lightning-fast attack, causing blood to splatter and warriors to fall in Rolf's utter horror. Tae Ho watched the bloody scene in shock, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he realized the imminent danger. Boss Shragos held a sharp bone knife to Tae Ho's neck, growling as he asked how they dared to intrude here. He arrogantly declared that this treasure, meaning UNT, belonged to him, and no one had the right to touch it. The colossal Boss Shragos stood towering, threatening Tae Ho and his teammates, putting the entire group in a perilous situation. He coldly warned Tae Ho not to move, unless he wanted his head severed from his neck, making Tae Ho tremble in fear. Boss Shragos continued to threaten the group, making other warriors, including Ciri and Isaac, angry but helpless as they watched Tae Ho being restrained. Ciri anxiously asked about Rolf, who was injured and leaning on a teammate, while Rolf weakly confirmed he was fine but couldn't fight. Rolf realized that Boss Shragos had intentionally spared their lives, a truth more terrifying than death itself. Boss Shragos leaned close to Tae Ho's face, a disgusting smile appearing, declaring that he wouldn't waste talented warriors like them. He revealed his terrifying intention: to turn everyone into his powerful ghouls, horrifying Tae Ho and the other warriors. Tae Ho exclaimed in horror that he would rather die than become a ghoul. But then he realized that even if they died, they would still become mindless warriors serving the enemy. Boss Shragos suddenly launched a lightning-fast attack, which Tae Ho barely managed to dodge. Tae Ho dodged the fatal punch, but Boss Shragos continued his relentless pursuit, forcing him to keep retreating. Boss Shragos sneered, mocking Tae Ho and asking if he thought he could resist him. Suddenly, Ciri appeared, aiming her crossbow directly at Boss Shragos, determined to rescue Tae Ho and his comrades. Isaac, with resolute eyes, declared that he would rather die in battle than become the monster's zombie dog. Isaac poured all his strength into launching an extremely powerful fire attack from his gun, determined to incinerate the enemy. The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing Boss Shragos entirely in a blazing inferno. Despite being submerged in the sea of fire, Boss Shragos still laughed maniacally, mocking Isaac's attack with utter disdain. Shragos roared contemptuously at Isaac's attack, while Tae Ho hastily ordered shields to be raised to protect Isaac. The fierce flames enveloped Shragos, but he still launched a powerful counterattack, sending a dwarf warrior flying. The poor dwarf warrior was sent flying by Shragos, creating a deep crater in the ground. Shragos' terrifying power continued to sweep through, sending Ciri, Rolf, the bald warrior, and another dwarf warrior flying into the air. Ciri was unfortunately knocked to the ground, her body colliding heavily with the floor. Undeterred, the trio of dwarves, led by Isaac, simultaneously unleashed their powerful whirlwind attack. The three dwarf warriors coordinated perfectly, forming a whirlwind of blue energy that surrounded and attacked Shragos. Despite the relentless attacks, Shragos stood firm and even scoffed. Is that all? Just an itch? Shragos was still trapped in the whirlwind, but his gaze was fixed on Tae Ho, who was observing with a determined expression. Suddenly, Tae Ho decisively pulled a large lever on the wall, creating a resounding noise. He looked up at the ceiling, where a gigantic round door was slowly opening. A dazzling beam of light poured down from above, illuminating the dark room. The light spread further and further, revealing the ancient architecture and unique circular shape of the room. Shragos roared in anger, his body erupting in a purple aura, reacting violently to the sudden light source. In his fury, Shragos was struck by something, making him even more enraged. Tae Ho observed Shragos, who was surrounded by purple energy and seemed to be restrained, and he secretly vowed to destroy the door so it couldn't close again. Isaac, one of the dwarf warriors, was struggling to get up after the recent attack, his muscles bulging and tense. Shragos now sat on the central stone platform, seemingly weakened, while the other warriors cautiously observed him. The group of warriors gathered, their eyes filled with worry as they looked at Shragos and wondered, what do we do now? Rolf turned to Tae Ho, his face full of worry and his eyes tearful, and began to ask him hesitantly. He asked Tae Ho if he knew how to kill a vampire, and Tae Ho hesitated, unsure, even joking about whether they should stake its heart. Rolf continued to speculate on how to defeat the enemy, asking if they should wait for it to die on its own, while Ciri listened in silence. Suddenly, Tae Ho's eyes widened, glowing bright blue as he realized something horrifying. Tae Ho realized in horror that Shragos was chanting a spell, with glowing red magical characters appearing beneath his mouth. The group looked up at the ceiling where dark clouds were swirling, and Tae Ho shouted that he was summoning a storm. There was no time for hesitation. The warriors shouted in unison, determined to finish Shragos quickly before it was too late. Shragos swung his gigantic weapon to attack, while countless demon bats flew chaotically throughout the room. Tae Ho and Ciri tried to fight off the giant bats, but their eyes revealed despair as they realized it was too late. A pair of gigantic bat wings brushed past, revealing the appearance of a creature even more terrifying than the swarm of bats. And then, a colossal monster with fiery green eyes and sharp fangs appeared, growling menacingly. Monster Shragos had completely transformed into a gigantic winged demon, spreading utter terror among the trembling warriors below. With fiery green eyes, Shragos silently vowed never to let his guard down, determined not to let anyone touch him. Terrifying green energy began to surge around Shragos, signaling that a horrific attack was about to be unleashed. Tae Ho screamed in horror, warning his comrades that the monster was about to spew out something extremely dangerous. Immediately, Shragos opened his mouth wide, spewing a deadly green toxin that enveloped the entire area. Tae Ho quickly pulled Isaac aside, shouting orders for everyone to quickly move into a corner to avoid the toxic mist. In the blink of an eye, the green toxin had turned a warrior into a dry skeleton, a testament to its horrific deadliness. Watching the warriors flee in disarray amidst the toxin, Shragos scoffed contemptuously, asking how long these heroes would continue to run. Rolf, severely wounded, tried to escape the toxic area with Tae Ho, but they despairingly realized there was almost no way out. Refusing to give up, Tae Ho erupted with blue energy, gripping his sword tightly with resolute eyes, determined not to let things end like this. Despite the danger, Tae Ho charged directly at Shragos, surprising the monster with his reckless action. With incredible speed, Tae Ho glided over Shragos' head, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Tae Ho's eyes flashed with intense determination as he darted like lightning, giving Shragos no time to react. He continuously swung his sword, creating countless illusory slashes at Shragos from above, hoping to find its weak point. Tae Ho poured all his strength into a fatal slash, striking directly at Shragos' head with a brilliant stream of blue energy. But Shragos merely sneered contemptuously, realizing that even the final attack was just an illusion. Tae Ho cried out in despair, still trying to unleash continuous sword slashes, but it all seemed futile. His sword struck Shragos' back but caused no damage, only creating meaningless sparks. Tae Ho stared dumbfounded at his sword, unable to believe the harsh reality before his eyes. Shragos turned his head, mocking Tae Ho that sword cannot pierce my skin. Tae Ho's mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to comprehend what on earth was happening. Instead of being knocked away, Tae Ho unexpectedly landed safely on Shragos' back, creating a comical scene. Shragos roared, asking Tae Ho what on earth he was doing on his back, while the latter stammered an explanation that it was due to inertia. Tae Ho innocently asked how he could get down from this height, but Shragos coldly replied, "That's not my problem." Shragos sighed in annoyance, then decided to resolve the issue himself. He declared that he would bring Tae Ho down to the ground first, and only then would he continue the battle. Tae Ho was astonished by the monster's unexpected reasonableness, secretly thinking it wasn't so bad after all. But Shragos soared high into the sky, growling a threat that he would make Tae Ho fall straight to the ground. Tae Ho cried out in panic, trying to stop Shragos as blue energy flared around him again. Shragos completely transformed into a colossal monster soaring through the deep blue sky, terrifying all the warriors below, who wondered if this was the beginning of a new saga. Shragos transformed into a gigantic wolf monster with bat wings, utterly terrifying Tae Ho's comrades as he was still riding on its back in a perilous situation. Even though Shragos growled angrily, Tae Ho calmly ordered the monster to stand still so he could concentrate, further enraging Shragos at being disregarded. Tae Ho poured all his strength, focusing intensely on his brilliantly glowing sword, preparing for a decisive attack. Suddenly, an image of a majestic giant bird appeared, like a flash of light in Tae Ho's mind. Next was the image of a magnificent dragon, and Tae Ho suddenly realized he had grasped the key, the power of Dragon Knight Kalstead. It turned out that from the most powerful flying creatures like wyverns, griffins, and even dragons, all were Kalstead's mounts, revealing an extraordinary ability to control them. And so, Shragos, from a colossal monster, suddenly transformed into an unbelievably cute tiny bat, as if it had become part of the Dragon Commander saga. Tae Ho smiled, reassuring Shragos, who was bewildered in its bat form, and gently ordered it to land. The comrades watched in astonishment as the colossal monster from moments ago had now transformed into a strangely adorable tiny bat, dissipating the tense atmosphere. Tae Ho gently stroked Shragos, praising it for being obedient, as if coaxing a real pet. Rolf confusedly asked about the next plan, while Isaac pondered, unsure how to handle this adorable situation. Unable to resist the adorable bat, Ciri, Isaac, and another dwarf warrior gathered around, vying to pet Shragos as if it were a plush toy. Ciri flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with delight at touching the monster Shragos. Shragos enjoyed the gentle, soft caresses from the warriors, emitting joyful yelps like a puppy. Ciri continued to pet it, but a slight blush on her cheeks showed that she herself hadn't expected to be so gentle with a monster. But the joy was short-lived. Shragos suddenly frowned, showing discomfort when Ciri hugged it too tightly. Tejo Lee broke out in a cold sweat, quickly pulling Ciri away, realizing that Shragos was starting to lose patience and was about to explode. Shragos' eyes turned fiery red, and its body began to tremble violently, signaling a strong resurgence of resistance. It roared in fury, questioning the mortals who dared to make a mockery. Shragos exploded, transforming back into a giant monster, roaring that it would tear Tejo Lee to shreds for daring to insult it. The whole group was horrified to realize that the control had been broken, and Tejo Lee worried that his saga was not yet complete enough to subdue this monster. Tejo Lee gritted his teeth, realizing he could only control Shragos for a limited time, and he had to act immediately. Having no other choice, Tejo Lee bravely jumped onto Shragos' back once again, deciding to ride it into battle. Tejo Lee declared that he would inflict maximum damage on the monster, while also calling on his teammates to join forces to defeat it. The teammates cheered in unison, placing their full trust in Tejo Lee, ready to support him in this arduous battle. Tejo Lee decisively ordered Shragos to take off, flying as high as possible, preparing for an aerial attack. Shragos obeyed, soaring high, rushing straight towards the round hole in the ceiling, carrying Tejo Lee into the vast sky. The monster sped away at a terrifying pace, tearing through the air and leaving a blurry trail behind. It quickly flew high up, becoming just a tiny black dot silhouetted against the bright, full moon. Surprisingly, Shragos, despite soaring through the air, shed tears, perhaps due to being coerced by Tejo Lee or for some mysterious reason. Tejo Lee roared, pouring all his strength into ordering a full-force attack down to the ground. A colossal blue energy column erupted, tearing through space and creating a terrifying shockwave. Tejo Lee was mercilessly thrown off, free-falling into a bottomless pit, his hand reaching out in vain. Blue energy flared around Tejo Lee, and he summoned the legendary Saga warrior's sword. With the colossal weapon Skullbuster in hand, Tejo Lee plunged straight down, ready to crush everything. A fatal impact. Tejo Lee crashed into the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion, destroying everything in sight. Thrown back by his own power, Tejo Lee struggled to stand amidst the thick smoke and dust. Tejo Lee's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that despite the terrible explosion, his weapon was still intact. He poured all his strength into shouting, "Get out of the way!" trying to push a heavy object out of danger. Isaac was thrown into the air, comically floating amidst the chaotic battle. Tejo Lee gritted his teeth in endurance. A powerful attack struck him, causing extreme pain. Fire engulfed Tejo Lee, burning his body, making the young man scream in despair. Finally, Tejo Lee collapsed, his body falling to the ground after the devastating attacks. Rolf growled, "More firewood, die," while a nearby skeleton whispered curses, making Tejo Lee secretly ponder the madness of this place. Rolf anxiously asked Tejo Lee, "Tejo, is it dead?" while he was still covering his face, trying to calm down. Tejo Lee looked at the still, fiercely burning fire and softly replied, "It seems so." A scene of devastation appeared, a colossal deep pit with widespread cracks across the ground, evidence of the terrible destructive power. Faint light from a large round hole in the ceiling shone down into the dark space below. Tejo Lee's group, consisting of Rolf, Ciri, Isaac, a dwarf warrior, and a bald warrior, were gathered around a stone table. Isaac carefully opened the golden box, and a dazzling burst of light erupted, attracting everyone's gaze. Tejo Lee's entire group stared in astonishment at the box, and Isaac solemnly declared, "This is the metal of the gods." Isaac carefully held a small blue stone, and Rolf exclaimed in disappointment, It's too small," Rolf pouted. "All that trouble just for this?" but was immediately countered by Isaac's growl. "You don't know what you're talking about." Isaac angrily jumped up. "This much is enough to forge a ring," while Tejo Lee reiterated the initial promise about Mjolnir, and Rolf just sighed. "Oh." Isaac carefully placed the golden box containing the precious item on the table. Isaac declared that he would entrust the honor of smelting the UNT to the craftsmen of Valhalla, making Tejo Lee and Ciri listen attentively. Isaac explained that, given the current situation, they didn't have enough time to smelt it, or the means to protect this precious item. Ciri and Rolf agreed with Isaac's decision, and Ciri assured, "We will ensure it is delivered properly." Isaac excitedly suggested celebrating, and another dwarf warrior immediately promised a giant barrel of barley beer to treat the saviors. The whole group, from Tejo Lee to Rolf, Ciri, the bald warrior, and the dwarf warrior, all cheered joyfully, immersed in the warm beer. Rolf decisively rejected the idea, asserting that the group had no more time to hesitate. Ciri urged Isaac to return quickly, but was immediately met with strong opposition from Rolf and the other comrades. Isaac reluctantly accepted, but grandly declared that their benefactors could not leave empty-handed. With a meaningful smile, Isaac decisively ordered, "Follow me." The colossal door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling stream of light, promising a surprise. The whole group, led by Isaac, stepped through the threshold, entering a space filled with brilliant light. Everyone, from Tejo Lee to Rolf, the warrior with black beard, Ciri, and Isaac, could not hide their extreme astonishment, eyes wide with excitement. Before them was a colossal armory, gleaming with metallic light, making Tejo Lee exclaim in astonishment, Is this the legendary dwarf armory?" The dwarf warriors excitedly rushed in, cheering loudly as they found exquisite weapons crafted by their own kin. Rolf and the other comrades were no less excited, marveling at the magnificent armor and equipment, truly masterpieces of the dwarves. Isaac turned to remind the dazed Tejo Lee, "Hey, Tejo, don't just stand there. Pick something for yourself." Tejo Lee started, quickly replying as he realized he had been too engrossed in admiration. Tejo Lee's eyes suddenly flashed with a mystical blue light. He secretly wondered if he should use his dragon eyes to inspect the items. Indeed, upon activating his dragon eyes, Tejo Lee discovered a clear class-ranking system on the swords on display. He unexpectedly looked down, where a brilliant blue light was emanating, and Tejo Lee exclaimed excitedly, "Here it is!" A majestic fortress stood proudly amidst the snow-capped mountains, with a colossal battle-axe statue guarding the entrance, appearing with great dignity. Numerous dwarf warriors gathered in large numbers, bowing to express their deep gratitude for the group avenging their fallen brethren. Isaac smiled proudly, specifically praising Tejo Lee for his keen eye in choosing excellent equipment. Tejo Lee put on the blue hawk's wing garb, feeling its lightness and durability, but still wondered if it had any special ability. Isaac explained that a spell was needed to use this equipment, and specifically, it could help Tejo Lee return to the fortress immediately if he encountered danger. A colossal hawk soared through the deep blue sky, carrying a majestic beauty. A close-up of the hawk's majestic face, it let out a resounding cry, as if extremely excited. Numerous other colossal hawks were also flying in formation, creating a spectacular aerial sight. Another hawk glided in the wind, its sharp eyes looking straight ahead. The whole group was riding on the backs of colossal hawks, cheering excitedly as they saw the Black Fortress towering in the distance. The Black Fortress, a sturdy and massive structure, appeared clearly amidst the majestic, snowy mountain landscape. In a room with a blazing forge, the narrator revealed that Shragos himself had occupied the dwarf mine. The whole group stood solemnly in the room, and the narrator further emphasized that they had jointly defeated Shragos. The white-haired Valkyrie, Razgrid, appeared with great dignity, carefully holding the box containing the UNT and affirming that they had successfully protected the item entrusted by the dwarves, though she secretly remarked that it was tiny. Razgrid praised the group's extraordinary achievement, promised to arrange for the fallen warriors to be reborn as steel warriors, and then ordered everyone to rest. After the intense battle, Tae Ho, along with Rolf and Ciri, strode along the cold stone corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Rolf eagerly offered Tae Ho a drink to drown his sorrows, but the MVP just shook his head, his exhaustion evident. I'm tired." Ciri smiled brightly, praising Tae Ho as Idun's warrior and acknowledging him as the one with the greatest contribution. Tae Ho blushed shyly, quickly refusing the praise, stating that it was the effort of the entire team. Rolf still didn't give up, continuing to coax Tae Ho to go for a drink, but he firmly refused, making the wolf hunter only able to tesk in helplessness. Tae Ho thoughtfully looked back at the closed fortress gate, his eyes filled with contemplation. In Tae Ho's mind, the image of the colossal Shragos, who had summoned storms and transformed, appeared hauntingly, making him inwardly declare, "That's no joke." But by defeating that terrifying monster, Tae Ho had acquired countless precious runes, a new source of power waiting to be unleashed. He checked the synchronization rate. The 9% figure made Tae Ho eagerly wonder, what will happen when it reaches 10%? At the same time, in the snow-white sky of the majestic mountain range, Valkyrie Regenlife was soaring, performing a reconnaissance mission. The Valkyrie suddenly startled, wondering if she had flown too far and if it was time to return. Regenlife's green eyes suddenly widened in surprise, sensing that something unusual was happening. A colossal punch from some giant hand struck the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. The ground shook violently, sending debris and snow flying into the air. Evidence of the destructive power just unleashed. Regenlife soared high, looking back with a worried expression as she felt this unusual tremor. The Valkyrie hesitated between approaching to investigate or keeping her distance, her face showing clear indecision. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Regenlife still couldn't make a decision, her anxiety evident in her eyes. A decision was made. Regenlife shot off like an arrow on the back of the colossal swan-winged cloak, tearing through the wind. She knew that approaching now was extremely dangerous, so the top priority was to urgently report what she had just witnessed. In the Great Hall, the goddess startled in horror upon receiving the report, exclaiming in surprise, "An army is invading?" Regenlife suddenly felt confused, wondering how she could have reported so quickly, not even remembering the process clearly. The goddess announced that the battle would begin no later than tomorrow noon, and that she would request aid from Valhalla, while Regenlife remained bewildered, wondering why she couldn't remember anything about the report. Meanwhile, Ciri sat in the fortress, ordering everyone to rest early to prepare for the upcoming battle. Rolf and the bald warrior with blue tattoo immediately protested vehemently when Ciri declared alcohol forbidden, but the Valkyrie remained firm and unyielding. Ciri's eyes scanned around, suddenly realizing Tae Ho had disappeared, making her wonder, where did he go? Meanwhile, Tae Ho was stealthily walking on the white snow, his soft footsteps echoing in the night. He carefully looked around, ensuring no one was nearby to carry out his plan. Donning his new cloak, Tae Ho was determined to maximize the power of this item. With resolute eyes, Tae Ho vowed to train tirelessly until tomorrow's battle. And then, dawn broke, signaling a new, eventful morning had arrived for the ancient fortress. The goddess and Regenlife were gravely discussing with Valkyrie Ingrid, a tense atmosphere enveloping them as the war was about to erupt. Valkyrie Ingrid of the Njord Legion appeared majestically, reporting that she had brought 500 low-ranking warriors and asking about the enemy's numbers. The goddess revealed alarming information. The enemy outnumbered them 2-1, with at least 6,000 soldiers, while their side only had about 2,500 warriors. Regenlife, with a worried expression, affirmed that there was no other option but to hold their ground and that she would activate defensive magic in an emergency. The three Valkyries resolutely declared, "Forward, for Asgard and the 9 realms," ready to face battle despite knowing the unfavorable odds. The colossal invading army, black as a tsunami, was surging through the treacherous mountain ranges, heading straight for the stronghold. The warriors of Asgard stood firm on the front line, ready to face the enemy. The cry, "Prepare for battle," echoing everywhere. Breki of the Thor Legion roared valiantly. For Thor, along with his comrades, their morale burning with a desire to tear apart the enemy. Ciri of the Olar Legion was no less. She commanded decisively, "Olar Legion ready to fire! For Asgard and the 9 realms!" Tejo Lee, with fiery eyes, requested a long-range weapon, and immediately a glowing thunder crossbow appeared in his hand. The young Tejo charged forward, determined to fight with his life. For Hedda and for Idun, thousands of hideous monsters, from colossal boars to ferocious gnolls, growled and charged at the city wall, creating a terrifying scene of chaos. A dense rain of arrows poured down from the enemy's side, screams and groans echoing across the battlefield. The brave warriors raised their shields, trying to withstand the torrential rain of arrows, but many were still severely wounded. Not just arrows, But sharp battle axes were also hurled relentlessly, spinning straight into the defensive line. The axes embedded themselves into the city wall, demonstrating the enemy's terrifying power and accuracy. The monsters were relentless. They climbed the city wall like ants swarming out of a nest, determined to breach the defenses. Two warriors, a dwarf and a human, coordinated to pour large barrels of water down, creating a fierce wave to repel the enemies. Not only that, they also carried colossal rocks, throwing them straight down onto the heads of the monsters trying to climb up. The rocks fell like meteors, crushing any unfortunate enemies below. A colossal boar monster was struck directly on the head by a rock, creating an earth-shattering impact. The terrifying destructive power of the rock created an explosion of dust, clearing a large area of enemies below. The monsters remained undeterred. They continued to growl, aggressively charging forward, determined to overcome all obstacles. A warrior with a blue tattoo on his arm was valiantly fighting in close combat, directly confronting the hideous monsters. The Asgardian warriors fiercely resisted together, forming a living steel wall to protect the stronghold. Rolf, gun in hand, continuously fired at the monsters, creating fiery explosions that swept away the enemies. Tejo Lee plunged into the encirclement, swinging his sword and cutting down the monsters with lightning-fast strikes. Suddenly, Tejo looked up, his eyes wide with surprise at the sky filled with ominous signs. Another warrior also frantically pointed to the sky, warning of terrifying creatures soaring in the air. A multitude of pitch-black dragons, with vast wings and fierce eyes, were swooping down from the sky, signaling a new and more terrifying threat. A ferocious wyvern growled, spewing blazing fire as if to incinerate everything. From high above, countless other wyverns also simultaneously unleashed destructive streams of fire, making the warriors below cry out from the terrifying heat. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Regenlife powerfully summoned a colossal runic shield, trying to protect the besieged soldiers. The energy shield glowed brightly, fending off continuous attacks from the wyverns, creating dazzling explosions. Regenlife gritted her teeth, realizing the shield's durability was decreasing, and ordered the immediate destruction of the enemies in the sky. Tejo Lee, with a surprised and worried expression, seemed to be coming up with a bold idea. Ciri and Rolf frantically called his name as Tejo unexpectedly launched himself out of the fortress, heading straight for the perilous sky. He confidently declared it was his turn to shine, soaring through the air at dizzying speed. Tejo growled an incantation, placing absolute trust in the power of the mystical falcon wing cloak. His body began to glow brilliantly, signaling an incredible transformation about to occur. He strained to chant the incantation, his entire body enveloped in dazzling light, preparing for an incredibly cool transformation. In the blink of an eye, Tejo had completely transformed into a colossal falcon with resolute blue eyes. Falcon Tejo powerfully spread his wings, circling in the air, leaving the fortress engulfed in smoke and fire behind him. The mighty falcon soared, its sharp eyes scanning the battlefield, ready for combat. Tejo Lee secretly thought no one recognized him, his eyes flashing with cunning and determination. From above, he looked down at the fierce battle and declared it was time to show the results of his training from last night. He decisively shouted forward, plunging straight into the flock of wyverns circling the fortress. Falcon Tejo shot off like a blue lightning bolt, piercing the sky, heading straight for his target. Another wyvern was fiercely spewing fire when it was suddenly attacked by a dark shadow from above. Falcon Tejo chanted an incantation, his sharp talons emitting light, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He continued to chant. His legs also flared with energy, preparing for an overpowered kick. Tejo Lee unleashed an incredibly powerful monster bird kick, sending the poor wyvern flying far away. After the divine kick, Tejo Lee successfully landed on the back of the defeated wyvern, completing the mission brilliantly. He gleefully declared that this wyvern was now his eyes shining with the joy of victory. And so, a new legend was born. Saga, the Dragon Commander, with Tejo Lee majestically riding on the wyvern's back. But it didn't stop there. Tejo Lee continued to shout, "I need a spear," as he prepared for the next battle. From nothingness, a simple bamboo spear appeared, enveloped by a mysterious blue energy. Tejo Lee was a bit surprised and disappointed when he realized it was just a bamboo spear, but he still decided to accept his fate. He decisively ordered the wyvern, "Let's go," ready to charge into a new battle with his unique weapon. The wyvern roared in response, soaring away with Tejo Lee, spitting blazing fire, preparing for an explosive combat. Tejo Lee, riding the wyvern, faced another wyvern that was furiously spewing destructive flames. Without hesitation, Tejo Lee skillfully dodged the fiery attack, ready for a fatal counterattack. With terrifying speed, he decisively used the sharp bamboo spear to stab the enemy wyvern, making it roar in pain. But before he could catch his breath, Tejo was surrounded by another swarm of giant wyverns, which charged like deadly arrows. In that critical moment, Tejo Lee's eyes suddenly flashed with a mysterious blue light, and his body began to transform powerfully. He transformed into a brilliant blue energy, charging directly into the swarm of wyverns, unleashing powerful attacks. Tejo Lee rampaged through the air, continuous blue energy streams striking down each wyvern, making them fall like autumn leaves. On the ground, dwarf and human warriors cheered incessantly, rooting for the warrior of Idun with fervent belief. Tejo Lee proudly rode on the wyvern's back, surrounded by countless other wyverns burning and falling from the sky. Reginlife couldn't hide her astonishment at the magnificent sight, exclaiming, "Truly incredible." He single-handedly dealt with an entire wyvern unit, but her expression quickly turned to worry, because she knew well that this battle was far from over. Just as he had a premonition, Tejo Lee looked up at the sky, where hundreds of dark shadows were swarming, signaling a new threat. A sharp, gleaming golden claw of a mysterious creature appeared, harboring terrifying power. And then, an entire legion of giant harpies emerged, with fiery eyes and piercing screams, ready to plunge into battle. Tejo Lee frowned in worry, realizing that the number of harpies in this legion was too great to deal with one by one. In this urgent situation, he decided on a bold strategy, ordering his wyvern to quickly descend. The wyvern obeyed, soaring down with Tejo Lee, heading straight towards the attacked fortress. As he approached the fortress, Tejo Lee hastily called Ciri's name. It seemed he needed urgent assistance from her. Ciri, with her blue hair flying in the wind, was rushing at incredible speed. Perhaps she was also on her way to the battlefield. In a spectacular coordinated move, Ciri jumped onto the wyvern's back with Tejo Lee, both ready to face the approaching Harpy Legion. Both rode the wyvern, soaring over snowy mountain peaks with countless harpies circling in the distance, creating a dramatic scene. Ciri drew her bow, her sharp purple eyes intensely focused, preparing to unleash her arrows that never missed their target. Her blazing red arrows tore through the air, piercing directly into the Harpy Legion, creating fiery energy explosions. On the ground, warriors, including the white-haired Valkyrie and Reginlife, cheered and praised. Truly impressive, warrior of Idun. He made the greatest contribution to this battle. But the joy of victory suddenly faded, as a colossal blood-red object unexpectedly tore through the sky and plunged down. The warriors on the ground looked up in horror, not understanding what was happening to the burning sky. The object continued to plummet at dizzying speed, emitting a blazing red energy that enveloped a vast area. Tejo Lee and Ciri couldn't help but shiver in horror at this insane sight, wondering what had fallen from the sky. And then, a colossal, pitch-black structure with red cracks like lightning strikes violently impacted the ground. It was not just an ordinary structure. It also emitted mysterious black lightning bolts, making everyone wonder what kind of monstrous thing this was. Rocks shattered. Blazing red energy erupted, signaling that something extremely dangerous was about to awaken. From the rubble, a colossal creature began to take shape, its blue eyes glowing menacingly amidst the red smoke. Its large, rough hand clenched, ropes wrapped around it as if it had just broken free from shackles. A giant foot stomped the ground, revealing sharp claws, demonstrating its destructive power. Tejo and Ciri stared ahead in horror, unable to believe their eyes at the unfolding scene. The colossal creature continued to rise, its immense body making the distant city appear tiny, and a terrified voice exclaimed, "Its size, unbelievable." It stood towering, majestically in the middle of the battlefield, brilliant blue light emanating from its body, making the surrounding warriors despairingly exclaim, "How can we defeat it?" The monster roared fiercely. A brilliant blue energy burst from its body, creating a powerful shockwave. A close-up of the giant light warrior's face, its fiery blue eyes and sharp fangs, exuded ferocity and brutality. Ciri hastily ordered Tejo to retreat, her voice full of worry. "Tejo, retreat quickly!" Then she asked him to drop down near Rolf. The giant light warrior lifted its head, its massive body obscuring the sky, creating terrifying pressure. Reginlife looked up, her hands raised high, brilliant golden energy blazing in her palms, ready to fight. The Valkyrie Reginlife growled, her green eyes gleaming with determination. "Oh, Odin, the sacred power of the runes!" With a sky-shattering roar, the giant light warrior charged forward, its terrifying speed blurring everything around it. It delivered a fatal blow, purple-blue energy exploding, creating a massive blast on the battlefield. The surrounding warriors were thrown back, their desperate cries echoing, "Yua!" Reginlife gritted her teeth, enduring and trying to fend off the enemy's terrifying attack. The giant light warrior continued to roar, channeling its strength into another attack. Enveloped in brilliant purple energy, it delivered a devastating punch, the ground shaking violently, creating a colossal crater. Reginlife painfully collapsed, cold sweat pouring down her forehead, showing her exhaustion. Nuthan and Reginlife stood side by side, a fragile energy shield enveloping them, and Nuthan decisively said, "We need to restore the shield." Nuthan anxiously asked Reginlife, "Are you all right, Reginlife?" And Reginlife could only nod slightly. But then Nuthan added, "But at this rate, we can only withstand a few more blows." Nuthan gritted her teeth, her eyes full of helplessness as she realized they couldn't confront the enemy with just low-level warriors. And she secretly wished, if only I could use that power. The Valkyrie Nuthan raised her hands high, brilliant golden energy blazing, a mysterious power being summoned, and she affirmed, "The true power of a Valkyrie." Nuthan cried out in despair, "Oh, Odin," as she tried to summon ultimate power. The giant light warrior stood towering. Below it was Nuthan, who was desperately realizing, "We cannot face this enemy with just low-level warriors." A powerful attack from the giant light warrior struck down, shattering the energy shield, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Reginlife and Ingrid were thrown back, blood splattering, painful cries echoing, "Ugh" and "Arg." Nuthan looked up at the sky, where a black raven was circling, and she cried out for permission. "Grant us permission!" She continued to plead, her eyes full of determination. "To release our battle seal!" Hugin, Odin's raven, spread its wings and soared through the gloomy sky, its red eyes seemingly seeing through everything. A close-up of Hugin's mysterious red eyes, as if observing something extremely important. 3 Valkyries, including the white-haired Valkyrie and Reginlife, were horrified and helpless as they heard a cold voice declare, "I refuse." From above, Hugin observed the Black Fortress being fiercely attacked by a massive giant light warrior, while also reminding them that this was just a test. Hugin continued to assert that Valhalla only needed strong warriors, leaving the 3 Valkyries below horrified and helpless. The giant light warrior roared fiercely, raising its colossal fist high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to a white-haired Valkyrie who was trying to defend herself. Braki, a burly warrior, erupted with power, his blue eyes blazing, rallying his comrades to charge into battle for the gods. Other warriors, including dwarves and humans, cheered for Braki, ready to charge into battle with him. Braki charged to attack the giant light warrior, unleashing an extremely powerful blow that shook both of them. Braki continued to exert force, spinning to deliver a cunning blow to the giant light warrior, creating a brilliant blue energy stream. The giant light warrior roared in pain as Braki attacked it repeatedly, its massive body shaking violently. Braki poured all his strength into the final blow, his weapon glowing brightly, determined to inflict the greatest possible damage. Braki's strike created a massive blue energy explosion, pushing back the giant light warrior and causing the surrounding warriors to cheer excitedly. A multitude of warriors, including dwarves and humans, charged forward with surging momentum, shouting the names of Odin and Ullr. Braki continued his assault, leaping high and delivering a critical blow to the giant light warrior's head, causing a visible wound. The giant light warrior stood tall on the battlefield, while Tejo Lee and a small wyvern appeared on the city wall, preparing for their plan. Tejo Lee, Rolf, and Ciri observed the giant light warrior together, and Ciri asked her teammates about the next step. Ciri confidently declared that she and Rolf would create an opening, and then Tejo would ride the wyvern in to attack. Ciri revealed that, fortunately, Braki had created a weak point on the giant light warrior, causing Tejo to ask in surprise about its location. The giant light warrior growled, its glowing blue eyes full of ferocity, completely unaware of Tejo's plan. Tejo Lee focused intently, his blue eyes gleaming with determination and insight. A clear scar appeared on the giant light warrior's head, which was the weak point Braki had created. Tejo Lee rode the wyvern, smiled confidently, and shouted his determination to attack one more time. Ciri turned to Rolf, declaring that they would use the siege ballista and simultaneously activate both of their sagas. Rolf was utterly surprised, unable to believe the daring combat method Ciri had just proposed. The giant light warrior still stood there, massive and terrifying, while Tejo's wyvern hovered in the distance, hidden in the night. Tejo Lee observed carefully, wondering if this was the best position to wait and strike. The giant light warrior raised its head, its glowing blue eyes full of vigilance, as if sensing something unusual. A close-up of the giant light warrior's enraged face, its glowing blue eyes seemingly wanting to incinerate everything. The giant light warrior let out a terrifying roar, its fiery gaze signaling an impending outburst of rage. Tejo was crushed by the giant light warrior's attack, his eyes filled with despair. Tejo's face was contorted in pain, his blue eyes flashing with rage in the moment near death. The giant light warrior unleashed a fatal blow, blue energy exploding as if to tear everything apart. The giant light warrior's terrifying strike sent Tejo flying into the air, his body disintegrating into fragments. Tejo crashed hard onto the ground, creating a massive crack, leaving him almost unconscious. Despite being severely wounded, Tejo struggled to get up, but the ground around him continued to crack under the pressure. The entire area around Tejo collapsed, burying him in the rubble, seemingly without hope. From a distance, Reginlife, Ingrid, and Nuthan watched in horror, realizing that the warrior of Idun was in danger. Nuthan, with an extremely worried expression, tried to concentrate her power to do something. Nuthan hastily turned to call Razgrid, ordering her to hold her position. Nuthan decisively ordered Razgrid to hold her position, then declared heroically, "I will go find the warrior of Idun. Right now." He is our only hope." In the rubble, Tae Ho lay motionless, bleeding profusely, but a faint glimmer of hope remained. Tae Ho struggled to open his eyes, his face covered in wounds as he fought for survival. A multitude of giant monsters with glowing red eyes approached, surrounding Tae Ho in the deep pit. Tae Ho vaguely realized he had to get up, but his body was exhausted, with no strength left. The monsters drew closer. Tae Ho could only watch them in despair, as drowsiness enveloped him like an invitation to death. Tae Ho collapsed, completely helpless against fate, and slowly sank into darkness. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed, and Hedda appeared with a warm smile. Tae Ho was startled, realizing in a panic that he was in a strange illusion where Hedda was calling his name. Tae Ho was stunned to realize this was his and Hedda's newlywed apartment, an illusion that was incredibly real. Hedda kindly invited Tae Ho to eat, and he was surprised to see glistening golden apple slices on the plate. Hedda smiled gently, saying that since this was his imagination, she would personally feed him. Tae Ho opened his mouth to receive the golden apple slice, a warm feeling spreading through his mind. Back in reality, a mysterious hand gripped Tae Ho's face, as if transmitting some power to him. A dazzling burst of light erupted from Tae Ho, astonishing Nuthan and the others. Nuthan couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that divine power? How can a low-level warrior possess the power of a god?" Tae Ho stood up amidst the rubble, his entire body glowing brightly, surrounded by golden flames, forcing the surrounding monsters to retreat. Divine power erupted from Tae Ho, creating a golden energy vortex that shattered everything in its path. The wolf monsters panicked, only able to let out weak woof-woof sounds before Tae Ho's overwhelming power. Tae Ho was astonished to realize that his wounds had completely healed, and a tremendous source of power was surging within his body. Tae Ho's glowing eyes blazed with divine power, flames engulfing his entire body, signaling an impending overwhelming display of power. Tae Ho stood defiantly, facing a multitude of giant wolf monsters charging towards him, the brilliant golden light from his body making them wary. With just one earth-shattering punch, Tae Ho created a massive energy explosion, repelling all the surrounding monsters. The shockwave from Tae Ho's strike spread everywhere, tossing the monsters into the air like lifeless puppets. Tae Ho swung his glowing fist, sweeping away all surrounding enemies, proving that the newly bestowed divine power was not to be underestimated. Our hero, Tae Ho, raised his head high, shouting, "Long live Hedda," and Idun, expressing deep gratitude to the goddesses who had saved him. From above, Rolf anxiously called Tae Ho's name, while Tae Ho was surprised to see his teammates, along with Ciri, on the city wall. Ciri and Rolf were ready with the giant crossbow, and Ciri asked if Tae Ho could repeat that powerful attack once more. Tae Ho awkwardly admitted he had no means of transportation left to reach the target, while the white-haired Valkyrie appeared behind him. The white-haired Valkyrie decisively declared, "Don't worry about that," and ordered Tae Ho, "Ride me, warrior of Idun." Tae Ho was dumbfounded, his face flushed with shock and confusion at the white-haired Valkyrie's bold offer, not understanding what she meant. Behind them, a crowd of dwarf and human warriors screamed in horror, witnessing the chaotic scene before their eyes. The giant light warrior roared, swinging its arm to attack, tossing numerous warriors clinging to its body. Dozens of small warriors were knocked off the giant light warrior's body, falling like raindrops. The dwarf and human warriors frantically attacked the giant light warrior, screaming, "You monster, die, die!" But it seemed to have no effect. The giant light warrior unleashed an extremely powerful sweeping attack, creating a wave of blue energy that tossed all surrounding warriors. Tae Ho watched the warriors being thrown into the air, still stunned and confused by the white-haired Valkyrie's ride offer. The white-haired Valkyrie, with glowing blue eyes, simply called out, "Draco." Immediately, a massive blue energy surge erupted from behind Tae Ho, signaling the appearance of a powerful entity. Tae Ho turned around in astonishment as a colossal white dragon, Draco, appeared majestically right behind him. Draco, with wise blue eyes, realized that this was why Odin had forbidden them from directly interfering in this battle. Rolf and Ciri stood on the wall, their eyes gravely following the battle, and Ciri admitted that Tae Ho is truly strong, much stronger than I thought. Ciri continued, asserting that this battle belonged to Tae Ho, and he had to fight it himself. Bjorn, with a determined expression, plunged into the battle, ready to confront the enemy. He charged like a gust of wind, kicking up dust, displaying his bravery and unwavering resolve. Rolf and Ciri continued to observe, their eyes still fixed on the fierce battlefield. Ciri reminded Tae Ho that this battle was his alone, and he had to claim victory himself. Bjorn was still charging through the dust, determined not to back down from any enemy. He charged like a gust of wind, kicking up dust, displaying his bravery and unwavering resolve. Tae Ho clenched his fists, his eyes welling up but full of resolve, ready to claim victory with his own hands. The white-haired Valkyrie signaled Tae Ho, urging him to climb onto Draco's back because the other warriors were buying time, making this a golden opportunity for them to act. Meanwhile, The giant light warrior was struggling against countless relentless attacks from smaller warriors, creating a chaotic battle. Tae Ho softly apologized and quickly climbed onto Draco's back, and the white-haired Valkyrie instructed him to hold on tight. Immediately, Draco soared into the air, carrying Tae Ho as they glided through the sky, filled with brilliant energy. Tae Ho couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and excitement as he felt Draco's incredible wind-splitting speed. From the ground, Rolf and Ciri looked up at the sky, where a black raven, Hugin, was circling, observing the battle's progress. Ciri decisively gave Rolf an order, and the wolf hunter responded with unwavering resolve, both filled with determination. Rolf stood on the launching platform, drawing his bow, while Ciri behind him seemed to be channeling powerful energy into the arrow. The two warriors simultaneously activated the Saga simultaneous activation skill, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. The giant light warrior still stood tall, looking up at the sky, seemingly sensing something about to happen. Rolf roared with rage and determination, shouting Thor's name, the blood on his face intensifying his fierce appearance. The wolf hunter Rolf, known as the Son of God, erupted with emerald green energy, ready for a fatal attack. The hunter's arrow, enchanted by the witch, Ciri, would surely never miss its target, and they were ready to unleash a powerful burst shot. In the air, Tae Ho and Draco charged straight towards the giant light warrior, creating a magnificent and high-speed spectacle. Rolf swung his giant axe, unleashing a brilliant stream of green energy, preparing to strike. The glowing red arrow, carrying terrifying power, shot forth like lightning, unstoppable. Both Rolf's green energy attack and the fiery arrow simultaneously struck the giant light warrior. The giant enemy roared in pain as it endured continuous fatal blows, its body shaking violently. A terrifying explosion engulfed the giant light warrior, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The white-haired Valkyrie once again urged Tae Ho, and the warrior of Idun was ready for the finishing blow. Tae Ho, with his glowing blue eyes, poured all his strength and will into a desperate attempt to deliver this final strike. He plunged down like a storm, his entire body ablaze with blue energy, creating an enormous shockwave directed straight at the giant light warrior. Tae Ho's attack created an earth-shattering impact, cracking the ground and sending debris flying. Tae Ho's terrifying power continued to devastate, tearing apart everything around him, relentlessly striking the enemy. His final blow created a massive crater, completely knocking out the giant light warrior, ending the dramatic battle. The giant light warrior lay motionless in the deep crater, completely defeated, with dust still lingering around. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where hundreds of warriors are joyfully celebrating, raising their cups in toast after the victory. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Reginlife majestically entered, followed by Hedda and Ingrid and other Valkyries, drawing all eyes. Reginlife raised her golden cup high, calling upon the warriors to raise their cups and celebrate the victory. The orange-haired Valkyrie Reginlife declared honor for their bravery, expressing her privilege to be among today's heroes. Reginlife stood majestically on the high platform with the other Valkyries, raising her drinking horn while the crowd of warriors below erupted in cheers, shouting, "Hail Valkyries! Hail Reginlife!" Reginlife turned to look at the crowd, smiled brightly, and apologized for not being able to personally fill everyone's cups, because we can't be toasting all night. The orange-haired Valkyrie gestured with one hand, grandly declaring that she would let her sister Ice Princess Razgrid personally fill the cups for today's two most outstanding warriors. Razgrid, with a displeased and scowling expression, and clear signs of anger, muttered to herself that she just wanted to beat them all up because of this Ice Princess title. Razgrid took a sip from the golden wine jug, her eyes still showing a hint of annoyance as she prepared to perform her pouring duty. The white-haired Valkyrie turned her back to the audience, grandly announcing that she would call out the names of the warriors worthy of honor. A muscular warrior, Braki of Thor's Legion, stepped forward with a confident and proud expression as his name was called out. Braki approached to receive the cup from Razgrid, while the crowd erupted in cheers, praising him as a one-man army, invincible warrior, and son of God. Next, Razgrid called out the name of the warrior of Idun's legion, Lee Tae Ho, which surprised and flustered the young man a little. Tae Ho appeared amidst the excited, cheering crowd, who called him the warrior visited by a Valkyrie, as if he were a rising star. Razgrid, still with a displeased and annoyed expression, muttered to herself about the warrior who rode a Valkyrie, referring to Tae Ho with little fondness. Reginlife announced that with their recent outstanding achievements, the two warriors would be promoted to low-rank warrior. Tae Ho murmured in surprise, "Low-rank warrior," seemingly pondering the meaning and rank of this title. He recalled Bjorn's image, wondering if it was a similar rank to his eyes filled with contemplation and comparison. The crowd once again erupted in resounding cheers as Reginlife, Tae Ho, and Braki stood together on the platform, preparing for the grand celebration. Reginlife raised her drinking horn high, smiled brightly, and excitedly declared, "Now, let's drink." She continued to call upon everyone to celebrate today's victory together, and the crowd unanimously shouted "Skål" with great spirit as they raised their cups. Brocky clinked his cup forcefully with Tae Ho's, causing beer to spill, and both laughed loudly with exhilaration and joy. Tae Ho, with flushed cheeks, looked at his beer cup, his expression a mix of surprise and excitement at the fervent atmosphere. The crowd around Tae Ho began to cheer, encouraging him to chug his beer, creating a bottoms-up pressure. Tae Ho unhesitatingly poured the beer straight into his mouth, drinking it all in one decisive and powerful gulp, proving his mettle. The crowd erupted in cheers, hailing Tae Ho as a real man, a true man, after his valiant beer-drinking display, treating him like a genuine warrior. While everyone was happily celebrating, a mysterious hooded figure, the commander, quietly observed from a hidden corner, his eyes full of calculation. The commander muttered Tae Ho, wondering if he could use divine power at the lowest rank, his tone full of skepticism. He admitted it was quite impressive, but then added dismissively that even my children can do that, showing blatant contempt. The commander pondered deeply, his eyes harboring many mysteries and calculations. Finally, he decided, albeit reluctantly, to help Tae Ho just this once, as if bestowing a favor. The commander turned and left, leaving the lively party behind, his eyes still full of mystery and unpredictability. A week later, the scene shifted to a small wooden house amidst beautiful nature, introduced as the residence of low-rank warrior Tae Ho. Tae Ho was sound asleep on his bed in his simple room, perhaps after an eventful week and celebratory parties. Tae Ho was sleeping soundly, mouth agape and snoring loudly, looking very peaceful after the party. Suddenly, a powerful force ripped Tae Ho's room door off its hinges, creating a terrifying sound. Tae Ho woke up with a start, horrified to see the shattered door, and frantically asked what was happening. Before Tae Ho, the mysterious hooded commander appeared, surrounded by brilliant and powerful blue lightning bolts. The commander raised his head, revealing an angular face with a goatee and cold, mysterious eyes. Tae Ho stood stunned, his blue eyes wide with fear and astonishment at the stranger's sudden appearance. The commander still stood there, surrounded by lightning, causing Tae Ho to exclaim, asking who he was and why there was only lightning around him. The commander unexpectedly called Tejo Lee by name, even knowing his title low-rank warrior, which left Tae Ho stunned. He went on to reveal Tae Ho's achievements, from defeating 2 commander-level gnolls to repelling a giant. The commander's hand clenched, and he coldly remarked that Tae Ho was being hailed as a hero among the lowest-ranked warriors. Tae Ho was horrified when the commander contemptuously said that even his children could do those things, making him feel deeply insulted. Suddenly, a gleaming sword plunged into the ground right next to Tae Ho, creating a deafening clang. Tae Ho's eyes widened, his blue pupils glowing with terror, realizing that this person was far from ordinary. A warrior with silver hair and bulging muscles appeared, so powerful that Tae Ho exclaimed he possessed strength comparable to a Valkyrie, or even more. Ragnar Lodbrok, the mysterious warrior with an arrogant smile, declared that he had come to duel and wanted Tae Ho to display his full power. Tae Ho frantically stepped back, questioning who Ragnar Lodbrok was and why he had suddenly appeared demanding a duel without reason. Ragnar Lodbrok smirked, asking Tae Ho in return if he needed to give a reason to someone about to die, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Tae Ho froze, his entire body trembling before Ragnar Lodbrok's terrifying gaze and cold threat. Ragnar Lodbrok, the mysterious warrior who suddenly appeared before Tae Ho, made him wonder about his true purpose. Tae Ho was determined to fight. He summoned his sword, surrounded by brilliant blue light, ready to face the enemy. The battle erupted. Tae Ho and Ragnar Lodbrok charged at each other with terrifying speed, creating a dramatic confrontation. Tae Ho exploded with power, rushing forward like a storm with his brightly glowing sword, determined not to back down. Both warriors clashed fiercely, blue lightning and sword gleams flashing continuously in the intense battle. Tae Ho roared in anger, pouring all his strength into each slash, determined not to let Ragnar Lodbrok overwhelm him. Ragnar Lodbrok maintained a calm expression, his sharp eyes highly focused, easily parrying all of Tae Ho's attacks. The 2 warriors continued to fight relentlessly, their consecutive blows clashing to create countless electric sparks and deafening sound. Tae Ho angrily realized that Ragnar Lodbrok was using some kind of hack parrying skill, and decided to change tactics. With a lightning-fast spin, Tae Ho decided to attack Ragnar Lodbrok's critical weak point, his back. Ragnar Lodbrok turned his back, but his eyes were still full of confidence, as if he had anticipated Tae Ho's intention. Tae Ho charged with terrifying speed, aiming directly at Ragnar Lodbrok's back, hoping to land a fatal blow. Ragnar Lodbrok unleashed a destructive punch, forcing Tejo Lee to narrowly dodge it with difficulty. Despite his efforts, Tae Ho was still sent flying, his body spinning helplessly in midair. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, the tearing pain making Tae Ho unable to get up. Ragnar Lodbrok gave him no moment of rest, soaring through the forest like a storm. Tejo Lee struggled to stand, his whole body aching, but his eyes still shone with incredible resilience. He coughed up blood again, telling himself that if it weren't for Idun's blessing, he would have died long ago. In Tejo's mind, the words of the goddess Idun echoed, reminding him that warriors who sacrifice themselves here would become Steel Warriors, and if they died again as Steel Warriors, their souls would find the true resting place of heroes. Ragnar Lodbrok continued to attack, his eyes sharp and cold, saying not to be too disheartened, as death here was not the end. He unleashed lightning-fast sword strikes, tearing through the air with deadly, glowing red streaks. Tejo Lee focused intently, leaning to dodge each fatal sword strike. Ragnar Lodbrok continued his relentless pursuit, his figure gliding as swiftly as a black raven soaring across the sky. He looked up, letting the black raven fly further into the deep blue void. Ragnar Lodbrok growled a challenge, declaring that he would confront him directly without dodging. Tejo Lee unhesitatingly activated the Saga Charge of Warrior skill, his entire body erupting with a powerful blue energy surge like a storm. He charged straight towards Ragnar Lodbrok with terrifying speed, determined to counterattack. Immediately, Tejo continued to unleash Warrior's Sword, summoning a gigantic blue energy sword. He poured all his strength into the Skullbuster attack, striking directly at his opponent. The blow created an earth-shattering explosion, thick smoke and dust obscuring a corner of the forest. But when the smoke cleared, Ragnar Lodbrok still stood there, nonchalant, as if nothing had happened, even showing amusement. He smirked, taunting that Tejo Lee's skill was quite interesting, but still not enough to bother him. Ragnar Lodbrok grabbed Tejo Lee's head, his eyes full of disdain, telling him he needed to unleash more power, or he would truly die. Without a shred of mercy, he swung his leg and kicked hard, sending Tejo Lee flying like a toy. Ragnar Lodbrok stomped heavily on Tejo Lee, his gaze seemingly wanting to crush his will. He continued to threaten, asking Tejo Lee if he understood the situation. Tejo Lee lay flattened on the ground, his eyes vacant, filled with extreme fear and pain. Ragnar Lodbrok raised his fist, blazing with fiery red energy, preparing to deliver a finishing blow without hesitation. Tejo Lee desperately tried to counterattack, but Ragnar Lodbrok quickly dodged and unleashed an extremely powerful counter. His punch created an earth-shattering explosion, causing the ground to shake and crack open. Tejo Lee lay motionless, seemingly completely defeated. Ragnar Lodbrok looked down with disappointment, having expected a much more dramatic battle. A strong hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, ready for a fierce confrontation. Ragnar Lodbrok stood tall, his eyes disdainful, as he wondered if his opponent's insight was only that much. A brilliant golden energy burst around Ragnar Lodbrok, signaling an impending destructive attack. Ragnar Lodbrok's sharp golden eyes revealed cruelty and absolute confidence in his power. Tejo Lee roared in despair, his body enveloped in brilliant golden energy, showing he was resisting with all his might. Tejo Lee leaped into the air, his entire body glowing brightly in a golden aura, trying to dodge the fatal attack. Ragnar Lodbrok coldly watched Tejo Lee being sent flying, admitting that he had used divine power but still showing contempt. Tejo Lee's eyes flashed with determination, mixed with a hint of anxiety, as he realized he couldn't keep relying on that power. Tejo Lee was thrown high up, his body spinning in the air, falling straight onto the stony ground. Ragnar Lodbrok stood there, calmly watching Tejo Lee collapse on the ground, declaring it the price for his recklessness. Tejo Lee's eyes snapped open, shining with an astonished blue, as if he had just escaped a nightmare. Hedda appeared, her face anxious, hastily asking if Tejo had woken up yet. Tejo Lee sprang up, startled to recognize Hedda, while she sighed in relief because he had slept for too long. Tejo Lee recounted the terrifying nightmare about the madman who attacked him, while Hedda lay slumped on the ground, seemingly also affected. Tejo Lee was still stunned as he recounted his near-death experience, facing Ragnar Lodbrok, who stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Ragnar Lodbrok sneered, urging Tejo Lee to continue his story, making him panic as he realized the one who had beaten him was right there. Hedda smiled, introducing Ragnar Lodbrok, who would be Tejo's new mentor, leaving him utterly astonished. Tejo Lee questioned Hedda about the new mentor, while Ragnar Lodbrok also growled, denying that role. Hedda irritably held her head, feeling helpless at the stubbornness of both men. Hedda explained that she was no longer capable of mentoring Tejo alone, so she had to beg Ragnar Lodbrok to come here. Ragnar Lodbrok admitted that Tejo's use of divine power was impressive, but still showed dissatisfaction, deeming it not enough to impress him. Hedda believed that Ragnar Lodbrok would soon change his mind, and that Tejo Lee would even have to beg him for guidance. Hedda smiled brightly, encouraging Tejo Lee to trust Ragnar Lodbrok and show him his saga. Tejo Lee looked at Hedda, his eyes full of trust and gratitude, agreeing to show his saga. Tejo Lee held a steel feather in his hand, a magical tool that allowed him to display the content of his saga to others. Hedda asked Tejo Lee if he knew how to use the steel feather, and he confidently replied yes, ready to begin. Ragnar Lodbrok crossed his arms, his eyes full of skepticism, as he challenged Tejo Lee to show his saga, to see if there was anything special. A powerful blue energy burst from Tejo Lee, creating a brightly glowing ancient scroll. Ragnar Lodbrok's eyes widened in astonishment, his face completely changing color at the unbelievable sight. Ragnar Lodbrok stammered, asking Tejo Lee what he was doing, while he just looked at him with an innocent expression, as if not understanding what was happening. Hedda seriously asked Ragnar Lodbrok about Tejo's potential, wanting to know how far he could reach if his saga was perfected. Ragnar Lodbrok gazed thoughtfully into the distance, his golden eyes flashing with deep contemplation regarding Hedda's question. Hedda smiled confidently, her brilliant golden eyes seeming to affirm something extraordinary. Ragnar Lodbrok placed a finger on his chin, his eyes sharp and cold, then uttered a name full of weight. At least, Sigurd. Tejo and Hedda exclaimed in surprise. Sigurd? And Hedda explained that he was a mighty warrior, worthy of being called the strongest in Valhalla. Hedda excitedly asked what Tejo's maximum limit would be, while Ragnar Lodbrok remained silent, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Ragnar Lodbrok placed a hand on Tejo's shoulder, startling him, then calmly declared that simply mentoring this kid was enough for him. Hedda smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as if she had found the answer to her concerns. Hedda chided Ragnar Lodbrok, saying he couldn't keep acting impulsively like today, nor could he cling to Tejo like a treasure. Finally, Hedda entrusted Tejo to Ragnar Lodbrok, who decisively replied, "All right, I understand." Ragnar Lodbrok stood tall, his greatsword slung across his shoulder, his face filled with astonishment at witnessing something unbelievable. Hedda stood beside him, also clearly stunned, unable to believe that Tejo's saga could reach such an extraordinary level. Ragnar Lodbrok smiled confidently, saying not to worry about him teaching Tejo, as it would be very interesting for him personally. Hedda once again asked Ragnar Lodbrok how far Tejo could ultimately go. Ragnar Lodbrok looked towards the horizon, his golden eyes gleaming with deep contemplation about the boy's future. Hedda smiled meaningfully, as if she already knew the answer to all questions. Ragnar Lodbrok narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, seemingly seeing through Tejo's full potential. Ciri, the mysterious blue-haired warrior, appeared majestically before the city gate, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Ciri bluntly declared that the warriors had officially become low-rank warriors. Ciri cheerfully greeted Rolf, and the wolf hunter returned the thanks, saying it was all thanks to her. A warrior asked if everyone had gathered, and Ciri replied that one person was still missing, but at that moment, she realized that person had arrived. Tejo appeared with a radiant smile, waving to Ciri and Rolf, excitedly saying it had been a long time. The crowd of warriors surrounded Tejo, whispering admiringly about the rumors that he was the warrior who had ridden a Valkyrie and been visited by a Valkyrie. Tejo awkwardly asked Ciri, and Rolf grinned, revealing that he had told everyone about Tejo defeating the giant. Valkyrie Gandur appeared with great presence, demanding all warriors to pay close attention. Gandur majestically introduced herself as the commander of the expedition, belonging to the renowned Uller League. Gandur explained that this was a small expedition, consisting only of low-rank warriors from the Uller and Idun legions, but warned that the mission would not be easy. The warriors complained that missions were never easy, and Gandur irritably asked back if they wanted low-rank warriors to just laze around. Tejo smiled, thinking to himself that the Uller Legion had a rather relaxed atmosphere, while Gandur clapped her hands and said, all right, let's stop here." Gandur smiled brightly, saying they would discuss the mission details upon arrival, and asked if anyone had any other questions, and Rolf raised his hand to ask about the expedition's location. Gandur, the majestic female commander, began to reveal an enigmatic land. It was the kingdom of the Dark Elves, where eternal night reigned. Valkyrie Gandur decisively named the land Spartleheim. Tejo Lee, with wide, astonished eyes, could not believe it when he heard Dark Elf mentioned. Spartleheim appeared with intricately intertwined ash tree canopies, forming a colossal dome that obscured the entire sky. Uller's legion advanced deep into the dark forest, where sunlight could not reach. Each of their footsteps, especially Tejo's, left an ethereal purple glow on the ground. Tejo was bewildered by the damp air and pervasive darkness, wondering if this was the dwelling place of the Dark Elves. When everyone had fully gathered, Gandur stood in the middle of the formation, ready to announce the mission. Commander Gandur began to explain, her voice echoing in the silent space. Their objective was none other than to eliminate a terrifying monster. It turned out that a member of the Dark Elf Molo clan, who supplied herbs to Valhalla, had accidentally awakened a hibernating basilisk. Ciri immediately clarified. "A basilisk? Do you mean the king of snakes?" And Gandur confirmed. To complete this mission, Gandur announced that she would deploy a special force, White Silence. The other warriors cheered excitedly, each eager to ride White Silence, while Tejo was still bewildered. Idun's warriors stared blankly, wondering what White Silence would be this time. Ciri smiled reassuringly at Tejo, affirming that it was something incredibly wonderful that he would surely like. Immediately, a pack of colossal, majestic white wolves appeared, causing the warriors to exclaim in awe at their immense size. Tejo Lee also couldn't help but marvel, his blue eyes shining brightly as he admired the incredibly cool appearance of the wolves. A mighty white wolf set its paw on the ground, creating a powerful yet imposing sound. The entire formation quickly mounted the white wolves, dashing swiftly through the forest. Tejo Lee was utterly thrilled, feeling White Silence's terrifying speed yet smooth, cloud-like ride. Gandur turned to praise Tejo as a skilled rider, and he humbly replied that it was thanks to his Saga, Dragon Commander. Commander Gandur licked her lips meaningfully, her sharp gaze fixed on Tejo, secretly thinking he was indeed a desirable talent. Tejo Lee blushed awkwardly, only managing a wry smile at Gandur's compliment and special gaze. Gandur then entrusted the mission to Ciri, instructing her to lead the troops to visit the Dark Elf Molo clan, while she would go to the council. Ciri resolutely accepted the order, and Gandur confidently entrusted the important task to her. The White Silence Legion flew like the wind past ancient trees, creating a magnificent spectacle. Finally, they arrived at the ancestral village of the Molo clan, where a dark elf was waiting. The mysterious dark elf stood with his back turned, seemingly having awaited the Legion's arrival. Talaris Molo, a dark elf with white hair and fiery red eyes, smiled as he welcomed the Legion, introducing himself as the guide who would escort them to the chieftain. Ullr's Legion entered Molo village, where the dark elf villagers were whispering and scrutinizing them, creating a tense atmosphere. The dark elf villagers gathered in small groups, buzzing with talk about the uninvited guests, their faces full of suspicion and wariness. A female dark elf held her small child, her eyes full of worry as she watched the Legion entering the village, as if sensing something ominous. Tejo clearly sensed the unwelcoming atmosphere. Information about the villagers' neutral names flashed through his mind, making him suspicious. He reassured himself that at least no enemies had revealed themselves, while Talaris Molo continued to lead the way, harboring an inscrutable smile. Finally, Talaris Molo announced that the group had arrived before a magnificent villa hidden in the shadows, signaling an important meeting. The villa stood majestically, warm yellow lights shining, creating a feeling both splendid and mysterious, like a trap already set. The colossal wooden door slowly opened, revealing the interior space, as if inviting the guests into another world. Inside was a vast hall with brightly burning torches, signaling a feast awaiting them, but also harboring hidden dangers. Talaris Molo smiled as he invited the group inside, his voice full of hospitality yet sending shivers down the listeners' spines. A lavish banquet table was laid out before them, with various dishes and wines, along with dark elf servants standing ready, creating a luxurious scene. From the end of the hall, a mysterious figure appeared, announcing that the guests had arrived, drawing all eyes towards them. Chieftain Malice Molo appeared with a friendly smile, welcoming the Legion, and saying they must be tired after a long journey, his face full of hypocrisy. Malice Molo introduced himself as the chieftain of the Molo clan, and invited everyone to enjoy the meal, but his eyes harbored cunning. A dark elf warrior poured wine for Rolf, making him chuckle with delight, while another dark elf servant smiled as they served, the atmosphere seemingly amicable. Chieftain Malice Molo raised his wine glass, declaring an invitation for everyone to drink to quench their thirst before the main meal, an invitation harboring danger. Ciri and the other warriors eagerly looked at the wine glasses, small hearts floating around, indicating their excitement, completely off guard. Ciri smiled, thinking one glass of wine would surely be fine, and prepared to raise her glass, unaware she was about to fall into a trap. Rolf and the other warriors cheered. Yahoo! Cheers! Raising their glasses in a joyful atmosphere, completely losing their guard. Tejo also smiled, holding his wine glass, preparing to enjoy it, but a sudden premonition made him pause. Just as the wine glass touched his lips, Tejo's eyes suddenly widened, revealing clear horror as he realized something was amiss. He screamed in terror, flinging the wine glass away, the bright red liquid splashing like blood, signaling an impending tragedy. The other warriors also flinched, their wine glasses falling, liquid splashing, their faces no less horrified than Tejo's as they realized they had been deceived. Tejo collapsed to the ground, horrified at the red stains spreading like blood on his body. Realizing he had narrowly escaped death, he desperately shouted Ciri's name, calling for her help in the dangerous situation, hoping she could react in time. Ciri reacted immediately, her eyes sharp and resolute, showing she was ready to face the danger. She shouted orders for everyone to escape and to seal the main gate, while Chieftain Malice Molo's cunning face was revealed. Horrified that his plan had been exposed, Tejo and the other warriors hastily fled the banquet hall, trying to escape the deadly trap set by the Molo clan. A dark elf stood with his back turned, his cold gaze fixed on the panicked Legion, as if he had foreseen everything and was awaiting the outcome. Tejo Lee's eyes suddenly glowed bright green, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. As he had foreseen, Tejo and his comrades were horrified to realize they were surrounded by a formidable legion of dark elves on the upper balconies. Numerous dark elf archers, with cold expressions, drew their bows, preparing to unleash a rain of arrows upon the group. Tejo's warriors hastily raised their shields, trying to form a solid defensive wall against the sudden attack. Amidst the dense rain of arrows, Tejo darted like lightning, dodging each sharp arrow and heading straight for the escape door. He accelerated to maximum speed, leaving the whizzing arrows behind, giving the two dark elves guarding the door no time to react. The two dark elves guarding the gate were utterly panicked as they saw Tae Ho charging straight towards them at terrifying speed. In an instant, Tae Ho delivered a thunderous kick, neatly knocking out the two guards and opening the escape route wide. Inside the room, Tribal Chief Malice Molo stood amidst the ruins of the banquet table, his face revealing extreme horror. Malice Molo's face changed color, and cold sweat poured out as he realized his plan had completely fallen apart. He trembled, unable to believe it, wondering why Tae Ho could have discovered his conspiracy when everything had been meticulously hidden. Malice Molo cried out in despair. He couldn't understand how Tejo Lee had managed to expose everything. Outside, Tae Ho continued to dodge the pursuing arrows. His speed stunned the enemies. Just then, Ciri appeared, quickly pulling out a small flute, preparing for a counterattack. She brought the flute to her lips, playing an enchanting melody, summoning a mysterious power. Ciri decisively ordered the summoning of white silence, and immediately, a pack of giant white wolves with glowing eyes appeared, blocking the gate. The situation became even more dangerous as another group of dark elves rushed in from outside, blocking all escape route. From above, another group of dark elf archers had taken position, ready to shoot down anyone who dared to flee. Tae Ho was surrounded by a barrage of arrows. His comrades were extremely worried, continuously calling his name. In that critical moment, Tae Ho's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. The rune tattoo on Tae Ho's arm suddenly shone dazzlingly, signaling that a new power was being activated. Rewinding a bit, Heda smiled brightly, informing Tae Ho that the rune engraving was complete. Tae Ho surprisingly asked about the tattoo on his hand, and Heda explained that it was a temporary rune engraving, allowing him to use magic. The red-haired Valkyrie further explained that temporary runes could be removed at any time, unlike permanent runes which were difficult to erase and could cause trouble if Tae Ho wanted to use stronger magic later. Heda pointed out that the human body didn't have many ideal locations for rune engraving, and Tae Ho nodded in agreement with her reasonable explanation. Back in the present, Tae Ho roared the name of a spell, and his entire body erupted in brilliant golden light, ready to face the danger. A colossal energy shield appeared, protecting Tae Ho from the relentless rain of arrows, demonstrating the incredible power of the rune. Malice Molo and the other dark elves stood frozen, astonished by the sight before them, unable to believe Tae Ho's power. Tribal Chief Malice Molo furiously roared, ordering his soldiers to pursue and capture Tae Ho at all costs. Immediately, Ciri and the White Silence Pack charged like a storm, ready to confront any enemy in their path. Malice Molo stood before the magnificent city gate, with a dark forest in the distance, and a dark elf was hastily running towards the gate. Malice Molo clutched his head, his face contorted with fear and despair, wondering how he could explain this. Deep in the forest, a pack of giant white wolves, White Silence, was leading Ciri's group, Rolf, and other warriors. Ciri's group was resting among the White Silence wolves, with some injured warriors having their wounds checked. Rolf grimaced in pain as another warrior pulled an arrow deeply embedded in his arm. The blood-stained arrow was pulled out, dripping onto the ground, indicating a rather serious wound. Rolf tasted the blood on the arrow with a horrified expression, realizing it was a poison so potent that even a slight scratch could kill an ordinary person. A warrior anxiously asked Ciri if they could stop to bandage the wounds, but she maintained a resolute expression. Ciri stroked White Silence, ordering everyone to keep moving while treating their wounds, as stopping now was too dangerous. She emphasized that they couldn't relax until they reunited with Gandor. While the scene shifted to an ancient building with a closed gate, Malice Molo knelt, trembling and pale, his face filled with extreme anxiety and fear. A close-up of Malice Molo's face showed cold sweat streaming down, his eyes wide with horror at something unseen. A mysterious entity radiating brilliant purple energy growled, declaring Malice had failed, causing him to apologize in terror. Malice Molo desperately begged to borrow the power of the basilisk, hoping to find a solution, but the entity coldly refused. The mysterious entity reassured Malice not to be afraid, as it had prepared for such situations, and something had already begun to act. Tejo Lee's group, Rolf and Ciri, were galloping on the backs of White Silence through the dark forest, moving as fast as the wind. Rolf turned to Tejo, asking if he knew the tribal chief of the Molo family was evil through Saga, and Tejo hesitantly admitted it. Tejo smiled and thanked Ciri for trusting him immediately, showing sincere gratitude. Ciri smiled back at Tejo, affirming that trusting teammates was natural. Suddenly, Ciri's gaze changed, becoming sharp and alert, as if she had just detected something unusual. A blazing red spatial gate suddenly appeared in the forest, signaling a terrifying ambush descending upon Ciri's group. Ciri screamed in horror, warning everyone, realizing this was a sudden and dangerous ambush. A dark elf was severely wounded, blood splattering, indicating an extremely fierce and brutal attack. A warrior in a black cloak, with glowing orange-yellow eyes emerged from the spatial gate, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Tejo Lee exclaimed in horror that this enemy was extremely dangerous, sensing a terrifying power from him. The mysterious enemy revealed himself as Regenerator Marcus, a formidable war boss, radiating terrifying dark energy. Marcus charged into attack, unleashing deadly blows that left the surrounding warriors no time to react, roaring for them to die. Two warriors tried to resist but were completely overwhelmed by Marcus's terrifying power, being mercilessly thrown aside. Marcus unleashed an extremely powerful sweeping attack, creating a blazing red energy wave that tore through the air, clearing all enemies in its path. He continued to sweep across the battlefield, each strike carrying destructive power, causing warriors to fall in despair. Marcus mysteriously appeared amidst a bloody battlefield where unknown warriors had fallen, signaling a terrifying catastrophe had just struck. Two other warriors watched in horror as their comrades were struck down in an instant, unable to believe the enemy's terrifying power. Marcus's skin transformed gruesomely, revealing slimy flesh and chilling green energy, indicating some special ability. He, the one called Regenerator, instantly healed all his wounds, making those who witnessed it shudder in terror at this overwhelming regenerative power. Siri, Rolf, and Tejo Lee were all deeply shocked to realize the enemy was Regenerator, an ominous name that Tejo seemed to have never heard of. Siri immediately ordered everyone to ride White Silence and quickly escape the encirclement of this terrifying monster. Rolf hastily stroked White Silence, urging the giant white wolves to move quickly to save their comrade. Marcus raised his hand, and blazing red energy erupted fiercely, ready to unleash a destructive attack. From his hand, countless giant snakes with glowing green eyes surged out, forming a whirlwind of death that engulfed the battlefield. The White Silence wolves and other warriors were relentlessly attacked by the giant snakes, creating a chaotic and dangerous scene. Siri dodged the snake's attack, her face clearly showing annoyance and anger at the passive situation. A dark elf was trying to escape, but Marcus appeared right behind him, ready to finish off his prey. Marcus, with blazing yellow eyes under his hood, charged forward at terrifying speed, giving the enemy no chance to escape. Siri, with sharp eyes, drew her crossbow and fired a barrage of blazing red energy arrows towards Marcus. Marcus took the full impact of the energy arrows, but he still charged forward, unfazed, purple blood splattering, revealing his terrifying regenerative ability. He lunged at another dark elf and delivered a powerful punch, sending the victim flying far into the air. Siri watched the scene, gritting her teeth in anger as Marcus showed no intention of defending, focusing only on attacking. Marcus delivered an extremely powerful punch to Siri, causing her pain and almost making her collapse. He continued his relentless assault, giving Siri no time to retaliate. Siri fell to the ground, unconscious, her face bruised and bleeding. Rolf watched in horror as Siri was struck down, his eyes burning with rage and indignation. He did not hesitate to unleash a powerful fire attack towards Marcus, determined to avenge his captain. Marcus took the full force of the fire attack, but he remained standing, his body engulfed in fierce flames yet unharmed. Rolf held the unconscious Siri, his gaze firm and full of worry as he faced the seemingly unbeatable enemy. He stared at Marcus, realizing the enemy was erupting with dark energy, a power far beyond comprehension. Suddenly, a warrior with a sword of light appeared from behind, charging straight at Marcus. Tejo Lee, with eyes burning with determination, unleashed a powerful slash with his sword of light, creating an enormous surge of blue energy. He charged to attack Marcus, creating a dazzling blue light explosion, determined to defeat the formidable foe. Tejo growled, declaring himself Marcus's opponent, ready to face this monster with all his strength. From now on, I will be your opponent, monster. Tejo Lee rode on White Silence, wielding an extremely powerful sword of light, creating a blue energy wave that swept through the giant enemy. The mysterious Marcus, with fiery eyes and a terrifying smile behind his mask, appeared full of malice. Suddenly, a giant snake lunged out of nowhere, coiling tightly around Tejo in a lightning-fast ambush. Before he could compose himself, a series of other giant snakes also rushed in from all sides, surrounding Tejo in a deadly encirclement. Tejo tensed his body, his eyes fierce, swinging his sword to counterattack with terrifying speed. Determined not to be overwhelmed, he never dodges attacks. A thought flashed through Tejo's mind. Could this be a trap? Tejo unleashed an extremely powerful sword of light, piercing Marcus's body, seemingly finishing him off. Rolf realized in horror that Marcus was a regenerator. His wounds would heal quickly, while Siri lay injured in his arms. As expected, Marcus's wounds quickly healed, his body radiating a brilliant golden energy, demonstrating his terrifying regenerative ability. Marcus stood there, his wounds completely healed as if nothing had happened, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Tejo focused intensely, his eyes glowing brightly with golden energy, ready for a more difficult battle than ever before. Marcus looked at Tejo with a puzzled expression, seemingly assessing his opponent and planning his next move. A memory surfaced. A silver-haired warrior had once explained to Tejo that Marcus's power not only allowed him to recover but also to suppress the blessings of others. Tejo listened to the advice, understanding that he had to fight intelligently, only using divine power at the right moment to attack. Marcus's legs transformed into monstrous claws, dripping purple liquid, revealing his terrifying transformation. Marcus's eyes flashed with cruelty. He was ready for an extremely dangerous counterattack. Marcus raised his hand. Sharp purple claws extended. The wound on his chest was still bleeding, but he remained full of menace. Tae Ho charged forward with his brilliant sword of light, declaring with full spirit, "Here I am." Marcus also brandished a sharp dagger, preparing to confront Tae Ho directly. The two opponents clashed, creating a fierce confrontation between sword and dagger in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Tae Ho and Marcus continuously collided, creating dazzling sparks in the fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Tae Ho relentlessly attacked, forcing Marcus to struggle defensively, unable to counterattack, almost completely outmatched. Rolf shouted, urging Tae Ho to finish off Marcus immediately, while Ciri beside him was also full of worry. Ciri realized that even though Tae Ho had the upper hand, the opponent's purely defensive stance would exhaust him first. Marcus maintained his defense, his eyes gleaming with cunning, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to turn the tide. Ciri anxiously exclaimed that Tae Ho would be the one to exhaust himself first if this war of attrition continued. Ciri suddenly charged forward, deciding to join the battle, causing Rolf to call her name in surprise. Marcus burst into maniacal laughter, his eyes blazing. He seemed to have anticipated everything and was waiting for this moment. Tae Ho watched something in horror, his eyes revealing extreme helplessness and fear. Tae Ho swung his sword of light desperately, trying to fend off a sudden and fatal attack. Tae Ho poured all his strength into his sword of light, unleashing a series of extremely fast attacks towards Marcus. Marcus dodged the sword strikes like lightning, and he quickly counterattacked with his sharp weapon. Tae Ho nimbly dodged Marcus's attack, his eyes full of determination not to back down. The MVP Tae Ho put all his strength into each step, charging straight towards the enemy with terrifying speed. Marcus, the terrifying regenerator, growled and raised his weapon, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. He snarled, declaring, "I will finish you with this blow," while Tae Ho dodged spectacularly. But suddenly, a giant snake lunged out of nowhere, coiling tightly around Tae Ho and Ciri, severely injuring both of them. Tae Ho was utterly horrified, his eyes wide as he witnessed the sudden and bloody scene. Marcus sneered. He brandished his sharp weapon, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Tae Ho. Tae Ho reacted extremely quickly, using his sword of light to block Marcus's attack, creating a powerful shockwave. Marcus's face clearly showed surprise, unable to believe Tae Ho still had the strength to resist after that blow. Rolf, with his striking blue hair, charged to attack Marcus, declaring that even if he couldn't inflict damage, he could push him back. Tae Ho continued to relentlessly attack Marcus with his sword of light, giving him no time to breathe. He delivered an extremely powerful punch to Marcus, making him stumble back a few steps. Marcus spat out a purple liquid, an indication that he was regenerating and healing his wound. Tae Ho shouted with determination, "It's not over yet," and activated his Saga warrior's sword skill. He unleashed an extremely powerful skull buster attack, a destructive blow with explosive purple energy. The purple energy enveloped Marcus, causing him to vanish into nothingness, leaving behind a big question. How can this be? Teleris Molo, the guide of the Molo clan, was horrified to realize Regenerator Marcus is dead. He ordered Malice Molo to stop the excavation, while Malice was still stunned. Malice Molo, the chieftain of the Molo clan, decided that they had no other choice but to use the basilisk. Back on the battlefield, Ciri and Rolf, along with other comrades, were trying to wake Tae Ho, but he remained unconscious. Tae Ho lay motionless on the ground, his wounds still bleeding, causing everyone immense worry. Rolf anxiously asked Ciri if they should wait for Tae Ho to wake up, as he remained motionless. Ciri sensed an ominous sign approaching and ordered everyone to quickly leave this place. A terrifying sound echoed through the forest, making Rolf and the other warriors shiver with fear. Rolf realized in horror that it was the sound of a basilisk, and Ciri angrily asked for its direction of attack. Ciri decided that they would scatter, with the top priority being to regroup with Gandur, but it wasn't necessary for everyone to reunite. Another warrior worried about Ciri's words, while she remained firm in her plan. Ciri ordered everyone to act immediately, shouting the slogan, "For Asgard and the Nine Realms," urging her comrades to fight. Rolf anxiously asked Ciri about Tae Ho's condition, but she ordered him to leave quickly and promised to take care of him herself. Rolf could only tell Ciri to be careful before turning and running away, his eyes full of unease. While Rolf hastily disappeared into the deep forest, Ciri knelt painfully beside the unconscious Tae Ho, the wound on his abdomen still bleeding. Tae Ho remained in a deep coma, his body suddenly emitting a mystical pink light, signaling that something was about to happen. Ciri, with determined eyes, began to concentrate her power, her entire body erupting with brilliant pink light, enveloping the entire space. The human hunter closed her eyes, tilted her head skyward, letting the pink energy surge around her, as if transforming into a more powerful entity, truly embodying the legendary Wolf Witch. A giant wolf with dark blue fur and glowing patterns emerged, letting out a sky-shattering howl, asserting its powerful presence. The giant wolf gently lowered itself, nudging the unconscious Tae Ho with its nose, like a loyal friend trying to wake its master. Then, it darted swiftly into the dim night of the forest, leaving behind a faint blue trail of light. Suddenly, a giant basilisk with glowing green stripes appeared, moving mysteriously in the darkness. The basilisk's emerald eyes flashed menacingly, indicating that this was certainly not an easy creature to deal with. Meanwhile, Tae Ho remained motionless, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind, full of worry. Tae Ho! The voice continued to urge Tae Ho, wake up, causing his eyes to suddenly open wide, emitting a brilliant blue light. Siri looked at Tae Ho with eyes full of concern, her body also emitting a soft blue light, showing that she was transferring energy to. Tae Ho and Siri looked directly into each other's eyes, a blue light enveloping both of them, creating a special moment of connection between them. Tae Ho exclaimed in surprise, "Captain Siri?" But she quickly signaled, "Shh," and whispered that they were surrounded by enemies. Siri explained that if they moved, the stealth magic would weaken, and an unavoidable battle awaited them. Tae Ho felt guilty, asking Siri if she had considered letting Rolf and the others leave to avoid danger for herself. Siri looked directly at Tae Ho with firm and strong eyes, without faltering. She affirmed that Tae Ho possessed a special power, and losing him would be a great loss for Valhalla. Siri approached Tae Ho, confessing that she truly enjoyed fighting alongside him, so much so that she didn't want to rest early in the warrior's resting place. Tae Ho's eyes widened in surprise. He was completely taken aback by Siri's sincere words. He recalled his teammates who had trusted him, and told himself that he didn't want to betray that trust. With determined eyes, Tae Ho looked at Siri and sincerely thanked her. Siri smiled mischievously, teasing Tae Ho that he didn't wake up as quickly as she thought, and that she had to try everything to wake him, making Tae Ho blush. The female captain decisively ordered, "Now, let's go," and placed her full trust in Tae Ho. "I trust you, Tae Ho." Tae Ho responded with a resolute gaze, ready to face any challenge. He bravely rode on White Silence's back, charging straight forward with immense momentum. Tae Ho shouted loudly, full of confidence, "Leave it to me, Captain Siri." White Silence growled, accelerating its charge, its entire body glowing brightly in the night, ready for the upcoming battle. White Silence's azure eyes glowed powerfully, as if it was sensing a completely new, earth-shattering power. White Silence sped through the dark cave, as countless glowing green eyes from the shadows revealed they were surrounded on all sides. A series of giant snakeheads with sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes appeared. Blood splattered everywhere, signaling a terrifying and bloody battle about to unfold. Tejo Lee launched himself into the air, wielding a brilliant blue light sword, charging straight into battle with immense momentum. The giant snakeheads were instantly severed, blue energy spurting from the wounds, revealing Tejo's terrifying power. Tejo Lee gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination, pouring all his strength into each strike, refusing to falter. A vertical slash tore through the giant snake's head, creating a deep and decisive gash. This was followed by a sweeping horizontal slash that instantly severed a series of other snakeheads, leaving them no time to react. Pieces of snake flesh splattered as Tejo unleashed the destructive, dicing slash, turning the enemies into fragments. Tejo Lee's expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening in surprise as he realized a really big one is coming, and prepared himself to face it. From beneath the ground, a giant basilisk monster with a massive body and terrifying green scales gradually emerged, creating immense pressure. The giant basilisk charged forward, its massive body crushing everything in its path, creating a chaotic and destructive scene. Tejo Lee in White Silence looked up, facing the basilisk's giant head roaring menacingly, creating a dramatic confrontation. White Silence and Tejo simultaneously warned about the basilisk's paralyzing glare, absolutely not to look directly into its eyes if they didn't want to be turned to stone. Tejo Lee quickly jumped off White Silence, charging to attack the basilisk's massive body with his sword, an extremely risky maneuver. Tejo Lee rode White Silence, both rushing like the wind, dodging the basilisk's attacks at dizzying speed. White Silence galloped, its sharp claws tearing at the ground, sending fragments flying, demonstrating its explosive power. Tejo Lee looked back, discovering the basilisk's tail glowing green, signaling a new and dangerous attack about to strike. Tejo Lee, with fiery blue eyes, roared charge, California P-Tain Siri, as he and White Silence united, ready to unleash their power. Both Tejo Lee and White Silence charged forward, enveloped in brilliant blue energy, ready to confront the giant enemy head-on. The hideous basilisk head opened its mouth wide, its glowing green eyes full of menace, preparing to unleash a deadly attack. The basilisk spewed a disgusting stream of green venom, but Tejo Lee dodged in time, narrowly escaping danger. Tejo Lee activated a new skill, his hand glowing brightly with golden energy, powerfully shouting Gant. Tejo Lee and White Silence were enveloped in a brilliant golden energy, their power seemingly significantly enhanced, ready for a counterattack. White Silence delivered a devastating punch to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire area, demonstrating its incredible physical strength. Tejo Lee continued to attack the basilisk with his blue light sword, relentlessly determined to end this battle. Tejo Lee roared "Frala AAA" valiantly, pouring all his strength into the final attack, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The basilisk's green eyes widened in terror, realizing the deadly danger approaching, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. Tejo Lee unleashed his power, his entire body glowing brilliantly golden, the tattoo on his arm also radiating divine energy, shouting "Power of God" with great might. Tejo Lee charged straight into the basilisk's eyes, unleashing a decisive attack with all his divine power, a critical hit aimed at the enemy's vital point. Tejo was unleashing a powerful attack with his light sword, brilliant golden energy erupting around him. He continued to gather strength, launching a giant light spear named Heavy Lance with terrifying destructive power. A purple wolf spirit, seemingly white silence, was powerfully manifesting in the dark space. Ciri collapsed, so exhausted that her body emitted a faint purple light, while Tejo stood beside her with a worried expression. Ciri whispered that she could barely stand, and Tejo replied, suggesting they both rest for a bit after the intense battle. Tejo panted, sweat dripping down his temples, his blue eyes clearly showing exhaustion. A strange object, looking like a part of a giant monster's body, lay on the ground, emitting a shimmering light. The mysterious object turned out to be a broken sword hilt, glowing brilliantly and inexplicably amidst the rubble. Tejo stared in astonishment, his blue eyes wide open as he gazed at the object he had just found. He picked up the broken sword hilt, wondering in shock if this was part of the shattered sword. Suddenly, Ciri screamed Tejo's name with an expression of extreme panic, as if she had just discovered something extremely dangerous. The girl gasped, her purple eyes filled with despair as she realized they were surrounded once again by unknown enemies. Both Tejo and Ciri stood back to back in the gloomy forest, surrounded by shadows slowly closing in. Tejo gritted his teeth, admitting he was completely exhausted, while Ciri called his name with a resolute tone. Ciri turned her back, ordering Tejo to go, and saying that she would face this dangerous situation alone. Tejo's eyes widened, his blue gaze reflecting shock and disbelief at her words. Ciri looked back with a firm and determined gaze, ready to sacrifice herself to protect her comrade. Tejo grabbed Ciri's hand, resolutely refusing her suggestion and asserting, "We will survive and return together." Ciri's purple eyes welled up with tears, but still shone with resilience and emotion at Tejo's decision. Tejo looked forward, his blue eyes full of determination, no longer showing fear or exhaustion. Standing close together, Ciri declared heroically, "Let's meet again in Valhalla, ready to face their fate." A swarm of giant snakes with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs charged forward, creating a terrifying scene. Tejo and Ciri were surrounded by countless smaller snakes, appearing from all directions in the dark forest. Ciri gritted her teeth, her purple eyes burning, as she dodged a snake charging at terrifying speed. Tejo was no less, delivering a powerful punch to the snake attempting to attack him. Both fought together amidst the snake encirclement, wounds and purple venom splattering. Another giant snake slithered out from the shadows, its glowing red eyes full of menace. That giant snake was the basilisk. It appeared powerfully, its glowing red eyes staring at the two. Tejo and Ciri stood back to back, their eyes filled with horror as they realized the main enemy was the giant basilisk. Tejo growled, unable to believe that a giant basilisk would appear right now, when they were already exhausted. Tejo and Ciri realized in horror that not only one, but many other monsters were hiding in the shadows. From beneath the ground, a giant snake with brilliant purple eyes and sharp fangs furiously emerged, bringing destruction. Immediately after, another snake with terrifying green eyes also burst through the ground, ready to plunge into battle. Not stopping there, many more giant snake-like monsters continuously appeared, creating a horrifying spectacle. Tejo and Ciri were surrounded by at least 5 giant snakes, each with a terrifying and ferocious appearance. Ciri exclaimed that there were 5 monsters, and they were completely surrounded, with no escape. Both warriors stood back to back, their eyes filled with worry as they realized they had fallen into a deadly pincer movement. Tejo stared at the monsters, a feeling of despair rising within him as he saw no way out. Ciri turned to ask Tejo with a tired but resolute expression, "Do you still have enough strength to fight?" Tejo painfully admitted that the god's power was depleted, and the Saga skill could only be used 1 or 2 more times. However, a flame of determination suddenly ignited in Tejo's eyes, an unshakable iron will. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, determined to pour all his remaining strength into this life-or-death battle. Tejo's sword flared with a brilliant blue light, and he roared, declaring he would fight with everything he had, even if escape was impossible. Ciri smiled proudly, praising Tejo as a true warrior of Valhalla. Both roared out vows to fight for Ullr and for Idun, their eyes burning with a fierce determination to die. As they prepared to charge into the uneven battle, a powerful surge of energy suddenly appeared, tearing through the air. Tae Ho turned his head in surprise when he heard his name and Captain Siri's name being called. Rolf, with his distinctive green hair, appeared powerfully and decisively declared that they had come to help. A series of other warriors also appeared simultaneously, charging straight into the formation of giant snakes with terrifying speed. Gandur, the silver-haired female commander, roared, ordering the warriors to tear the monsters apart. Tae Ho looked down at the ground, his body exhausted but his eyes still full of vigilance, ready to face danger. Another giant snake opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs and terrifying purple venom, lunging straight at Tae Ho. The monster's fangs crushed everything, creating a horrifying and gruesome sight. Suddenly, a silver-haired warrior appeared like a flash of lightning, striking the giant snake's head, sending purple blood splattering. The mysterious warrior smiled confidently, declaring that Tae Ho had held on very well and to leave the rest to him. Tae Ho was utterly astonished and overjoyed when he realized it was Ragnar Lodbrok. Siri stood next to Tae Ho, eyes wide, face flushed, and stammered, asking for Ragnar Lodbrok's name again. Tae Ho was so surprised his jaw dropped, unable to believe that Captain Siri had such a fangirl side. Ragnar Lodbrok and the other warriors charged into battle, unleashing powerful attacks on the giant snakes. The battle erupted fiercely as the valiant warriors confronted the bloodthirsty horde of monsters. Valkyrie Razgrid unleashed a powerful attack, her eyes sharp and cold, and her resounding scream tore through the night. Razgrid's sword swing created an extremely powerful blue energy surge, sweeping away everything in her path. After the fierce battle, the forest fell silent, with only sparkling specks of light remaining like traces of magic. Ragnar Lodbrok, with a calm and dignified demeanor, declared that everything had been resolved and praised the warrior's bravery. The crowd around Ragnar Lodbrok erupted in extreme admiration and excitement, unable to believe their eyes at meeting this legend. Siri stood next to Tae Ho, her face flushed with embarrassment at Ragnar's appearance, while Tae Ho could only secretly ponder the overwhelming presence of this mysterious warrior. Razgrid turned to her team, decisively declaring that the mission was complete and she would handle the rest. A terrifying image appeared, showing Marcus, the Regenerator, along with the Malo family and the Dark Elf Council, plotting something, revealing an ominous connection to the giants. Razgrid turned to Tae Ho, praising his achievement of defeating the Regenerator as extremely significant, worthy of being called a warrior of Idun. Tae Ho humbly replied, and Razgrid promised to inform Uller so he would receive a fitting reward. Razgrid looked at Tae Ho with a meaningful gaze, asserting that he was a coveted talent, which sent shivers down Tae Ho's spine. Tae Ho forced a smile, realizing the burning, envious gazes from those around him were fixed on it. Razgrid, with her strong and authoritative demeanor, decided it was time for the whole team to return. Hedda carefully held an ancient sword fragment, its metallic gleam shimmering in the light, hinting at an unsolved mystery. The red-haired Valkyrie meticulously examined the sword fragment, her expression pensive as if trying to decipher the story behind it. Hedda apologized to Tae Ho for not being able to clearly identify the heavily damaged sword fragment, but Tae Ho still reassured her. However, Hedda asserted that this was certainly no ordinary item, as it bore countless traces of the Great War. Hedda continued to explain that although the Ragnarok front was at a stalemate, there had been earth-shattering battles before, and this sword fragment could be part of a legendary weapon from that era. A mighty warrior was confronting a giant monster in an earth-shattering battle, perhaps the former owner of the sword fragment. Tae Ho, with his keen intuition, decided to carefully keep this sword fragment, sensing something special about it. Hedda happily suggested that Tae Ho accompany her to meet Idun to report on this dramatic expedition. They both began their journey from a bustling port, where boats were numerous and people moved busily. Hedda and Tae Ho boarded a small boat, sailing out to sea, with a large ship hoisting its sails in the distance. On the small boat, Hedda and Tae Ho looked at each other, preparing for a new and promising journey. The boat glided gently over the calm water, taking them deep into a pristine wilderness with majestic scenery. Finally, Hedda joyfully exclaimed that they had arrived, as the boat entered a mysterious cave. Tae Ho and Hedda walked on the ancient stone floor, their footsteps echoing in the silent space of the cave. Hedda called Tae Ho. She turned back with a radiant smile, and both proceeded deeper inside together. Hedda excitedly revealed that Goddess Idun had prepared a special gift specifically for Tae Ho on this trip. Tae Ho couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes shining brightly and a wide smile on his face, feeling that good fortune was coming his way. Hedda handed Tae Ho a sparkling golden apple, and both expressed their anticipation for what was to come. Tae Ho happily held the apple, waved goodbye to Hedda, and promised to return soon. A close-up of Tae Ho's hand gently placing the golden apple down. The apple touched an ancient magic circle, immediately emitting a dazzling light, opening a mysterious gate. Goddess Idun appeared splendidly, inviting her warrior, Tae Ho, to come closer. Tae Ho knelt respectfully before Idun, and the goddess praised the great achievements he had accomplished this time. Idun smiled radiantly, asserting that without Tae Ho, the giant's insidious plan could not have been stopped so early. Tae Ho humbly replied, attributing all those achievements to the blessings of Goddess Idun. Idun gently bowed her head, expressing her sincere joy at seeing Tae Ho return safely. Goddess Idun stood under the ancient tree, suddenly asking Tae Ho about him riding a beautiful female warrior in battle. Tae Ho flinched, his face drained of color, hastily denying the goddess's suggestive teasing. Idun smiled mysteriously, creating a brilliant light, declaring it was time to reward Tae Ho after his successful expedition. Goddess Idun generously offered 2 ultimate reward options, asking Tae Ho to choose only one. 2 enchanting gifts appeared: a magical cloak that could transform into a flying horse, and an Unir bag capable of shrinking items for storage. Tae Ho's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe both items were overpowered, and playfully chided Idun for being so cruel. He pouted, racking his brain, while Idun chuckled at Tae Ho's awkward expression. Idun reassured Tae Ho, promising that if he achieved another feat next time, she would give him the remaining item. Tae Ho immediately regained his composure, thinking that no matter which item he chose, this was a huge jackpot. No need to worry. He decisively pointed, declaring his final choice. Returning to Heda, Tae Ho happily showed her the Unir bag he had just received. Heda was surprised, asking that she had thought Tae Ho would choose the magical cloak. Tae Ho explained that in online games, expanding inventory space is always the top priority, which made Heda laugh in confusion at his unique reasoning. Tae Ho and Heda rowed a boat on the shimmering lake, and Heda asked Tae Ho about his new teacher. Tae Ho happily replied, admitting that his new teacher was a true legend. In a haunting moment, Ragnar Lodbrok roared with an expression of extreme pain. Ragnar Lodbrok sat leaning against a tree trunk, leisurely looking up at the clear blue sky, enjoying the rare peace. A close-up of Ragnar Lodbrok, he sarcastically remarked that today's weather was beautiful to the point of being annoying. Tae Ho sat opposite Ragnar Lodbrok, both resting in a peaceful setting. Ragnar Lodbrok's sharp eyes flashed with mischief. Ragnar Lodbrok suddenly asked Tae Ho about his relationship with Heda, making Tae Ho blush with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Tae Ho blushed crimson, sweating profusely, completely shocked and confused by the sudden question. Ragnar Lodbrok pointed at Tae Ho, sneered, and subtly scolded him for having dark thoughts, while he had only asked about his study progress. Tae Ho replied awkwardly, while Ragnar Lodbrok merely smirked meaningfully, as if both knew well who was the darker one. Enough joking. Ragnar Lodbrok straightened up, brandished his sword, signaling Tae Ho to prepare for a rigorous training session. Ragnar Lodbrok explained that Heda had asked him to teach Tae Ho about divinity, but they would start with the most basic things, like how to sustain his power longer. He smirked slyly, declaring that he wouldn't spoon-feed everything and Tae Ho would have to figure things out and explore on his own. With eyes burning with determination, Tae Ho responded decisively, ready to embrace all challenges. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ragnar Lodbrok immediately swung his sword to attack, catching Tae Ho completely by surprise and leaving him no time to react. The 2 swords clashed fiercely, creating dazzling sparks in midair. Tae Ho put all his strength into defending, his body enveloped in electric sparks erupting from each blow. Ragnar Lodbrok smiled challengingly, ordering Tae Ho to unleash all the sagas he possessed. He attacked relentlessly while reminding Tae Ho that Saga was the foundation of a warrior and could not be ignored just because he had gained the power of a god. In despair, Tae Ho roared, his entire body erupting with powerful blue energy, ready for a counterattack. But Ragnar Lodbrok quickly and easily blocked Tae Ho's powerful punch. In the blink of an eye, Tae Ho was sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted after the battle. Ragnar Lodbrok looked down at the prostrate Tae Ho, thoughtfully saying that he had come up with 2 urgent goals for it. He pointed out the first weakness. Tae Ho needed a powerful offensive saga, because even though he had many sagas, most of them were support types, lacking a decisive finishing blow. Tae Ho was surprised to realize he was missing an ultimate skill, a critical blow to end battle. For the second goal, Ragnar Lodbrok asked Tae Ho to review all his sagas, as none of them were complete. He explained that limiting sagas to a single specific use was a common mistake among low-level warriors. Tae Ho listened intently as Ragnar Lodbrok emphasized that a saga was a story, constantly evolving and potentially containing applications that Tae Ho himself had not yet discovered. At the end of the training, Ragnar Lodbrok instructed Tae Ho to think carefully about his words before turning and leaving. Tae Ho looked up at Ragnar Lodbrok's retreating back, his mind filled with thoughts about the lesson he had just received. No sooner had he left than Tae Ho collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, panting after the intense training session. Lying prostrate, Tae Ho lamented that the homework was too much and too difficult, but his eyes still shone with determination. Dusk fell, painting a corner of the village red, signaling the end of a long day. In the cozy kitchen, fresh shrimp were being stir-fried, emitting a fragrant aroma. Heda stood in the kitchen, her fiery red hair prominent in the firelight, busy preparing dinner. The Valkyrie Heda smiled radiantly, personally carrying a hot pan of shrimp, ready to serve a lavish meal. Ragnar Lodbrok sat next to Tae Ho, his mischievous eyes asking about his progress with Heda, making Tae Ho blush crimson. Heda stood from a distance, her eyes full of worry as she watched Tae Ho and Ragnar Lodbrok facing each other in a tense atmosphere. Ragnar Lodbrok smirked, his sharp eyes asking Tae Ho if he had anything special he wanted to show. Tae Ho flashed a confident smile, his blue eyes shining brightly as if to say, "Of course, what are we waiting for?" Immediately, Tae Ho summoned his sword. A powerful burst of blue energy enveloped him, along with the imposing words, "Saga Warrior's Sword." Tae Ho held the rune-fang sword, confidently explaining to Ragnar Lodbrok that this was the weapon he frequently summoned. Ragnar Lodbrok pondered, his eyes full of thought as he looked at Tae Ho's sword and asked, "What else?" Tae Ho flashed a sly smile, preparing to display something even more surprising. He raised the broken hilt fragment, and a dazzling golden light burst from his hand, with the words, "Saga Warrior's Sword" appearing once again. The small hilt fragment transformed into a brilliant golden sword, sparkling proudly with the name "Brilliantly Shining Heavenly Runefang." Tae Ho confidently explained that when combined with this hilt fragment, he could summon an upgraded version of any weapon, leaving Ragnar Lodbrok astonished. Ragnar Lodbrok looked at Tae Ho with thoughtful eyes, wondering if he came from another world, as his way of thinking was so different. Suddenly, Hedda appeared, frantically calling Tae Ho's name, breaking the focused atmosphere between the two. Hedda hastily explained that Razgrid needed Tae Ho's immediate assistance, and handed him a scroll containing an urgent message. Tae Ho asked in surprise, and Hedda confirmed that Razgrid wanted him to personally go and assess the situation. Tae Ho suddenly realized that this was a golden opportunity to search for more fragments of the broken sword. Hedda puffed out her cheeks, her eyes glaring at Tae Ho, her face full of annoyance. She questioned Tae Ho if he was too excited to meet Razgrid, making him blush and deny it repeatedly. Tae Ho grinned, asking Hedda if he could leave immediately, ignoring her still puffed cheeks of annoyance. Ragnar Lodbrok looked at Tae Ho with a puzzled expression, remarking that he was an idiot in an indescribably awkward atmosphere. The scene shifted to a gigantic, ethereal purple spiderweb, signaling a new lurking threat. A hand with sharp, glowing purple claws appeared on the spiderweb, creating a chilling sensation. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, Lord Avalt, stood on the spiderweb, looking down at a butterfly-winged creature hovering. The moth woman flew up, reporting to Lord Avalt that the giant of power had begun to act. The moth woman became clearer, with white wings and hair, and mesmerizing glowing purple eyes. She smiled slyly, continuing to report to Lord Avalt about the movements of the giant of power. Lord Avalt confirmed that he had observed, and those following the giant of power were heading towards Spartleheim. Lord Avalt expressed his amusement, anticipating interesting things to come, while the moth woman continued to hover beside him. The scene shifted to Spartleheim, a dark, gloomy, and mysterious forest. A burly warrior named Thorstein confidently introduced himself as a low-ranking warrior of Odin's legion. Thorstein welcomed them and offered to guide the group to the army camp, surrounded by many other warriors, promising an eventful reunion. Ragnar Lodbrok spiritedly declared that he had prepared 30 black horses, urging the team to quickly set off. The troop of warriors galloped through the gloomy forest, the thundering sound of hooves echoing everywhere. Tejo Lee suddenly felt that riding a normal horse was a bit awkward after his terrifying combat experiences. Siri laughed, teasing Tejo Lee that he had become a true Valhalla warrior, while he was still confused. Tejo Lee wondered about Rolf's annoyed expression, realizing that he had to cut short his vacation to come here. Ragnar Lodbrok, full of vigor, shouted that the team was approaching the excavation site and needed to speed up even more. The entire warrior team, led by Ragnar Lodbrok, Rolf, and Siri, along with Tejo Lee, galloped like the wind on horseback, charging straight into the night. Tejo Lee was startled in horror when he heard the sound of a horn, and then he realized with dread that the enemy had arrived. A legion of ferocious, red-eyed wolf monsters suddenly appeared, surrounding the warriors. Siri did not flinch, decisively ordering the entire team to trample straight through these insignificant monsters. The valiant warrior team charged straight into the wolf legion, creating a chaotic and fierce scene. The wolves were crushed under the horses' hooves, creating a bloody and brutal spectacle. The warriors looked up at the sky in horror as a new threat appeared, asking each other, "Now what?" The Harpy Legion, with large wings and sharp claws, suddenly swooped down from above, creating a dramatic aerial battle. A warrior was caught off guard by a Harpy attack, realizing in panic that it was too late to use his bow and arrow. A ferocious Harpy swooped down, its sharp claws poised to snatch a warrior who was trying to defend himself. Siri reacted like lightning, swinging her glowing sword and striking the attacking Harpy, protecting her comrade. Rolf roared in anger, brandishing his sword, ready to fight as he realized the situation was becoming utterly chaotic. Tejo Lee gripped his sword tightly, his eyes resolute, ready to face all upcoming challenges. A brilliant golden light erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield, repelling the Harpy Legion. Strong light continued to spread, sweeping away all enemies, creating an impressive scene of destruction. Tejo Lee appeared in a brilliant light, his eyes determined and full of confidence, ready for a new battle. Ragnar Lodbrok, Rolf, and Ciri all looked at Tejo Lee in astonishment, unable to believe his explosive power. Tejo Lee blushed in embarrassment as the surrounding warriors looked at him with admiration and awe. He hesitantly asked if this power was for Idun, his face still showing a hint of innocence. Ragnar Lodbrok and Tejo Lee continued their journey, with Ragnar Lodbrok excitedly declaring that they would soon join the Odin Legion. Tejo Lee looked forward in astonishment, marveling at the incredible sight about to unfold. He realized he was witnessing the traces of the Great War, a magnificent and tragic scene. The vast battlefield unfolded, with thousands of shadowy figures of the army moving, signaling a terrible large-scale war. A colossal legion was advancing, creating a grand and powerful spectacle, promising an earth-shattering battle. Tejo Lee and his mighty army were galloping across the desolate battlefield, charging straight into thousands of waiting enemy shadows, creating a dramatic opening scene. Behind the front lines, the wolf witch Ciri, with her sharp, cold purple eyes, prepared to unleash a devastating attack, asserting that her arrows never missed their target. And then, a series of brilliant purple energy arrows erupted from Ciri, forming a deadly rain that poured down on the enemy legion from above, sweeping away a large area. Terrifying purple energy streams pierced through the enemy formation, scattering them amidst desperate screams, proving the terrifying power of the wolf witch. Ciri, with her blue hair flying in the wind, spurred her horse forward and decisively commanded advance, leading her legion deep into the battleground. MVP Tejo Lee was no less formidable. He charged into the enemy's encirclement, wildly wielding his crossbow, unleashing lightning, fast attacks. A close-up of Tejo's hand gripping the warrior's crossbow, with a brilliant golden energy arrow accumulating power, signaling an impending fatal blow. Tejo Lee aimed his crossbow, his blue eyes full of determination, preparing to activate the legendary skill Saga warrior's sword, Thunderbolt. A colossal blue lightning bolt erupted from Tejo's crossbow, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion that swept away all enemies in sight. Tejo smiled confidently, excitedly declaring that they could pierce the center in a single blow, earning the admiration of his teammates. Numerous wolf monsters were defeated by Tejo's power, with terrifying damage numbers continuously appearing, showing that he was absolutely outperforming his opponents. Suddenly, Valkyrie Razgrid, with her pure white wings, appeared from the sky, soaring amidst the chaotic battlefield, responding to a resounding call from her ally. Razgrid quickly joined the fray, unleashing sharp, icy sword slashes, creating dazzling blue light streams that tore through the enemy formation. Valkyrie Razgrid smiled with relief as she looked towards Tejo Lee, as if to say she was glad to see the warrior of Idun safe. Tejo hastily asked Razgrid about the battle situation, and she replied that everything was almost under control. Razgrid further explained that both sides were still evenly matched, and the enemy also possessed a weapon similar to their Rain of Steel. Suddenly, Tejo, Razgrid, Rolf, Ragnar, and the other warriors were horrified to realize that more enemies were approaching, and Razgrid immediately ordered, "Everyone scatter now." From the sky, colossal rocks carrying dark energy began to fall, creating a deadly and terrifying scene. A series of dark meteors continued to strike the battlefield, causing terrifying explosions and destroying everything in their path. Another colossal rock was plummeting at breakneck speed, carrying unstoppable destructive power, causing the ground to shake violently. From within the dust and smoke, a fierce legion of gnoll wolf monsters with glowing red eyes appeared, ready to charge into battle. A colossal gnoll, much stronger than the others, led the monster legion, signaling that the enemy was sending stronger ones each time. Tejo Lee was utterly terrified. He couldn't believe his eyes when he realized, another monster is coming. An incredibly massive rock continued to plummet straight onto the battlefield, carrying more terrifying destructive power than ever before. The warriors below were in utter panic, constantly questioning the origin and terrifying size of this mysterious meteor. From afar, Razgrid looked up at the sky, where a colossal fiery object was plummeting, carrying an ominous sign. Tejo breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death from the impact of the colossal meteor that had just fallen right beside him. Razgrid flew to Tejo with a worried expression, urgently ordering him to immediately go to the Dark Elf village. Valkyrie Razgrid looked directly at Tejo with a resolute gaze, emphasizing, "You are the only one I can trust and send right now." Tejo Lee, though still a bit stunned, his eyes shone with determination, ready to carry out the urgent mission entrusted by Valkyrie Razgrid. Razgrid frantically reported that another giant monster had fallen into the Dark Elf village and urgently requested Tejo to go there to handle the situation. Tejo quickly understood the problem, but naively suggested riding a horse there, making viewers laugh at his forgetfulness. Without giving Tejo time to react, Razgrid suddenly approached him, handing him a mysterious item with a serious expression. It turned out to be a dragon wing cloak, and Razgrid instructed him to give it to the person he trusted most. Tejo suddenly imagined Rolf happily wearing the cloak, but immediately shivered at the feeling of it being wrong and the size being unsuitable for his burly friend. The cloak instantly transformed, unfurling colossal pure white wings, ready to carry its wearer soaring into the sky. With powerful dragon wings, Tae Ho shot off like an arrow, heading straight for the dark elf village engulfed in desolation and ruins. Seeing the village directly below, Tae Ho urgently ordered Siri to accelerate at full speed, determined to quickly reach the battlefield. In the village, a colossal monster was roaring fiercely, its entire body engulfed in flames, carrying terrifying destructive power. Its terrifying power caused the ground to crack open, sending debris flying, creating a chaotic and frightening scene. Razgrid observed cautiously, realizing this monster was smaller than the enemy at the Black Fortress. But her intuition told her it harbored a far more terrifying evil karma. A brief explanation appeared, revealing that evil karma was the giant's growth system, allowing them to grow stronger based on the number of enemies they defeated and their brutal reputation. The monster's mouth opened wide, a fierce stream of fiery energy blazing from within, signaling an impending destructive attack. With a terrifying roar of madness, the monster unleashed a fiery shockwave, sending the warriors below into utter panic. The furious roar spread, creating a brilliant energy explosion that engulfed everything in its range. The warriors were thrown far back, writhing in pain, but still struggled to get up, shouting in futile resistance. Not only was there the giant monster, but a pack of fierce wolves with glowing red eyes was also charging forward, ready to tear apart anyone in their way. Amidst the fierce wave of attacks, the fiery giant stood tall, becoming the focal point of chaos and despair. From above, Tae Ho horrifyingly pointed out another giant emerging from the village ruins, carrying a terrifying green aura. On the ground, the small dark elves screamed in terror, horrified as they watched the green giant slowly reveal itself. A close-up of the giant's face revealed a gruesome appearance, with a tree-like structure and a single, deadly glowing green eye. Tae Ho was stunned to recognize the giant's attire, and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this be a giant mage? The giant mage began to gather a colossal green energy orb, preparing to unleash a destructive magical attack. The energy orb exploded violently, creating a green shockwave that sent the unfortunate dark elves flying. Tae Ho, riding on Siri, who had transformed into a giant eagle, decisively declared that he would attract the giant mage's attention. He and Siri charged straight at the giant, forming a teal arrow that tore through the air. Tae Ho tensed, aimed his crossbow, and fired a brilliant blue energy arrow, determined to pierce the enemy's defenses. The energy arrow shot like lightning, embedding itself directly into the giant's head. But unexpectedly, the arrow bounced back, making Tae Ho realize in astonishment that the giant had created a solid shield. Tae Ho's face hardened in shock as he realized his attack had been easily blocked. The mysterious enemy was activating a green energy shield, but the surrounding debris indicated that it had sustained considerable damage. Tejo Lee clearly showed his astonishment, cold sweat running down his face as he confronted the tense situation. The tree monster's green eyes glowed menacingly, its gaze sharp as if wanting to pierce through everything. The monster's entire body erupted in brilliant green light, ready for a destructive attack. Tejo Lee, riding on white silence, told himself that, although he had successfully attracted the enemy's attention, the situation was still too unpredictable. The monster's gnarled hand began to gather energy, and a green orb of light gradually formed. The green energy orb was now fully charged, glowing brightly in its hideous palm. The enemy unleashed a colossal green energy stream, causing Tejo Lee and White Silence to exclaim in horror. The destructive energy stream swept through everything, turning the lush green forest into a desolate ruin. Under the terrifying destructive power, the Dark Elf village was devastated, its residents screaming in desperate panic. Tejo Lee looked back at the devastated village, realizing that a prolonged war would only lead to a more disastrous defeat. Tejo Lee gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination, but also unable to hide his confusion, wondering what he had to do to turn the tide. The monster continued to accumulate energy, while Tejo Lee racked his brain, knowing he had to find a way to outperform this enemy at all costs. The scene shifted to a majestic snowy mountain, where an ancient fortress stood tall amidst the freezing winter sky. Inside the fortress, Regenlife majestically sat on the throne, while a small bird-winged creature fluttered around. The bird-winged creature gently landed on Regenlife's finger, and she sarcastically addressed Avalt, calling him a pathetic coward. Regenlife continued to mock Avalt, who was hiding in the shadows like a rat, spinning petty webs and rambling about exploiting the Dark Elf. Regenlife bit off the wine cork with her sharp teeth, growling as she asked Avalt if he was afraid of Valhalla and if he was tired of this endless stalemate. A stream of dark red liquid was poured into the golden cup, as Regenlife emphasized that there was a sure and most powerful method to retrieve the seed, but Avalt was ignoring it. Regenlife flashed a chilling smile, her eyes gleaming with malice as she commanded, "Destroy everything. Burn it all down." A chaotic scene unfolded. Raging fires, gruesome skulls, and the tree monster wreaking havoc, all until the seed was found. Regenlife continued to pour the red liquid, declaring that if they swept everything away, even the cowards in Valhalla would be dragged into the light. The orange-haired Valkyrie raised her head, her eyes blazing, declaring that she would drag everyone back to the Age of Glory, what they once called the Great War. It turned out that this orange-haired Valkyrie was Harad, one of the 5 great generals of Demon King Utgard Loki, a formidable giant of power. The tree monster continued to fire green energy streams, but Tejo Lee quickly dodged and growled, "You're really getting on my nerves." Tejo Lee raised his hand, brilliant blue energy surrounding him, challenging the enemy. "Don't think you're the only one who can throw things. Taste this." Immediately, a barrage of sharp blue energy arrows shot forth, hurtling straight towards the monster at dizzying speed. The blue arrows seemed to pierce through all defenses, striking continuously, shattering the tree monster's energy shield. Tejo Lee maintained a resolute expression, his entire body glowing with brilliant blue light, ready for the finishing blow. 2 opposing streams of power collided violently, creating a terrifying spectacle, causing White Silence to anxiously ask Tejo if they were actually accomplishing anything. Tejo Lee was under extreme tension, sweat pouring down as he mumbled about whether the game's rules could be applied in this harsh reality. On White Silence's back, Tejo Lee continuously fired energy arrows at the tree monster, telling himself that once the magic shield absorbed enough damage, it would disappear. With blazing determination in his eyes, Tejo Lee swung his glowing hammer, convinced that if they could attack right as the shield reactivated, they would find a fatal flaw. In another scene, a gigantic fiery monster roared fiercely. Facing it stood the white-winged warrior, firm and steady. The silver-haired warrior, with sharp blue eyes, looked directly at the enemy, muttering that this was not an easy opponent. The gigantic fiery monster's mouth gaped open, spewing hot lava, creating a terrifying sight. The fiery monster's fiery punch and the white-winged warrior's steady stance stood in stark contrast, signaling an imminent fierce battle. The white-winged warrior raised her sword high, sternly warning, "Be careful, warrior of Idun!" A terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a sea of fire and scattered debris. Returning to the current battle, in the gloomy forest, the gigantic tree monster raised 2 green energy orbs high, while Tejo Lee, with wings, rapidly charged towards. Tejo Lee gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage and determination as he realized that if he didn't find the right moment, the entire village would be destroyed. The village buildings were being enveloped by terrifying green energy streams, as if they were about to be completely swallowed. A group of panicked dark elves fled, one of them shouting a command. "Everyone fall back!" A strange lantern emitted brilliant red and blue light, attracting all eyes. The hurried footsteps of the dark elves fleeing created a chaotic scene. The formidable Dark Elf Fire Brigade appeared, charging forward with fervent momentum, announcing their presence. "The Dark Elf Fire Brigade has arrived!" The Dark Elves simultaneously raised their hands, beginning to cast rain magic, while signaling Tejo Lee to focus on fighting and leave this matter to them. "Everyone, cast rain magic. Warrior, focus on fighting and leave this to us." Tejo Lee looked up at the sky filled with swirling dark clouds, his eyes clearly showing surprise. The thorny face of the tree monster was now drenched with rainwater, its appearance somewhat weakened. The tree monster stood tall under the rain, its body emitting a faint mist, seemingly affected by the magic. Raindrops trickled down the tree monster's rough face, showing the clear effect of rain magic. Tejo Lee was surprised, yet relieved, sweat still pouring down, as he realized the enemy's shield had been weakened by the rain, and silently thanked the Dark Elf Fire Brigade. Without hesitation, Tejo Lee charged straight ahead, creating a brilliant blue energy spear, shouting that they must attack before the enemy could regenerate its shield. "We must attack before it regenerates its shield. Now!" He soared away at dizzying speed, the energy spear leading like a piercing arrow, ordering White Silence to follow at full speed. Accelerate at full throttle following the spear. A hand gripped the glowing red sword hilt. Tejo Lee thought to himself that there was no other option but to use the powerful finishing move Ragnar had mentioned. Tejo Lee's eyes glowed brilliant blue, filled with frenzied determination as energy erupted around him, his synchronization rate continuously soaring. Tejo Lee's eyes turned fiery red. A terrifying burst of crimson energy erupted. That was Dragon Knight Kalsted's renowned skill. Draconic Ballista! Tejo Lee roared, his brilliant blue eyes blazing with transcendent power, ready to unleash a fatal blow. A gigantic blue energy cannon was activated by Tejo Lee, firing a destructive blast named Dragon's Ancient Cannon. The tree monster shrieked in extreme pain, its shield shattering, revealing its blue energy core being directly attacked. The core of the gigantic tree monster, a glowing green gem, was powerfully vibrating amidst its dark armor and raindrops. Tejo Lee stared in astonishment at the monster's core, exclaiming in surprise about that mysterious stone. He gathered all his strength, soaring away on White Silence's back, while ordering Ciri to attack the enemy's weak point. Ciri's energy arrow tore through the air, flying straight into the gigantic tree monster's green core. Tejo Lee shouted loudly, compressing his entire fighting will, preparing to unleash the decisive blow. Siri, on White Silence's back, activated Saga. The witch's arrow never misses its target, firing a brilliant purple arrow. Immediately after, she continued to unleash Saga. The warriors charged like a storm, causing her entire body to erupt with purple energy. The powerful purple energy arrow pierced through the tree monster's armor, creating a terrifying explosion and completely destroying its core. Tejo Lee and White Silence were swept into the chaotic purple energy stream, his entire body trembling from the terrifying power just unleashed. Tejo Lee was stunned, his face contorted in shock, unable to believe what was happening as the surrounding space warped. White Silence was equally terrified, its eyes clearly showing panic at the power beyond control. Tejo Lee and White Silence were sucked into a gigantic purple energy vortex, his screams echoing through space. A brilliant purple spatial gate opened in the ruined sky, while the gigantic tree monster had vanished into dust. 3 members of the Dark Elf Fire Brigade looked up in shock, unable to believe that the warrior had just mysteriously disappeared. Tejo Lee and Siri appeared in a completely unfamiliar space, where fragments of rock floated amidst the starry sky. Tejo Lee confusedly wondered where they were, while Siri explained that the giant's core might have exploded and teleported. Siri continued to deduce, suggesting that the explosion had created an invisible rift, bringing them to this strange place. Tejo Lee realized this place was Traces of the Great War, a mysterious historical location. He widened his eyes in astonishment, not expecting to find himself in an ancient battlefield fraught with danger. Tejo Lee gripped his crossbow tightly, asserting that this place surely still held fragments of legendary weapons. Suddenly, both Tejo Lee's and Siri's stomachs rumbled simultaneously, breaking the tense atmosphere with a touch of humor. Afterward, a lavish meal was laid out, causing Siri to exclaim in surprise at its convenience. Tejo Lee explained that this was the Unir bag, a special item bestowed by the goddess Idun, capable of holding anything. Siri smiled meaningfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked at Tejo Lee. Siri said that it seemed it would be very difficult to recruit Tejo Lee, leaving him bewildered and not understanding her meaning. Siri explained that Gandur really wanted to recruit him, but because he was favored by Idun, it was almost impossible. Tejo Lee laughed heartily, then mentioned Hedda, as if she was also a reason he couldn't be recruited. The meal concluded. Tejo Lee and Siri stood up, ready for their next journey. Siri asked Tejo Lee which way they should go, trusting his sense of direction. Tejo Lee hesitated for a moment, then confidently pointed the way, leading both of them into a new journey. Tejo smiled confidently, holding a sparkling, mysterious object in his hand, telling himself that perhaps this little guy would bring the answer he was looking for. Amidst the ethereal cosmic space, Tejo and Siri stood on a floating rock. He decisively pointed forward, asserting that was the path they had to take. Tejo focused his gaze into the distance, while Siri quietly observed his expression. A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Tejo's face, but Siri's eyes remained steadfast, following his every move. Tejo majestically rode on White Silence's back, the giant wolf powerfully gliding through the galaxy, carrying him straight towards his goal. White Silence continued to soar, carrying the narration that in Valhalla, few people bothered with others' pasts. Siri marveled at Tejo's glorious achievements, expressing boundless curiosity about the world he once belonged to. Tejo hesitated slightly, feeling awkward when asked about his past, then laughed, admitting he was once a renowned world champion. White Silence was so astonished that its jaw dropped, exclaiming that it was truly standing before an overpowered character, causing Tejo to quickly correct it. Tejo looked down into the void, a premonition telling him that the exit was very close. Siri turned to Tejo, asking if he saw anything special, hinting at his magical eyes. Tejo's azure eyes suddenly lit up, emitting an ethereal energy, ready to uncover all mystery. Before Tejo was a desolate battlefield, littered with scattered weapons and armor, causing him to exclaim in astonishment. Tejo seemed to have found a gold mine, his eyes gleaming with greed as he hastily collected all the spoils, exclaiming, "I hit the jackpot!" While Tejo enthusiastically gathered everything from bows and shields to helmets, Siri just watched with a puzzled expression. Siri couldn't help but wonder, asking Tejo if he needed to pick up even the broken items. Tejo confidently replied with a bright smile, reassuring Siri, "Don't worry," because to him, everything had a use. Suddenly, Tejo's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just discovered something extremely unexpected. Tejo held up the Iron Man's belt, an artifact from Freya's Legion, said to have helped its warriors fight non-stop for 10 days and 10 nights. Tejo excitedly speculated about the belt's function, believing it surely enhanced stamina and strength, and was amused by the anecdotal description instead of stats. Siri pointed in surprise at the symbol of Freya's Legion carved on the belt, then exclaimed the name Freya in astonishment. Siri explained that Freya was not only the goddess of love and beauty, but also a powerful deity of magic and war. Tae Ho was surprised by the image of the goddess of beauty also participating in battle, humorously wondering if goddess Idun also secretly practiced martial arts. Siri reminded Tae Ho, calling him captain, that he should also equip himself with some item. Siri cleared her throat, awkwardly admitting that they shouldn't waste such good equipment. Tae Ho grinned, giving a thumbs up in agreement, declaring that the most important thing when looting was to feel refreshed. Amidst the vast space, a colossal cliff loomed, marking their next destination. Tae Ho sighed in relief after putting on the new belt, asking Siri if they should finish collecting. Siri stared in astonishment at Tae Ho in his one-of-a-kind patchwork armor, while he confidently declared prioritizing performance over appearance and also needing to save inventory space. Suddenly, Tae Ho startled and spun to one side, his eyes wide with extreme astonishment, as if he had just witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. Tejo Lee stared in astonishment at the nameless sword fragment glowing in his hand, wondering if it was leading him somewhere else. The small sword fragment, emitting an ethereal blue light, lay silently on the barren, rocky ground, as if awaiting a new owner. Tejo's eyes focused intensely, peering through the sword fragment, trying to uncover the mystery behind this strange item. He pondered, realizing this sword fragment was unrelated to the previous broken sword, and wondered what it truly was. Siri appeared beside him, explaining that this might be a weapon from the same origin as items from the destroyed world, where warriors once fought alongside them. She pointed at the sword fragment, speculating that perhaps that's why even Haida didn't know about it, which surprised Tejo. Even if it was just a possibility, Siri insisted they should take the sword fragment, and Tejo immediately agreed. The two continued their journey, their steps resolute, on the stony path. Tejo and Siri stood on the cliff, gazing into the distance. The surrounding landscape was majestic, but also held many anomalies. Suddenly, Tejo gasped in horror at a terrifying discovery, making him unable to believe his eyes. Before them was a colossal basin, where emerald green magical energy was surging and converging, exactly like where Odin's legion once fought. Siri stared intently at the center of the basin, where magical energy was erupting, wondering if it was the exit they were looking for. Immediately, the colossal energy stream suddenly transformed, gradually forming a brilliantly glowing giant wolf skeleton, stunning both of them. Siri turned to Tejo, asking if he could see anything special from that terrifying mass of energy. Tejo's eyes suddenly glowed brilliantly blue, and he astonishingly recognized the name of the giant creature taking shape. Siri exclaimed in shock. Garmer? Could it be the hellhound Garmer? The ground beneath them cracked open, and Tejo quickly pulled Siri away from the terrible energy shock. Both were flung into the air, falling straight into the deep abyss, surrounded by countless glowing bones. Tejo stared in horror at the floating skeletons around them, realizing they were not simple. The giant wolf skeleton Garmer had fully formed, letting out a resounding roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. Siri was in extreme panic, cold sweat running down her forehead as she realized the skeletons were gathering. A fierce energy explosion erupted from the basin below, flinging Tejo and Siri away, forcing them to prepare for an unavoidable battle. From the center of the basin, another colossal skeletal wolf head emerged, growling menacingly, signaling an impending life or death battle. A giant skeletal hand reached up from the ground, as if to grasp everything within its reach. Not just one, but a series of other giant skeletal wolves also began to emerge from the ground, forming a terrifying legion. The pack of skeletal wolves growled ferociously, charging straight towards Tejo and Siri, unwilling intruders into their territory. Tejo and Siri, despite being cornered, bravely drew their weapons, Tejo growling, "Damn it!" Tejo's eyes were filled with determination and fury, ready to face the imminent danger. His blue eyes blazed fiercely, activating his special abilities to their limit, signaling the start of a brutal battle. With fiery eyes and an unyielding will, Tejo Lee was ready to confront the surrounding skeletal legion. Tejo Lee stood amidst a circle of glowing emerald warrior spirits, which growled as if wanting to devour him. A powerful surge of energy from the warrior spirits pushed Tejo back, making him widen his eyes in surprise. The warrior spirits simultaneously charged, forming a destructive emerald vortex. Amidst the chaotic battle, a colossal glowing emerald skeletal wolf, Garmer, majestically appeared behind the army of spirits, stunning both Tejo and Siri. Siri frantically pulled Tejo, ordering him to quickly escape this dangerous place. Suddenly, Tejo pulled Siri's hand back, surprising and confusing her. Siri turned back, her face clearly showing annoyance and confusion, asking Tejo what on earth he was doing. Tejo smiled confidently, gave a thumbs up, and boldly declared that they had to engage in a real boss fight. Tejo's eyes burned with determination. He maintained his smile and gesture, reaffirming his intention to fight the boss. Siri froze, completely taken aback by Tejo's crazy idea, unsure how to react. Siri was still stunned, while Tejo confidently smiled, as if everything was within his calculations. Tejo bravely rode on White Silence's back, the giant wolf soaring through the air, preparing to charge into battle. Tae Ho unhesitatingly pointed directly at Garmer, declaring he would fly straight to the boss for a direct confrontation. Garmer roared furiously, unleashing a terrifying lightning attack towards the approaching Tae Ho in white silence. The giant skeletal wolf Garmer opened its mouth wide, unleashing a brilliant blue lightning energy, ready to crush its enemy. Tae Ho painfully braced himself against the terrible lightning from Garmer, but still bravely clung to White Silence's back. Both Tae Ho and White Silence were struck by lightning, lost their balance, and fell straight into the bottomless abyss. Shattered rock fragments scattered as Tae Ho and White Silence fell, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. Tae Ho and Siri tumbled onto the dusty ground together, surrounded by gradually forming skeletal wolf spirits. Tae Ho scrambled to his feet, anxiously asking Siri if she was okay after the crushing fall. Tae Ho looked at Siri in surprise, his blue eyes wide as he called her name, worried about her condition. Tae Ho frantically bowed his head and apologized to Siri, explaining that the recent fall was not intentional. Siri rubbed her head, looking slightly annoyed but still reassured Tae Ho that she was fine, while also reminding them that they needed to escape immediately. Tae Ho and Siri realized they were surrounded by a pack of giant skeletal wolves, which growled and threatened to attack. Tae Ho decisively drew his sword, ready to face the fierce skeletal wolf pack charging towards them. Siri was no less formidable. She quickly drew her sword, her sharp eyes fixed on the enemy. Both Tae Ho and Siri simultaneously charged into attack, determined to carve a path through the skeletal wolf pack's encirclement. The giant skeletal wolf Garmer roared, charging straight at Tae Ho and Siri with terrifying speed, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Garmer opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a destructive energy blast, its eyes burning with jade-green fire. The hellhound Garmer let out a sky-shattering roar, its sharp fangs bared menacingly. Garmer, the giant hellhound, roared fiercely as blue energy erupted around it, ready to devour everything. Tejo Lee and Siri charged like a storm, dodging Garmer's terrifying attacks while searching for an opening. From Garmer's magical energy, a pack of bloodthirsty skeletal wolves instantly formed, growling and surrounding the two warriors. Garmer unleashed a deadly blue energy blast, sweeping away numerous small skeletal wolves that were in its way. Tejo shouted loudly, announcing that they had cleaned up the enemies behind them, maintaining their fighting spirit. Siri, with terrifying speed, approached Garmer and prepared to launch a decisive attack. The human hunter unleashed Saga. The witch's arrows never missed their mark, firing blazing red arrows imbued with magic. Siri's arrows pierced straight through Garmer's glowing body, but seemed to cause no damage whatsoever. Siri was astonished to realize that her normal attacks were completely ineffective, unable to believe the enemy was so tough. Garmer roared defiantly, ignoring the recent attacks, forcing Tejo to rethink their strategy. Siri continued to dodge Garmer's attacks, trying to find another weak. White Silence, Siri's giant wolf, also charged into battle, assisting its master in dealing with Garmer. Siri warned Tejo that normal attacks are ineffective against this hellhound. She urged Tejo to use that power, the power of a god, to be able to damage Garmer. Tejo gathered all his strength, preparing for an earth-shattering attack, his aura surging like a storm. He roared, swinging his blazing sword, determined to pierce Garmer's defenses. Tejo's sword collided powerfully with Garmer's body, creating a dazzling explosion of light. The terrifying impact generated a powerful shockwave, blowing away everything around Tejo. Tejo joyfully thought he had cut off one of Garmer's legs. But then he realized the harsh truth. Garmer only had a small scratch, making Tejo furious to realize that his previous attack was just tickling it. Tejo was angry that the battle was dragging on, while Siri urged him to find another way. Siri decisively ordered Tejo to climb onto her back to execute a powerful lance charge together. Garmer roared and unleashed a giant blue flame, creating a terrifying wall of fire. Tejo and Siri dodged the attack together, continuing to look for a chance to counterattack. Tejo realized that this is not an enemy that can be defeated with half-hearted attacks, and they needed a more certain method. He begged Siri to buy him time, saying he would try to find a way to win. Tejo activated Saga. The eyes of a dragon see through all things, his eyes blazing brightly, determined to find Garmer's weakness. He realized Garmer was in a counterattack and defensive state, not actively attacking. Tejo continued to deduce, noticing that Garmer did not move from its position and its attacks were not overly aggressive. Finally, Tejo was shocked to conclude, no doubt about it, it's protecting something. Garmer roared ferociously, charging straight towards Tejo with terrifying speed, creating a brilliant blue energy stream. Siri, in wolf form, delivered a powerful kick to Garmer, but it seemed to have no effect on the giant skeletal monster. The wolf realized that normal attacks could not damage Garmer, but she was still determined to find another way. Siri decided to use her cursed power, transforming her sharp fangs into a blazing red, ready for a fatal blow. The wolf let out a resounding roar, her entire body erupting with energy, charging straight at Garmer, determined to pierce its defenses. Siri's cursed attack took effect, pushing Garmer back and revealing an opening. Tejo seized the golden opportunity, ordering Siri to hold Garmer back so he could find its weakness. Siri strained to resist, But she knew she couldn't hold out much longer, and urgently called for Taeho's help. Tae was astonished by Garmer's terrifying power, but he was still determined to find a way to defeat it. He dashed like the wind, dodging the attacks of the surrounding skeletal wolf pack. Taeho's eyes suddenly blazed with golden light, activating Saga. The eyes of a dragon see through all things, ready to see through all secrets. With his overpowered vision, Tae quickly discovered a jade-green stone hidden deep inside Garmer, which was its fatal weakness. Tae focused his mind, asserting that the solution to defeat this monster lay in a completely different place. He flew off, heading straight for the mysterious target he had just discovered. Tae reached out and grabbed the jade-green stone, feeling the cold and powerful energy emanating from it. He put all his strength into trying to pull the stone out of Garmer's body, his eyes burning with determination. Tae gritted his teeth, straining against the terrifying recoil from Garmer, sweat pouring down him. Garmer suddenly counterattacked fiercely, making Tae cry out in horror as he was thrown back. The monster roared in anger, unleashing an extremely powerful counterattack on Tae, leaving him stunned. Tae was thrown into the air, feeling the full force of Garmer's power strike him in extreme pain. Despite being severely wounded, Tae stubbornly clung to the jade-green stone, determined not to let go. The jade-green stone suddenly shattered, releasing a fierce surge of energy. Garmer disintegrated into countless bone fragments, completely disappearing after the stone was destroyed. The skeletal wolves surrounding Tae also vanished simultaneously, leaving a giant deep pit on the ground. Another warrior pointed in astonishment, exclaiming that Garmer had been defeated. The crowd of warriors below cheered excitedly, receiving orders to advance after the main enemy had been eliminated. Tae, with the shattered jade-green stone in his hand, stood next to Siri, in wolf form, looking forward with a thoughtful gaze. Both looked down at a deep pit glowing purple, which seemed to be the exit from this place. Siri, in wolf form, confirmed that they had found the exit and urged Tae to ride on her back to leave quickly. Tae and Siri, in giant wolf form, dashed like a purple whirlwind, their determined eyes piercing through the mystical energy barrier. Taeho's sharp, resolute gaze, combined with Siri's fierce demeanor, showed that they were ready to face any challenge. Both charged straight into a dazzling beam of light, forming a brilliant purple energy streak tearing through space. The dazzling light exploded, brilliant like a miniature sun, signaling that a fierce battle had just begun. In another space, a giant Valhalla warrior with a brightly glowing hammer roared, celebrating a resounding victory. Surging power emanated from the Valhalla warrior's muscular arm, indicating he had just delivered a fatal blow. Another Valhalla warrior also joyfully raised his hammer high, his face radiant with the joy of victory. The brightly glowing crowd of Valhalla warriors cheered loudly. "We have defeated them all! Victory belongs to Valhalla!" But then, a long-bearded Valhalla warrior suddenly frowned and wondered, "Wait, where are the warriors who defeated Garmer?" All the Valhalla warriors turned their surprised gaze towards a purple teleportation gate opening right beneath their feet. One by one, the Valhalla warriors were sucked into the teleportation gate, reaching out as if to cling on, shouting, "Valhalla, wait for us!" At the same time, a white-winged warrior was fiercely battling a giant fiery monster, creating a dramatic confrontation. The proud Valkyrie faced the fiery monster, her pure white wings shining brightly amidst the blazing space. The Valkyrie unleashed a wind-slicing icy sword strike, but the fiery monster was no less formidable, retaliating with a scorching stream of fire. The two streams of ice and fire power collided with earth-shattering force, creating a violent explosion that shook the entire battlefield. The Valkyrie's face contorted in pain, while the fiery monster growled with its terrifying skeletal face. The Valkyrie was pushed back by a powerful fiery punch from the monster, but she stubbornly held her ground. The Valkyrie roared in fury, facing the terrifying roar from the fiery monster. Amidst the smoke, dust, and flames, the Valkyrie and the fiery monster faced each other once more, preparing for the decisive blow. The warrior concentrated purple energy into her sword, while the fiery monster also gathered its strength for the final counterattack. The Valkyrie unleashed an extremely powerful purple energy slash, piercing straight through the giant body of the fiery monster. The fiery monster roared in pain as its skeletal face began to crack, purple energy erupting from within. The Valkyrie watched the scene before her in astonishment, but her eyes still shone with determination, ready for anything. Tejo Lee unexpectedly fell freely from above, his face panicked, while Siri was still keeping her giant wolf steady below. The Valkyrie stood stunned, looking at Tejo Lee lying collapsed on the ground, his body covered in wounds. The Valkyrie cried out in pain upon recognizing Tejo Lee and Siri, unable to believe they had appeared so suddenly. The fiery monster finally vanished completely, its skeletal face crumbling into dust, ending its existence. A hand reached for a glowing jade-green stone, and the Valkyrie was astonished to realize it was the seed the king was looking for. The Valkyrie clutched the seed in her hand, her eyes resolute, As if she had found new hope amidst the ruins, the giant fiery monster roared ferociously, its blazing body as if wanting to incinerate everything. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Tejo Lee and Ciri lay collapsed, their bodies covered in injuries, exhausted after the arduous battle. Valkyrie Razgrid shot forward like lightning, roaring in fury, determined to protect warrior Tejo Lee at all costs. The warrior unleashed a powerful icy attack, but the giant fiery monster was no less formidable, retaliating with destructive flames. The terrifying power of the fiery monster pushed Razgrid back, leaving her surprised and shaken by this formidable opponent. The giant fiery monster continued to dominate, cornering Razgrid and forcing her to brace herself in defense. In a seemingly desperate moment, Razgrid looked up, astonished to see the souls of Valhalla warriors appearing from thin air. A valiant Valhalla warrior roared, summoning his comrades to gather, ready for a new battle. The crowd of Valhalla warriors, indomitable souls, surged with fighting spirit, unwilling to miss the chance to battle. The giant fiery monster was now surrounded by countless glowing Valhalla warrior souls, creating a magnificent sight. A Valhalla warrior respectfully implored Razgrid, his eyes filled with determination. The entire army of souls spoke in unison, asking permission to fight one more time to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms. Valkyrie Razgrid, with resolute eyes, decisively granted them the right to fight, accepting their fervent plea. Razgrid's divine power enveloped the Valhalla warriors, causing them to blaze with brilliant energy. The Valhalla warrior smiled contentedly, his face radiant with joy at being blessed. Empowered, the Valhalla army of souls roared in unison, charging straight into the giant fiery monster like a torrent. The battle erupted fiercely, the Valhalla warriors attacking relentlessly, creating a destructive storm. Each valiant Valhalla warrior directly confronted the fiery monster, unleashing fatal blows. Under the relentless assault, the giant fiery monster began to disintegrate, fragments of rock and fire scattering everywhere. The fiery monster shrieked in extreme agony, its colossal body gradually collapsing before the unified power. Razgrid landed, her sharp eyes declaring the enemy defeated, asserting her status as a warrior goddess. Rolf looked at Tejo Lee and Ciri in astonishment, unable to believe they had returned while remnants of the fiery monster still lingered. Rolf wondered about their swift return, as he thought it had only been a short time since they left the village. Ciri explained that the flow of time where they had been might have passed differently, making Tejo Lee ponder as well. Ciri, full of vigor, hastily pulled Tejo Lee, wanting to join the ongoing battle. But Tejo Lee unexpectedly held Ciri back, startling her and making her confused by his actions. Tejo Lee calmly reminded her that the battle with the final boss should be handled by them, implicitly wanting Ciri to conserve her strength. Tejo Lee bravely rode on White Silence's back, the giant wolf soaring across the battlefield, ready to face the final challenge. Looking at Ciri's tired face, Tejo Lee mused that they had both endured two extremely intense battles consecutively. The giant wolf, White Silence, growled ferociously, its purple eyes blazing amidst the sea of fire, ready to plunge into a life-or-death battle. Amidst the blazing battlefield, Valkyrie Razgrid was fiercely battling the giant fiery monster, while Tejo Lee, riding White Silence, flew over the crowd, telling Ciri to try and hold on a little longer. Tejo Lee seriously explained the new strategy to White Silence, that the goal was not to inflict damage, but to draw the enemy's attention, which made the giant wolf wonder and surprise. From above, Tejo Lee observed the fierce battle between Razgrid and the giant fiery monster, concluding that they were evenly matched. With resolute eyes, Tejo Lee began to accumulate brilliant blue energy, believing that diverting the monster's attention for even a moment would completely change the tide of the battle. The giant fiery monster roared ferociously, unleashing a destructive attack towards Valkyrie Razgrid. A sharp, icy spear pierced straight into the head of the giant fiery monster, leaving a small crack on its burning rock shell. A series of icy spears continuously struck the monster's head, creating brilliant blue light spots but seemingly causing no significant damage. The giant fiery monster roared contemptuously, declaring those attacks were nothing more than an itch, disdainfully viewing those who dared to confront it as annoying flies. Valkyrie Razgrid, with eyes blazing with indignation, swore to crush the enemy immediately after dealing with the monster before her. Tejo Lee, riding on White Silence's back and holding a glowing ice sword, secretly realized that even his attacks couldn't attract the monster's attention. Razgrid let out a resounding roar of anger, charging straight towards the enemy with terrifying speed, determined to finish it off. The giant fiery monster opened its mouth wide, letting out a terrifying roar, spewing hot lava. Tejo Lee shouted loudly, his blue eyes blazing with determination, knowing this was the decisive moment. With a punch blazing with divine energy, Tejo Lee activated his divinity power, emitting a dazzling aura. Riding on White Silence's back, Tejo Lee unleashed a blinding flash of light like lightning, tearing through space and rushing straight towards the enemy. Tejo Lee's terrifying light stream struck the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire battlefield. While the giant fiery monster was still dazed, Razgrid charged forward like an ice angel, her entire body emitting a brilliant blue light. Razgrid's eyes suddenly turned a brilliant golden color, divine power erupting, and she roared, declaring, "The power of the gods!" Razgrid swung her sword, unleashing the fatal blow, sword that tears the sky, a colossal golden energy stream ripping apart the giant fiery monster. Tejo Lee cheered joyfully, clenching his fist to celebrate the resounding victory. "Well done! We won!" The giant fiery monster was completely defeated, lying collapsed amidst the desolate battlefield to the cheers of the Valhalla warriors. The enemy leader has fallen. Rolf and the other warriors, though utterly exhausted, still kept their eyes resolute, looking forward. Rolf decisively ordered the soldiers, "Advance, wipe them out." Tejo Lee and Ciri rested, quietly looking into the distance where the battle was still ongoing, and Tejo Lee softly sighed. "It seems we've won." Tejo Lee sighed in relief. So tired he just wanted to lie down immediately, asking Ciri if they could rest for it. Ciri smiled, looking at Tejo Lee, her eyes full of admiration, secretly thinking he truly was an extraordinary person. Looking at Tejo Lee lying flat on the ground, Ciri secretly wished to continue fighting alongside him for as long as possible. The warrior of Idun. A long line of glowing blue Valhalla warrior souls valiantly marched across the battlefield, symbolizing victory and sacrifice. A burly Valhalla warrior bowed in gratitude to the Valkyrie, imploring her to guide their souls back to Valhalla. Razgrid, with her brilliant wings, solemnly declared that Valhalla would always welcome great warriors back. The majestic Valkyrie Razgrid raised her golden glowing sword high, preparing to perform the sacred ritual. The crowd of Valhalla warriors began to glow brilliantly, their souls gradually ascending in a mystical stream of energy. Tejo Lee stood watching, and a Valhalla warrior bowed in gratitude to him, calling him warrior of Idun. The Valhalla warrior eloquently declared that they would return to Odin, proudly telling him about today's great battle. Tejo Lee clenched his fists, his gaze fixed, as if engraving every historical moment. A series of Valhalla warriors transformed into brilliant streams of light, soaring high into the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light. From the ground, a colossal pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, carrying the souls of the fallen heroes. Razgrid turned to apologize to Tejo and Ciri, saying that she had to urgently lead the warriors and would return to prepare a worthy reward. The Valkyrie specifically praised Tejo and Ciri, emphasizing that both had performed exceptionally well. Tejo Lee bowed in thanks, then returned something to Razgrid, asserting that it had been truly useful. Razgrid looked at Tejo with a gaze of slight surprise and contemplation, seemingly re-evaluating the young warrior. Razgrid gently inquired about Ciri, worried if Tejo Lee riding the wolf was too violent. But the wolf witch merely replied that she was completing her mission. Razgrid announced that Regenlife and Gandor would arrive soon, instructing Tejo and Ciri to leave the rest to those two Valkyries. Tejo and Ciri replied in unison, "Understood," ready to obey and rest after the battle. Razgrid unexpectedly spread her arms towards Tejo, which surprised him. Tejo Lee's eyes widened in astonishment as the Valkyrie's hands gently cupped his face. Razgrid gently placed a kiss on Tejo's forehead, blessing him with the words, "May Odin's blessings be upon you." Tejo Lee gasped in surprise, while Razgrid also blessed Ciri with a similar kiss, making Tejo realize this was their blessing ritual. Tejo Lee was momentarily disappointed when he realized it was merely a simple blessing, not a romantic kiss as he had overimagined. An artistic portrait of Razgrid appeared, the elegant white-haired Valkyrie beside a mysterious black raven, the desolate scene of a ruined fortress, its towering stone walls now just cold rubble. Amidst the ruins, a small harpy-like creature huddled, trembling from cold and fear. A new female character appeared powerfully with fiery hair, sharp eyes, and a fierce expression. She gnashed her teeth, her eyes full of rage as she uttered a curse, as if the plan had failed. She reassured herself that the failed attack was not important, as her initial goal was merely to sow a few seeds. A cloaked figure lay glowing on the ground, and she was astonished to realize that the seed truly existed. Now Valhalla knew their objective. She looked down at the cloaked figure, muttering that Hapad seemed to be in big trouble. The mysterious purple-cloaked figure, with glowing purple eyes and eerie energy threads, pondered Hapad's failure, believing that the king's terrifying silence was more painful than any reprimand. He smirked, speculating that perhaps the king's mysterious silence held a deeper reason, a plan no one expected. A chilling sneer echoed. The mysterious purple-cloaked figure seemed to have seen through everything, a terrifying secret about to be revealed. He asserted confidently that everything was unfolding perfectly according to the mysterious king's predictions, sending shivers down the viewer's spines about the conspiracy behind it. Suddenly, a flock of pure white swans soared across the deep blue sky, bringing with them a strange sense of peace. Tejo Lee and Ciri stood on the barren ground, looking up at the swans flying past, the contrasting scene creating a sense of tranquility after the battle. Two powerful Valkyries appeared majestically, the radiant orange-haired Gandur and the captivating red-haired Heda, ready to take over the situation. Tae Ho and Ciri stood facing the two Valkyries, the atmosphere a little tense but also full of anticipation, signaling an important encounter. Gandur apologized for their fatigue, then gently asked Tae Ho and Ciri to briefly recount what had happened. Tejo Lee nodded in confirmation, beginning to meticulously recount his extraordinary story with a determined expression. Tejo Lee held up a brilliantly glowing blue crystal, declaring it the fruit of their victory, which astonished Gandur. Gandur gritted her teeth, realizing the crystal was what the enemy had been frantically searching for, then showered Tejo with praise for his immense effort. Tejo Lee's hand carefully placed the precious crystal into the sparkling golden box, completing the mission. Excellent. Gandur gently told Tejo to rest first, promising to discuss the details later, her eyes full of concern. Tejo Lee suddenly shivered, his face showing clear panic, as if he had guessed something earth-shattering was about to happen. Gandur unexpectedly leaned in close, bestowing Tears' blessing upon Tejo with a kiss on the cheek, making him blush with embarrassment. Tejo was still awkward, reassuring himself that if this was normal behavior here, he shouldn't be too ashamed. A humorous moment amidst the tension. Heda looked at Tejo with a puzzled expression, asking him why he was blushing so furiously. Heda sneered, teasing Tejo that he still wanted more blessings from Gandur, and remarked that men's greed was truly boundless. Tejo Lee was still blushing, muttering to reassure himself that more blessings were better, but he was clearly still extremely flustered. Gandur flashed a confident and charming smile, her sharp eyes looking directly at Tejo, preparing for another blessing. Without hesitation, Gandur leaned in close, giving Tejo another kiss on the cheek, which utterly surprised him. Tejo Lee blushed furiously, his eyes wide with shock, completely frozen by the Valkyrie's bold action. Gandur smiled brightly, bestowing Ulra's blessing upon Ciri, while Tejo was still confused, wondering if the recent cheek kiss was one of this Valkyrie's familiar teasing tricks. Heda, Tejo, and Ciri together looked up at the swans circling in the night sky, a rare, peaceful moment before new developments unfolded. Heda suddenly exuded a mysterious dark energy, causing Ciri, standing next to her, to look at her in astonishment. Tejo Lee happily called Heda's name, but Ciri, standing next to him, clearly showed an annoyed expression, as if she had noticed something unusual. Ciri's gaze turned sharp and full of suspicion. She stared intently at an unknown point, as if she had discovered a shocking secret. The fiery-haired woman appeared powerfully, her blazing eyes looking down at Harpy lying motionless on the ground, a scene signaling greater troubles ahead. Tejo Lee blushed in embarrassment when Heda suddenly appeared and asked him when he arrived, while the red-haired Valkyrie merely smirked and curtly replied, "Just now." Ciri stood in the middle, witnessing Tejo and Heda's intense interaction, subtly smirking and remarking that these two were truly interesting. The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, where numerous black coffins lay scattered like scars on the ground, suggesting a fierce battle had just ended. Gandur, the orange-haired Valkyrie, appeared majestically beside Heda, smiling mysteriously as she mentioned that Tejo had received blessings from Razgrid, Regenlife, and herself. Tejo lay snugly in a black coffin, his face tired and uncomfortable, secretly thinking that this dark light truly made him feel like he was in a real coffin. Ciri also lay in another coffin, her face showing signs of fatigue, seemingly trying to rest after the battle. Heda leaned out of the coffin, playfully laughing and saying she was just kidding, while reassuring Tejo to rest because others were cleaning up the battlefield. Tejo weakly replied to Heda, feeling so exhausted he could faint at any moment. Heda gently brushed her hair aside, preparing to bestow a blessing upon Tejo, her eyes showing a rare tenderness. Heda's face tilted down, enveloped by a warm pink glow, signaling that a sacred blessing was about to be given. Heda unexpectedly placed a gentle kiss on Tejo's cheek, accompanied by the blessing of the goddess Idun. Tejo's eyes flew open, his face flushed red with surprise and embarrassment at Heda's bold action. Heda turned and walked away, leaving Tejo still dazed and blushing furiously in the coffin, the atmosphere becoming extremely rosy. Whether due to Heda's blessing or extreme exhaustion, Tejo immediately fell into a deep sleep, as if he had fainted. The scene shifted to a dark and mysterious place, known as the Roots of Yggdrasil, where an old figure lay motionless among ancient tree roots. A steady pair of feet walked on the damp ground, venturing deeper into the mysterious forest. Odin, king of the gods, appeared majestically, his eyes sharp and powerful, holding his scepter. Odin and Thor stood before a colossal head floating on the water, which was Mimir, the Wise One, in a scene rich with mythology. Thor, the god of thunder, with a powerful and resolute appearance, called Odin Father, showing his reverence. Odin held a glowing blue crystal item, seemingly exchanging or examining it. Odin presented the crystal item to Thor, asking if the enemy's true objective was Fenrir. Mimir, the colossal head floating on the water, affirmed that it seemed to be true. Mimir continued to deduce, admitting Garmr was a powerful monster, but doubting the enemy would cause great trouble just for it alone. Odin agreed with Mimir, believing that what the enemy gained was too little compared to the effort they expended. Thor listened in silence, his eyes full of contemplation as he looked towards Odin and Mimir. Thor broke the silence, asking about the connection between collecting Garmr's fragments and Fenrir's return. Mimir revealed a terrifying secret. Garmr's howl is what will awaken the world wolf Fenrir from its long slumber and break its chains. Odin, with a resolute gaze, affirmed that Garmr is one of the keys to awakening the world wolf. Mimir warned coldly that on the day the world wolf awakens, Odin, king of the gods, will surely become dog food. The giant kingdom of Jotunheim was covered in ice, where a massive castle stood majestically amidst a vast expanse of white snow, harboring terrifying secrets. Jotunheim Castle's towering spire appeared majestic, with an ethereal blue light emanating from its peak like a deadly invitation. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak walked slowly, each step carrying a heavy weight and a terrifying purpose. The figure entered a cold room, where another character lay motionless on a stone bed, awaiting some ritual. The glowing red eyes of a powerful being flashed in the darkness, declaring that all preparations were complete and the five fingers had begun to act. Demon King Utgard Loki, with a terrifying and imposing appearance, reigned on his throne, asserting that war was about to erupt again. Elsewhere, the traitor Loki, with a mysterious smirk, also declared that the Great War would soon continue. Loki's glowing red eyes and cunning smile revealed a sinister plan, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who saw it. At the roots of Yggdrasil, Odin, Thor, and Mimir were discussing the conspiracy of Utgard Loki and Loki, who only needed Garmr's howl to achieve their goals. Mimir's head floated in the clear blue water, deducing that if enough fragments were collected, the giants would complete their plan. Mimir continued to reveal a shocking truth. Among their enemies, there was one who possessed formidable Saga's power. Thor was astonished and enraged upon hearing Loki's name, his eyes sparking with electricity. Thor, the god of thunder, clutched a brilliant blue crystal fragment, his face filled with worry and confusion. Odin, with sharp, cold eyes, decisively ordered his son, "Destroy it." Thor stared at his father in disbelief, unable to comprehend the cruel command that had just been given. Odin explained that this was the surest way to prevent Garmr's resurrection, because they needed neither Garmr nor Fenrir. Thor finally accepted, declaring that once the enemy had revealed their intentions, they had no choice but to join the war. Suddenly the goddess Idun appeared, radiant in golden light, extending her arms to welcome her warrior. Tejo Lee knelt before the goddess of eternal youth, thanking her for the blessing that had helped him return safely. Idun smiled, praising Tejo for accomplishing a great feat, and she had heard the Valhalla warriors singing her name. The goddess Idun promised to reward Tejo as planned, and the first reward was the legendary winged steed garment. But then she playfully asked Tejo to choose again, leaving the warrior bewildered and unsure of what was happening. Tejo chuckled at Idun's teasing, realizing she had always been so playful. Idun explained that one of the two rewards was the familiar winged steed garment, and the other one was. The goddess Idun awkwardly struggled with another item, looking quite comical for a moment. It turned out to be the beast saddle, a magical saddle that could be placed on any beast or creature to ride. Tejo was surprised to realize the saddle's value, even thinking of transforming into a griffin for others to ride him. Idun giggled at Tejo's naive thought, making the young man blush in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hedda and Gandur appeared before Odin and Thor, with brilliant light from the roots of Yggdrasil enveloping the scene. Hedda and Gandur inquired about the meeting situation, and Gandur shrewdly noticed that Thor had just received something new again. Tejo Lee smiled hopefully, secretly thinking of another chance to possess the Pegasus wing garment in the future. Ragnar Lodbrok gazed into the distance, his face pensive as he pondered something more important that awaited. Ragnar Lodbrok looked at Tejo Lee with sharp eyes, remarking that he had become much stronger and suggesting to accelerate his divine training. Hedda appeared, seemingly disagreeing, reminding Ragnar that it had been less than a day since the battle ended, and Tejo needed rest. Tejo Lee listened, his eyes slightly surprised and confused by the argument between the two. Tejo Lee turned back to look at Ragnar and Hedda, offering a suggestion for them to help him with something. The scene shifted to a small wooden house amidst a lush green forest, with morning sunlight shining through, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Ragnar Lodbrok and Hedda looked at each other, full of confusion, seemingly unsure about what Tejo Lee had just said. Tejo Lee stood in a room filled with all kinds of weapons and armor, from swords and shields to axes, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, asking if they had opened a second-hand shop. Hedda knelt down, holding a small dagger, astonished to realize that all of them were magical items, and asking if they were remnants of the Great War. Ragnar Lodbrok turned his back, suggesting that perhaps they should return these items to their respective legions, as some might carry significant history. Tejo Lee smiled meaningfully, as if a bold idea had just sparked in his mind. Ragnar Lodbrok and Hedda looked at each other, agreeing with Tejo Lee's suggestion, thinking that the idea sounded more reasonable. Hedda clapped her hands cheerfully, suggesting they start sorting the items together. The scene shifted back outside the house, under a clear blue sky, showing a corner of the wooden roof. Hedda and Ragnar Lodbrok were sorting items with Tejo Lee, naming gods like Odin, Tyr, Uller, Hermod, Heimdall, and Ragnar wondered if another item belonged to Vidar. Hedda held a small dagger, staring at it with a puzzled expression, speechless. Hedda gave a forced laugh, admitting she didn't know which god the dagger belonged to, while Ragnar Lodbrok looked at her with a helpless expression. Ragnar Lodbrok speculated that it might be an item from another pantheon, and Hedda surprisingly asked if it was similar to the sword fragment from before. Tejo Lee looked at the dagger with determined eyes, declaring that he would examine it himself. Tejo Lee stood upright, highly focused, preparing to activate the dagger in his hand. Tejo Lee gripped the dagger tightly, telling himself he would try to activate it with swordsman Saga, just as he had done with the sword fragment. Tejo Lee's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, and blue energy erupted around him, signaling a terrifying power about to be unleashed. The entire house shook violently, and blinding blue light burst forth from within, engulfing the entire space. Ragnar Lodbrok and Hedda recoiled in horror, their faces pale with shock at the sudden explosive power. Tejo Lee stood stunned, staring at the dagger, unable to believe that nothing had happened at first. Tejo Lee cried out in terror, his entire body glowing brightly, seemingly enduring an immense surge of energy. Hedda and Ragnar Lodbrok were in extreme panic. Hedda screamed Tejo's name, while Ragnar pointed at the wall, astonished by the unfolding scene. Tejo Lee, Ragnar Lodbrok, and Hedda all turned their backs, staring at a mysterious image that appeared on the wall. On the wall, a faint image of Hedda rowing a boat appeared, leaving all three stunned. A mysterious warrior drifted on a small boat amidst the stormy sea, searching for something. Under the gloomy sky, the boat steadfastly cut through the waves, carrying him to a distant land. His face radiated indescribable joy, his green eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Found it!" After a long journey, he finally set foot on the white sandy shore, leaving the solitary boat behind. He strode with determination, heading towards an ancient castle standing majestically amidst the desolate land. The massive city gate swung open, as if inviting him into the mysterious kingdom of the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Around him were terrifying giant skeletons. Rumors of the queen eating people and bathing in virgin's blood made the atmosphere even more chilling. With resolute eyes, he told himself he would judge Skathik for himself, the name he was searching for. A mysterious figure appeared, standing opposite Skathik amidst the desolate landscape. That figure was the one who had become Skathik's mentor and teacher. The Queen of the Land of Shadows appeared majestically, with black and blue hair and a sparkling crown, exuding an aura of power. Skathik had dedicated all her love and respect to her teacher, who had given her a pristine white spear on the day she left the Land of Shadows. The pure white spear, forged from the bones of a sea monster, became Skathik's fated weapon. From that moment, the spear accompanied her, bringing countless resounding victories. Skathik stood proudly atop her victories, surrounded by the corpses of giant monsters, her fame spreading throughout the world. But then, a terrifying incident occurred, shattering all glory. Skathik was defeated, falling amidst the rubble, her spear flung far away. She lay there, gasping, as the name Prince of Light, Cuchulainn, echoed in her mind, signaling a tragic end. Tears, mixed with blood, streamed down Skathik's face as a cruel voice rang out, declaring the destruction of everything she tried to protect. In a moment of despair, Skathik screamed Loki's name, her fleeing enemy. She gathered her last ounce of strength, hurling the spear towards Loki in a fit of extreme rage. Loki merely smirked, his crimson eyes revealing cruelty and contempt. Skathik collapsed in extreme pain. Blood splattered everywhere. Her white spear shattered into pieces, symbolizing a painful defeat. Back in the present, Tae-ho, Ragnar, and Hedda were intently looking at the illuminated image of the shattered spear. Ragnar was astonished to realize it was a fragment of a divine weapon, while Hedda confirmed it was Cuchulainn's memento. Tejo Lee was deeply shocked, his eyes wide open as he held the weapon fragment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Ragnar looked at Tejo with a puzzled expression. The young man was still in a state of bewilderment. Ragnar gently patted Tejo's head, as if to pull him back to reality. Tejo asked blankly, "Who is Cuchulainn?" And Ragnar just sighed, replying, "I guess you wouldn't know." A legendary warrior named Eryu, once known as the strongest in the world, was destroyed, now appearing with power equal to Sigurd in Valhalla. After looking deep into the weapon fragment's memories, Tejo Lee was astonished to realize its name. Ragnar Lodbrok mused that if this weapon fragment was Gay Bolg, then it was perfectly logical that Sagas had no effect on. Ragnar Lodbrok warned Tejo not to casually use Sagas on Gay Bolg because it was unclear what kind of Gaius it contained, making the young man curiously ask again. Ragnar explained that Gaius was a type of vow, a power from Eryu, allowing the user to exchange binding vows for tremendous power. He went on to reveal that Ku Chulain, the strongest, possessed countless gyasa, and some of them even grew stronger after their owner's death. So Tae Ho had to be extremely careful. Ragnar added that, besides the danger, Gaebulg's lack of reaction to Tae Ho might also be because it hadn't accepted him as its master yet. Tae Ho was still haunted by the vivid memories the weapon fragment had shown him, of a powerful warrior and a mysterious woman. He wondered if the weapon fragment wanted to show him what its owner was like, and if so, Tejo Lee, with a determined gaze, declared that he would become even stronger to be worthy of being Gaebulg's master. Ragnar Lodbrok smirked in agreement, praising his determined attitude, while Hida also smiled brightly. The scene shifted to a small wooden house in the peaceful countryside, surrounded by a wooden fence and lush green trees. Tejo Lee turned to Heda, seemingly hesitant to ask her something important. He asked Heda if there was a way to get a mount, as having a reliable means of transportation would be very convenient. Tejo excitedly said that it didn't have to be a flying mount. Just something like a Dark Elf's horse or Uller's Legion's White Silence would be fine. A dark thought flashed through Tejo's mind as he remembered Captain Siri, and he swore he would never reveal it to anyone. Heda apologized, explaining that Idun's Legion did not have designated summoned beasts like Uller's Legion. Ragnar Lodbrok suggested that if he only wanted a normal horse, he could buy one in Vanaheim, but he guessed Tejo needed more than just simple transportation. With a knowing smile, Ragnar Lodbrok proposed a bolder idea. Then, why don't we go catch one ourselves? Both Heda and Tejo were utterly surprised, the young man stammering, "Catch one?" Ragnar Lodbrok confirmed with an excited expression, "That's right, we're going to catch a wild griffin." He revealed that there was a place on the border of Asgard and Olympus that was the territory of wild griffins, and if they caught one, Tejo would have a mount. Ragnar turned to Hida, worriedly asking if she was all right, as the trip would take quite a long time. Hida smiled brightly, decisively declaring, "Somehow, we'll manage." So the trip was decided. Ragnar announced they would depart as soon as Heda was ready, and along the way, Tejo could continue to train his divinity. The thought of catching a griffin to ride made Tejo Lee excited, his heart pounding. A few days later, a carriage began rolling down a forest path, marking the start of a new adventure. Heda, with a bright smile, happily drove the carriage, enjoying the atmosphere of the journey. Along the way, Tejo continued to train his divinity, and surprisingly, Siri, who was on vacation, also joined the group. Siri and Tejo both shone with divine energy, indicating that the training process was going smoothly and promisingly. Tejo Lee was pouring all his effort into training his divinity, sweating profusely, but with a determined gaze, telling himself not to give up, knowing Ragnar was watching. Ragnar Lodbrok, with a stern but caring expression, suddenly ordered both Tejo and Siri to stop training, telling them to rest for a while. Both Tejo and Siri flinched, their expressions a mix of astonishment and slight confusion at Ragnar's sudden suggestion. Ragnar turned to Heda, smiled slightly, and suggested she stop the carriage so everyone could rest, also offering to take the reins afterward. The group stopped by a clear stream, enjoying the fresh air amidst the majestic natural scenery, preparing for a rest during their long journey. Ragnar Lodbrok, with skilled hands, used a sharp knife to cut delicious, fresh slices of meat from a giant rib, ready for a wilderness barbecue. Large ribs were placed on the grill, emitting a fragrant aroma and rising smoke, promising a hearty meal. A gleaming knife was held firmly in hand, ready to perform the task of sharing the meal. Ragnar continued his chef duties, skillfully cutting the hot grilled ribs into bite-sized portions, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. With a radiant smile, Ragnar Lodbrok held up a golden brown piece of grilled meat, as if showing off his spoils. He didn't hesitate to bite into the meat, his face showing extreme enjoyment, proving how delicious the dish was. Tejo Lee, with chubby cheeks and wide, astonished eyes, exclaimed that the grilled meat was absolutely delicious, while Siri beside him also smiled contentedly as she enjoyed it. Ragnar and Heda enjoyed the meal together, both their faces reflecting a rare sense of relaxation and joy. Ragnar Lodbrok suddenly turned to Siri, extending a friendly invitation for her to join Idun's Legion, so he could continue to teach her. Tejo Lee's eyes widened in surprise at Ragnar's bold offer, while Siri looked slightly flustered, pondering. Siri gently bowed her head in refusal, explaining that she couldn't abandon her close comrades in Ulr's Legion, which made Ragnar nod in approval, praising her as an even more excellent warrior in his eyes. After the lavish feast, the grill was empty, with only a few clean white bones remaining, testament to the success of the grilled meat. Ragnar Lodbrok stood up, looked around, and asked if everyone was ready to continue the journey, and both Heda and Siri were prepared. The carriage began to move, the clatter of its wheels echoing in the quiet space, signaling the continuation of the adventure. The convoy continued its journey, traversing winding paths through majestic mountains and forests, heading deep into the wilderness. Ragnar Lodbrok sat in the carriage, focused on controlling the horses, his gaze fixed steadily forward. Heda sat in the carriage, her eyes idly gazing at the surrounding scenery, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Ragnar Lodbrok stopped the carriage at an advantageous position, turned to Heda, and said that this was a good spot for her to take over driving. Heda gently placed her hand on the horse, and a warm golden energy suddenly enveloped it, as if she was communicating with the spirit being. Heda continued to drive the carriage, while Ragnar Lodbrok explained that griffins were extremely fond of horse meat, and they would use its scent to lure them out of their lairs. In the deep blue sky, a flock of large birds soared freely around the towering mountain, creating a majestic and mysterious scene. The dense forest suddenly grew gloomy, strange rustling sounds echoing from deep within, signaling that something was approaching. Ragnar Lodbrok, with a tense expression, suddenly shouted a warning, his voice full of urgency. "They're coming!" Tejo Lee and Ciri immediately took defensive stances, both their faces showing high alert, ready to confront the threat. 3 giant griffins with widespread wings suddenly swooped down from above, making Tejo Lee exclaim in surprise, "3 of them!" Ragnar nonchalantly declared, "You two handle it, I'll just watch," which surprised Tejo while Ciri smiled knowingly. Ciri smirked, her eyes sharp, declaring she would prepare paralyzing poison to deal with them. Tejo didn't hesitate, divine energy exploding around his hands, ready to unleash a special skill. He quickly pulled his cloak, decisively activating eagle wings. Ciri and Heda's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the sudden sight before them. In a flash, Tejo transformed into an eagle, soaring into the air, leaving the 2 girls behind. Heda stared in astonishment at Tejo's receding figure, her face still bewildered. Tejo, in eagle form, shot forward like an arrow, ready to face the challenge. A giant griffin appeared majestically, soaring with outstretched wings in the blue sky. Ciri and Heda silently watched the giant monster, their eyes full of contemplation. Both girls were utterly surprised, seemingly unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. Ciri cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment, while Heda blushed and turned away, making the atmosphere unusually awkward. Ragnar innocently teased about whether Tejo should ride one of the 2 girls, causing Heda to blush furiously and vehemently protest. That's not it, okay?" The fierce griffin swooped down, its sharp talons poised to tear Tejo apart. But Tejo swiftly glided past, spectacularly dodging the monster's fatal attack. The griffin was utterly surprised that its small prey could escape its death claws. The monster's jaw dropped, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment at Tejo's incredible agility. Ciri raised her crossbow high, her gaze firm, aiming straight at the giant monster. The poisoned arrow hit its mark, causing the griffin to stagger, lose its balance, and fall straight to the ground. Tejo, still in eagle form, excitedly gestured. "All right, next," urging Ciri to continue the attack. He circled in the air, observing the falling griffin, and noticed many others soaring in the distance. The giant griffin crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust, its face still bewildered. It yawned lazily, seemingly unconcerned about having just been attacked. Suddenly, the griffin transformed into a more powerful form, the majestic alpha male Rollo, astonishing the viewers. Alpha male Rollo irritably wondered why it was taking so long, and when the horse meat would be brought. Its gaze was sharp and cold, suspecting its comrades had secretly snacked on its share. With an angry roar, alpha male Rollo shot into the sky, creating a powerful surge of energy. It confidently believed it had scented the direction of its meal, and was determined to find it. Alpha male Rollo shot off like lightning, leaving a brilliant blue streak of light behind. Meanwhile, the poisoned griffin lay flattened on the ground, its eyes spinning, completely unconscious. Ciri declared that everything was ready, and now it was just a matter of waiting for the prey to appear, while Heda and Ragnar Lodbrok stood by, observing. Tejo Lee gleefully rode on the back of a small eagle, ready for the hunt for the alpha male of the flock. The deep blue sky was torn apart by hundreds of panicked birds scattering, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. Tejo Lee watched in astonishment as the forest birds scattered in panic, realizing that something extremely powerful was approaching. Ragnar Lodbrok gravely confirmed that the prey had arrived, ordering Tejo Lee to prepare for the upcoming battle. Tejo Lee confidently held up the hunter's snare rope, a special weapon that could weaken the prey's strength when bound. A giant griffin, with emerald green fur and sharp, cold eyes, shot straight towards Tejo Lee like an arrow tearing through the wind. Tejo Lee was surprised by the superior size of the alpha male griffin, while the monster grew angry upon seeing his challenging smile. The male griffin roared furiously, unable to believe that someone dared to ride on the back of its kind and challenge. The giant griffin soared away, its powerful wings tearing through the air, demonstrating the overwhelming strength of the alpha. Tejo Lee calmly observed his opponent, his eyes gleaming with determination as he prepared for a surprise counterattack. The fierce griffin lunged to attack, but Tejo Lee quickly dodged, rendering its powerful strike uselessly slicing through the air. The griffin was stunned, its emerald eyes filled with confusion as its small prey vanished from its sight. It frantically scanned around, roaring in confusion. Where did he go? While the griffin was still searching in confusion, A small eagle, which was Tejo Lee transformed, glided gently behind it. An unbelievable sight appeared. Tejo Lee had transformed into a mighty eagle, causing the griffin to exclaim in astonishment. The male griffin growled, its eyes blazing with extreme anger as it realized Tejo's trick. It roared defiantly. Eagle meat isn't bad either. Then charged straight at Tejo Lee with terrifying speed. A breathtaking chase began, with the giant griffin pursuing Tejo Lee, who was transformed into an eagle, creating a spectacular aerial battle. Tejo Lee, in eagle form, let out a powerful roar, his entire body glowing brightly, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Suddenly, Tejo Lee wrapped the hunter's snare rope around the griffin's neck, making it dizzy and lose its balance. The griffin flinched, its eyes wide with astonishment as it felt its strength being drained by the strange rope. Tejo Lee had returned to human form, decisively pulling hard on the rope, trying to subdue the violently struggling griffin. The griffin furiously screamed, "Get down! Get off me, you wretched human!" It struggled violently in the air, trying to shake Tejo off. Tejo Lee gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying strength of the struggling griffin, but he resolutely refused to let go. The griffin was still struggling in despair, while other small eagles circled around, witnessing this unbelievable sight. The griffin roared in confusion and anger. Why? Why is it so difficult? I cannot lose to such a tiny human. It struggled in vain. It roared proudly. I cannot surrender. I am Rollo, king of the Green Forest, refusing to yield to Tejo Lee. Tejo Lee realized the griffin was starting to lose strength, his eyes flashing with determination. This is my chance. With a confident gaze, Tejo Lee drew a small dagger, ready to deliver the finishing blow to complete the mission. Ragnar and Hedda stood next to each other, one sweating profusely with worry, the other surprised and sharply questioning about the warrior's sword. Tejo Lee, with brilliant blue eyes, confidently declared that thanks to the recent battles, his synchronization rate with Saga, Immortal Warrior, had skyrocketed. The system confirmed the current synchronization rate was 20%, and more importantly, Saga, Warrior's sword, had upgraded to the powerful Saga Warrior's armament. Even more surprisingly, Tejo also received a brand new Saga, a giant warhammer that appeared powerfully. The brand new Saga named The Blacksmith's Hammer Never Slips thrilled Tejo and a certain blacksmith, possibly an image within the saga, his hands itching to test the new power. On the griffin's back, Tejo activated weapon enhancement. A blue energy surge enveloped the monster, causing it to begin weakening. The griffin growled in pain, feeling its entire body become limp, unable to gather strength to resist. Tejo remained steady on the griffin's, alpha male Rollo's back, pulling the rope tight while the monster struggled violently, angrily wondering what this human was doing. Tejo smiled triumphantly, amazed at how effective his skill was, while the griffin roared in despair, resentfully calling him a filthy human. Tejo's eyes shone brightly in the blue energy, as he heroically declared, "You are mine now." Immediately, Tejo activated a powerful new Saga. Saga, the one who commands dragons, completely taming the griffin in a dazzling light. The griffin, now tamed, growled in shock, realizing it was no longer itself. From hating the filthy human, the griffin was completely subdued, trembling as it called Tejo Master. An unbelievable taming. From the ground, Ragnar excitedly cheered that Tejo had caught it, and Tejo proudly replied that the monster now had a name. Tejo happily rode on Rollo's back, declaring that he would dismount to put a saddle, reins, and armor on it, turning it into his cool mount. Hedda was smiling radiantly, but her smile suddenly faded as an unusual sound echoed, signaling something ominous. Ragnar, Ciri, and Hedda, all startled, and turned around, looking in astonishment towards the mysterious sound while Tejo and Rollo were still flying high above. Two brilliant red streaks of light, like emergency flares, suddenly shot up into the clear blue sky. The red streaks of light continued to soar high, piercing through the clouds, creating a dramatic and alarming sight. Ragnar immediately recognized it as an emergency signal, indicating imminent danger. Ragnar deduced in a flash that the simultaneous appearance of two signals meant all nearby units were under attack at the same time, forcing them to split up. Hedda, without hesitation, called out Ciri's name, preparing for a daring plan. Hedda transformed into a giant, pure white swan, ordering Ciri to quickly get on her back so they could act together. Swan Hedda flew alongside Tejo and Rollo, kindly advising Tejo to be extremely careful in this urgent situation. Tejo nodded in response, his face showing a hint of worry but still full of determination, promising to be careful. Ragnar hugged Tejo tightly, urging them to quickly set off, creating a moment that was both humorous and urgent. Tejo secretly thought Rollo's body was incredibly resilient, but this feeling was still somehow strange, a new connection forming. In the deep blue sky, Tejo and Rollo, along with Ragnar, shot off like arrows, soaring past majestic mountain. Ragnar still held Tejo tightly on Rollo's back, continuously urging the griffin to speed up, while Rollo roared excitedly, dashing away at dizzying speed. After crossing several mountain ranges, Tae Ho was astonished to realize that the landscape below had completely changed, becoming desolate and ruined under the fiery sunset. Ragnar held Tae Ho tightly, his sharp gaze pointing forward, signaling him to prepare for a fierce battle. Before them, a gigantic troll boss was furiously swinging its battle axe, crushing numerous warriors while a griffin glided across the red dusty sky. The troll boss growled, its massive body like a mountain of rock, preparing to unleash a finishing blow on those who dared to stand in its way. Ragnar, with a fierce and determined expression, charged straight into the enemy's encirclement, ready to confront the monster. A brilliant golden light erupted as Ragnar unleashed a powerful attack, causing the ground to shake violently beneath the troll boss's feet. Despite the fierce counterattack, Ragnar gritted his teeth and endured, holding his ground despite his bleeding wounds. Meanwhile, the horde of monsters still surrounded them, but the troll boss's gaze was fixed on Ragnar, its most formidable foe. Suddenly, Ragnar was sent flying into the air, his body spinning amidst the red dust, seemingly on the verge of collapse. But no, Ragnar quickly regained his balance, his entire body glowing brightly. He was like a reborn god of war, ready for a counterattack. Tae Ho looked up at Ragnar from afar, exclaiming in surprise, "From this height, he's truly a monster!" The troll boss raised its head, its fiery eyes staring at Ragnar, who was descending like a meteor. A fated confrontation was about to unfold. In an instant, Ragnar unleashed a fatal sword strike, tearing through the air and sending the troll boss's blood splattering. Ragnar landed amidst the defeated enemies, and the surviving warriors cheered his name loudly. Ragnar! However, the troll boss still stood firm, growling defiantly. While Tae Ho's griffin was charging from behind, Tae Ho bravely rode his griffin, Rollo, into battle, commanding his mount. "Let's go, Rollo!" And Rollo responded with a sharp cry. Rollo, without hesitation, charged straight at the troll boss, attacking with its sharp claws, making the gigantic monster bleed. The troll boss roared in pain, its entire body enveloped by blue lightning bolts. Its power was being wildly stirred. Amidst the brilliant blue lightning, Breaky, another warrior, charged into the battle, confronting the troll boss directly with his thunderous power. The troll boss continued to roar in rage and pain, the blue lightning bolts still ceaselessly crackling around its body. Breaky, with glowing eyes and a furious expression, his entire body erupting with lightning energy, was ready to unleash a decisive blow. A blue lightning punch struck the troll boss directly, creating an extremely powerful shockwave, signaling the monster's end. Breaky leaped high into the air, swinging his glowing blue battle axe, preparing for the final finishing blow on the troll boss. With a resounding roar, "For Thor!" Breaky unleashed a thunderous axe chop, pouring all his strength into the attack. Breaky's powerful attack pierced the troll boss, creating a terrifying explosion of lightning energy, ending the battle. The troll boss collapsed. The battlefield plunged into chaos, but the warriors still cheered Breaky's name, the hero who had just appeared. Ragnar stood amidst the desolate battlefield, smiling contentedly as he heard his name being cheered by the crowd of warriors. Tae Ho rode Rollo soaring through the sky, while the crowd below pointed in astonishment, calling him Valkyrie Rider, or warrior visited by a Valkyrie. Tae Ho frowned in annoyance, constantly wondering to himself, "Why don't they call me by my name? It's always a nickname." Rollo landed majestically, its sharp claws touching the ground, creating a resounding thud. Ragnar happily greeted Tae Ho and Breaky, exclaiming, "Tae Ho, Breaky, long time no see," ending a dramatic battle and beginning an unexpected reunion. Tae Ho and his griffin, Rollo, appeared amidst the buzzing crowd of warriors, one of whom curiously asked if the griffin belonged to a Valkyrie. Tae Ho gave a forced laugh, quickly clarifying that it was just a normal griffin, and, more specifically, it was male. The crowd of warriors clearly showed disappointment, one person muttering "brew" upon realizing the harsh truth. Breaky suddenly appeared, sternly reminding Tae Ho that the battle was not over and this was no time to stand still. Bjorn and Breaky both looked at Tae Ho, asking him to explain the current situation in detail. Tae Ho was astonished when Breaky revealed that they had found a soul fragment of Garmer. Breaky went on to explain that the giants had also discovered this soul fragment almost at the same time as them. Bjorn asked if the giants had already seized the soul fragment, and Breaky replied, his expression tense. A gigantic monster boar, with glowing blue eyes and a luminous crystal on its head, appeared hauntingly. Breaky explained that the soul fragment had taken residence in the head of this monster boar, and even the giants couldn't fully subdue it. Breaky continued, saying that the giants had left some soldiers behind to hinder them, then pursued the monster themselves. Bjorn thoughtfully realized that the monster had been corrupted by Garmer's soul fragment, but still believed they had a chance if they acted quickly. Breaky hugged Tae Ho tightly, preparing for a rapid movement, which left Tae Ho bewildered. Tae Ho clearly showed discomfort, his face scrunched up and teeth gritted from Breaky's tight embrace. Tae Ho anxiously asked about the others, while Breaky suggested they fly ahead to buy time. Breaky gave a confident smile, reassuring Tae Ho not to worry about that. Breaky pulled out an old cloth bag from which dry bone fragments fell out. The bone fragments fell to the ground, forming a rather lifeless pile of bone shards. Breaky concentrated his power, letting out a mighty roar as he prepared to summon. Surprisingly, a pure, white, adorable, blue-eyed kid goat appeared, letting out a sweet meh sound. Tae Ho and Bjorn were utterly astonished. Tae Ho couldn't believe his eyes seeing a kid goat, while Bjorn remarked that it wasn't bad for a low-level warrior to have Tang Yoster. Braki looked at the kid goat, growling a command. "Grow up!" The kid goat began to glow intensely, its eyes shining as if containing a hidden power. The kid goat's body swelled, its bulging muscles becoming visible, and its blue eyes glowed powerfully. The kid goat continued to transform, its horns and beard growing longer, its muscles expanding, surrounded by a mystical purple energy. The divine goat's arms swelled to a terrifying size, veins clearly protruding, revealing the immense power being unleashed. Finally, a gigantic goat with bulging muscles, majestic large horns, and glowing blue eyes fully appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. Breaky smiled proudly, revealing that this gigantic goat was one of the treasures of Thor's legion, and they would ride it to catch up with the enemy. Bjorn agreed, declaring they would go first, while Tae Ho ordered the others to stay behind to care for the wounded, and for the rest to follow them. Bjorn and Tae Ho charged forward with high determination, ready to face the challenge ahead. The griffin soared bravely through the sky. Below it, thousands of Valhalla warriors cheered loudly, their morale sky high. Tae Ho and Ragnar, on the griffin's back, sped along, pursuing the gigantic monster boar along with the fleeing orcs and giants. Tae Ho decisively ordered Rollo, "Follow the trail, Rollo," and the griffin immediately accelerated, soaring away. The monster boar's heavy footsteps continuously crushed the ground, creating clouds of dust, revealing its terrifying speed. Tae Ho exclaimed in surprise at the monster boar's terrifying speed, while Ragnar maintained a resolute expression. Ahead, the orcs and warriors were fleeing in panic, one of them yelling, "They're right in front of us!" Finally, the monster boar was defeated, lying motionless amidst a pile of fallen warriors around it. Ragnar confirmed, "The boar has fallen," then urged Tae Ho. "It seems they haven't gotten the fragment yet. Hurry!" A gigantic giant roared ferociously, signaling the surrounding orcs to prepare for battle. The orcs looked up, terrified to see the griffin with Tae Ho and Ragnar charging straight towards them. Another giant was struggling with the monster boar's carcass, while the surrounding orcs were still in disarray. Ragnar quickly assessed the situation. There are 4 giants, and about 100 orcs remaining, a considerable force. Ragnar decisively assigned, "I'll handle the giants. As for you and Braki, take care of the rest." And Tae Ho immediately replied, "Yes." Ragnar roared powerfully, "Retrieve the fragment," his eyes burning with determination. Tae Ho and Bjorn, each with their own demeanor but both exuding fierce determination, were ready to charge into a battle to the death. The battle erupted. The griffin soared across the battlefield, where orcs and giants were chaotically clashing with the warriors. A mysterious warrior with dark blue hair unleashed a decisive blow, taking down a gigantic giant. A resounding victory. The crowd of Valhalla warriors cheered triumphantly, celebrating the defeat of their enemies. Hedda and Ciri appeared, Hedda confidently declaring, "Everything has been taken care of." Ciri anxiously asked, "Should we go check on Tae Ho?" But Hedda just smiled gently, replying, "Ragnar is there, so there's no need to worry too much." Suddenly, Hedda's eyes widened in horror, and a blinding light erupted behind her. A gigantic, fiery meteor plummeted from the sky, carrying destructive power. Both Hedda and Ciri looked up, witnessing the terrifying sight of the approaching meteor. Ciri cried out Hedda's name in horror when she saw the red-haired Valkyrie collapse to the ground in shock. Hedda stammered, trembling, unable to believe it. Why would such a powerful being appear here? The meteor continued to descend at a dizzying speed, and Hedda and Ciri could only watch helplessly. Ciri softly called Hedda's name, her eyes filled with worry for her teammate. But then, Hedda suddenly regained her composure, her eyes shining with resilience and determination. A gigantic white bird-like creature appeared, and Hedda urgently urged Ciri, "Hurry, Ciri! We have to get to Tae Ho!" The gigantic creature's powerful strides crushed the ground, creating clouds of dust as it rushed forward at an astonishing speed. The monster boar was fleeing for its life, pursued by a horde of aggressive orcs and giants. The orcs gathered, their faces filled with confusion and worry, one of them even doubting their decision. "Are we sure about this?" A group of valiant Valhalla warriors, riding on the backs of gigantic monsters, roared the slogan "For Valhalla" and charged straight into the enemy. Tae Ho and Ragnar glided on the back of Griffin Rollo. Below them, the battlefield was chaotic, with countless orcs and giants fleeing in disarray. Ragnar calmly assigned tasks, declaring that he would deal with the giants himself, while Tae Ho and Braki would handle the rest. Prompting young Tae Ho to respond with determination, Yes, numerous orcs and giants were pouring in, forming a gigantic sea of monsters on the battlefield. Ragnar decisively leaped off Rollo's back, ready to plunge into a fierce battle with the giants. Tae Ho urged Rollo, "Let's go too, Rollo!" And the griffin responded with a powerful cry, ready to descend. The monster boar had fallen, but around it, a group of orcs was gathering, casting mysterious purple spells. Tae Ho realized the orcs were casting some kind of magic, and he knew that, whatever it is, we can't let them continue. Without hesitation, Tae Ho commanded, "Attack!" and, with Rollo, charged straight into the orcs. With fiery eyes, Tae Ho activated a new power, declaring that this was his newly upgraded Saga. Rollo transformed into alpha male Rollo, his entire body glowing with azure lightning, charging like an electrical storm. Alpha male Rollo unleashed terrifying bolts of lightning, striking directly at the orcs who were casting magic. The orcs were jolted by the blue lightning, their eyes filled with panic and pain. Alpha male Rollo continued to rampage, lightning bolts continuously striking down, giving the orcs no time to react, as they fell one by one. Ragnar, his face smudged with dirt but full of fierce determination, ordered Bragi to continue destroying them while he would chase the boar. Ragnar bravely charged into the enemy encirclement, swinging his axe to scatter countless orcs and giants. Bragi delivered a powerful stomp to the ground, creating a massive shockwave, while behind him, a gigantic tree monster was approaching. Bragi erupted with power, his entire body emitting a brilliant blue light, charging into the enemy crowd like a whirlwind. Bragi swung his axe, creating sharp azure energy slashes that swept away every enemy in sight, sending them flying. Tae Ho watched in awe as Bragi rampaged across the battlefield, praising his power endlessly. Bragi is truly impressive. He's like a blender out there. With fiery determination in his eyes, Tae Ho turned to Rollo and said, "Rollo, let's go down too, ready to join the ground battle." Tae Ho's face suddenly became serious, his eyes reflecting an unsettling fiery red glow. A terrifying explosion erupted in the middle of the battlefield, a fiery red light engulfing everything, tearing apart the ground and sending fragments of rock flying. From the epicenter of the explosion, a mysterious fiery-haired woman appeared, her entire body blazing like hellfire. She flashed a chilling smile, revealing sharp fangs, her eyes filled with cruelty and madness. Amidst the desolate landscape and fiery red flames, the fiery-haired woman stood tall, like a goddess of destruction newly descended. Tae Ho and Ragnar were horrified, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before them. As a terrifying giant appeared, that giant is? A giant with a terrifying appearance, bulging muscles and fiery eyes, emerged as a new threat, sending shivers down everyone's spines. A majestic fiery figure appeared, introducing herself as Harad, the giant of strength and one of the 5 fingers of demon king Utgard Loki, signaling an extremely formidable enemy. In the hellish red battlefield, Harad stood, small in stature but exuding a terrifying pressure that seemed to distort the surrounding space. Harad's sinister smile and fiery eyes seemed to want to devour everything, revealing her absolute brutality and confidence. Facing Harad was Tangyostra, a gigantic goat monster with a ferocious appearance, but seemingly also sensing the threat from the new enemy. Harad flaunted her bulging muscles and fiery tribal tattoos on her body, proving that her title Giant of Strength was not just an empty boast. She unleashed a powerful punch, twisting and exploding the surrounding air, demonstrating the terrifying, destructive power of this attack. Harad and Tangjost faced each other. The size difference did not diminish the fiery woman's overwhelming presence. A doomed warrior screamed in horror, "Run!" upon witnessing Harad's power, but it seemed too late to escape. Harad's eyes blazed like hellfire, coupled with a smile full of sharp fangs, making anyone who looked at her tremble with fear. Harad delivered a fatal punch to Tangjost, its terrifying power making the entire space seem to explode, pushing the monster back. Harad's punch created a gigantic energy explosion, engulfing Tangjost in a sea of fire, proving that her power was completely off the charts. Tae Ho and Ragnar watched the scene in horror, their faces paling in shock and helplessness before the overwhelmingly powerful new enemy. Harad stood amidst the devastated battlefield, her demeanor nonchalant as if nothing had happened, completely overwhelming all opponents. Ragnar Lodbrok roared, charging straight towards Harad with eyes full of fury. Even though he knew he was facing a deadly peril, Ragnar gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying pressure from Harad, wondering what kind of power it was that made him unable to even breathe. Harad reached out her hand, fiery red energy blazing fiercely, as if wanting to crush everything within her reach. She stood tall amidst the sea of fire and ruins, like a cruel goddess of war newly descended, full of power and terror. Tae Ho desperately shouted Braki's name, realizing he was locked down by Harad's pressure, unable to move even an inch. Harad gracefully walked over the ruins, leaving behind a trail of fire and destruction, completely unconcerned by what she had caused. With a cold expression and eyes full of disdain, Harad looked down at the battlefield. as if everything was just a tasteless joke. She flashed a chilling smile, asking sarcastically, "Oh, look who it is," her tone full of challenge. Harad continued to provoke, revealing that she had been waiting for Ragnar Lodbrok for a very long time, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Ragnar growled in response, calling Harad insane for daring to appear here alone, showing his anger and determination. Harad sneered, mocking Ragnar for having grown much weaker, even saying she wanted to cry over his decline. A flashback appeared, recalling the glorious Ragnar Lodbrok of old, a legendary warrior who once shone brightly in the Great War. But now, Ragnar was exhausted after just a small battle, making Harad feel pity for his weakness. Tae Ho realized the warriors were still in shock, telling himself that he had to buy time for them to escape. A courageous decision. Tae Ho and Braki, though still horrified, regained their fighting spirit, ready to face Harad to protect their comrades. Suddenly, Tanjastra erupted with a powerful azure energy, its body turning to stone as it charged straight towards Harad. Tanjastra launched a fierce attack, but Harad still stood there, calm and confident, ready to accept the challenge. The fiery-haired woman Harad appeared with blazing eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura that made everything around her seem to ignite. The divine goat Tanjastra glowed brightly, charging straight into the enemy with a will to fight to the death. But in the blink of an eye, Harad stood tall on the divine goat's head, crushing all its attempts at resistance with absolute power. A thunderous punch from Harad made the gigantic Tanjastra roar in pain, the shockwaves spreading across the battlefield. Ragnar Lodbrok watched the scene in horror, urgently urging Braki, "This is your chance, run!" Braki, with a face full of fear, desperately screamed his comrade's name. Meanwhile, a gigantic griffin appeared from above, diving down like an arrow, making Ragnar look up with a wary gaze. Ragnar gritted his teeth, his eyes more resolute than ever, ready to face the danger. Tejo Lee reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold on to something in this chaotic moment. The young boy was still stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Ragnar glanced at Tejo, a slight smirk on his lips, as if evaluating his potential, then uttered a cryptic remark. "This kid, he's formidable." Braki was sent flying, and Tejo rushed to catch him, trying to steady his comrade. Ragnar decisively pushed them both away, ordering, "Take that fool and find a safe place." Tejo was stunned, his blue eyes wide with worry, as he questioned, "But what about you, Ragnar?" Ragnar did not reply, only looked straight ahead with resolute eyes, as if he had made his final decision. Ragnar's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant golden light, signaling a power about to be unleashed. He puffed out his chest, declaring grandly, "Let me show you. The power of a warrior who has reached the highest rank. A new realm you will have to face from now on." In Ragnar's mind, memories of a great king appeared, a brave explorer who had never failed. He was a mighty warrior, never defeated, who laid the foundation for the Viking Age. And now, the king of all Vikings, Ragnar Lodbrok, with glowing blue tattoos on his face, was ready to continue his legend. The divine goat Tanjastra was severely wounded, its eyes filled with pain, while Harad looked down with a contemptuous expression. The fiery-haired woman, Harad, clenched her fist, a surge of blazing red energy erupting around her, signaling a devastating attack. She unleashed a fatal punch, creating an earth-shattering explosion that completely overwhelmed the divine goat Tanjast. Tanjostra was sent flying far away, its massive body crashing violently into the cliff, while Harad merely stood there observing with a cold expression. The body of the divine goat Tanjastra fell to the ground, shattering into fragments of blue energy, seemingly completely destroyed. Harad bent down, reaching out to touch the remaining energy fragments of the divine goat, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She smirked cruelly, her blazing golden eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Without hesitation, she delivered an extremely powerful kick, as if to sweep away everything remaining on the battlefield. Harad looked up into the distance, where a solitary figure stood tall, her eyes full of provocation, and that was Ragnar Lodbrok, charging forward with his full explosive power, ready to confront this terrifying enemy. Harad's fiery eyes gleamed maliciously, signaling a devastating attack about to be unleashed. The fiery-haired woman Harad flashed a sinister smile, her sharp fangs clearly visible, carrying a surging aura of killing intent. Harad charged like a whirlwind, delivering a fatal blow to Tanjastra, making the divine goat roar in pain amidst a wave of blazing red shockwaves. With a terrifying punch, Harad sent Tanjost flying into the air, gleefully declaring that this was the true form she had been waiting for. The fiery-haired woman continued to dominate, delivering a thunderous punch to the transforming Tanjost, declaring that this was the only one who could ignite her blood. In the sky, Griffin and Tejo were thrown back by the shockwaves from the battle below, stunned and horrified. Tejo realized in horror that the shockwaves from the battle had reached even here, exclaiming that this was a confrontation beyond imagination. Tejo's eyes were filled with worry as he whispered Ragnar's name, sensing the extreme danger that enveloped them. Harad darted away like a blazing red flash, declaring that no matter how weak Ragnar became, he was still the Viking king, and his head would be the greatest offering to the king. Ragnar Lodbrok, his body enduring its limits, told himself that he could not hold on much longer, and had to end this with a single blow. Two earth-shattering surges of power collided, creating a blinding explosion that tore through space, leaving deep cracks in the ground. In just a few brief seconds, the blows exchanged between them were powerful enough to destroy thousands, even tens of thousands, of lives. The horrified crowd of Viking warriors retreated, realizing that this place was too dangerous and they needed to withdraw even further. The Viking warriors fled in panic, terrified by the destructive power of the battle. Ragnar Lodbrok braced himself, feeling his body reach its limit, but still determined to pour all his strength into a single blow to end the fight. Ragnar Lodbrok's fist clenched, compressing all his power into a decisive punch. Ragnar charged at Harad with an explosive punch, but the fiery-haired woman dodged with incredible speed. Ragnar Lodbrok unleashed a sky-cleaving slash, his blade glowing with golden light, carrying destructive power. Harad's eyes flashed with anger and surprise as she realized Ragnar's attack had missed its target. Harad angrily counterattacked, unleashing a powerful punch that created blazing red shockwaves. The bald warrior with blue tattoos was horrified to realize that Harad had dodged Ragnar's blow. The ground shook violently, and giant rocks were hurled into the air by the terrifying power of the battle. Harad sneered, declaring that Ragnar had missed his chance, and she was also preparing a big attack of her own. Harad unleashed an extremely powerful punch, creating an enveloping surge of blazing red energy aimed directly at Ragnar, who was in the air. Ragnar Lodbrok looked at his blade in astonishment, realizing something was amiss. The bald warrior with blue tattoos realized in horror that Harad was not aiming at Ragnar. The terrified crowd of Viking warriors screamed, desperately warning each other to stay away. Harad flashed a savage smile, provoking Ragnar Lodbrok, asking what he would do now, bitterly calling him the Viking king. A Viking warrior was unexpectedly attacked by Harad. Her punch tore through the air and headed straight for the crowd. Ragnar Lodbrok roared in fury, his entire body ablaze with golden light, ready to confront Harad to protect his comrades. A wave of blazing red energy erupted, sweeping away numerous Viking warriors, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic scene. The Viking warriors were hurled into the air, the face of the bald warrior with blue tattoos revealing extreme horror at the destructive power. Amidst the ruins, Harad stood tall, her eyes blazing, and a sinister smile on her face, proving that she was the one who caused this devastation. Ragnar Lodbrok gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with indignation as he witnessed his comrades being defeated. The ground cracked open, a giant stone pillar completely destroyed, showing the terrifying power of the recent attack. The remaining Viking warriors desperately screamed Ragnar's name, their eyes filled with fear and pleading for help. Harad smirked, provoking Ragnar that if he hadn't been busy protecting his comrades, she would have received a fatal blow, but unfortunately, he wasn't that kind of person. Ragnar bit his lip, realizing the harsh truth and his own limitations when forced to choose between victory and the lives of his brothers. Harad turned her back, declaring that the battle was over and it was time for Ragnar to die, her tone full of contempt. Severely wounded, Ragnar still bravely lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with unshakable determination. He let out a heavy sigh, seemingly concentrating all his remaining will and strength. Ragnar, though on his knees, still growled, reminding Harad that he had told her to run. Harad's eyes widened in anger, asking Ragnar if he had lost his mind to dare challenge her in this situation. Suddenly, a giant dark silhouette with soaring wings flew across the sky, attracting Harad's attention. Tejo Lee, riding on the back of the transformed griffin with glowing blue fur, charged straight into the battle with eyes full of fury. Ragnar roared with indignation, declaring that he was a son of the gods and would never endure this humiliation again. Griffin roared, its entire body emitting a powerful blue electric current, while Ragnar prepared to unleash an earth-shattering lightning strike. The power of the thunder god was channeled into Ragnar's hammer, transforming it into a destructive weapon named Saga Lightning. Ragnar clenched his jaw, his entire body erupting with momentum, ready to unleash his full lightning power. He unleashed an extremely powerful attack, a massive blue lightning bolt tearing through the air and hurtling straight towards Harad. Harad did not flinch. She swung her steel fist, ready to directly confront Ragnar's attack. Ragnar roared, realizing this was his only chance, and pouring all his strength into this decisive blow. Harad growled, her fiery eyes and sharp fangs clearly visible, showing that she was also ready for an all-out fight. Griffin swooped down from above, creating an extremely powerful blue light shockwave, supporting his comrade. Tejo Lee was not to be outdone, unleashing Saga Dragon's ancient cannon with a surge of brilliant golden energy. Tejo Lee poured all his strength into the punch, unleashing Saga Dragon's ancient cannon with terrifying power. Both Harad and Tejo Lee roared, their two surges of power colliding to create an earth-shattering explosion. Harad charged with lightning speed, unleashing an extremely powerful attack, her entire body ablaze with energy. Griffin, in his alpha male Rollo form, plunged straight to the ground, creating a brilliant golden energy vortex. Harad compressed all her strength into her fist, preparing to deliver a finishing blow with determined, fiery eyes. A powerful punch, glowing with energy, shot forward at terrifying speed, promising a fatal blow. A dazzling explosion erupted in the devastated battlefield, its terrifying, destructive power shaking the very ground. Ragnar Lodbrok screamed Tejo's name in horror, his face contorted with extreme worry for his comrade. Tejo Lee and Harad confronted each other directly, two fiery streams of power clashing violently, creating an earth-shattering battle. The fiery-haired woman Harad erupted with overwhelming aura, her entire body blazing like lava, ready to devour everything. A lightning-fast punch from Tejo Lee shot forward, carrying a determined will to pierce through all defenses. Harad launched a swift counterattack, creating a blood-red stream of energy that made the surrounding air hiss. Harad's gaze was sharp and full of contempt, as she looked directly at her opponent as if at an insignificant prey. Tejo Lee plunged down from above, his entire body ablaze with golden energy, pouring all his strength into the final blow. Another violent explosion tore through space, evidence of the earth-shattering clash between two powerhouses. Jian Bin Rauden and the crowd of Viking warriors behind him were utterly horrified, witnessing the terrifying power of the battle. Tejo Lee strained to stand amidst the rubble, his blue eyes shining with resilience despite his exhausted body. He thought to himself that the previous blow must have hit its mark, hoping it would at least make Harad falter slightly. Harad stood tall, her aura still soaring, completely unharmed after Tejo Lee's attack. The fiery-haired woman flashed a sinister smile and declared, "You surprised me, not bad, kid. I acknowledge you, so I will fight with my full power." Tejo Lee was stunned to realize his attack hadn't caused a single scratch on Harad. Feeling despair and thinking he was finished, Ragnar Lodbrok, with a determined expression, declared that he must help Tejo, despite the severe wounds on his body. Ragnar Lodbrok's back was covered in bleeding wounds, showing how devastating the attacks he had endured were. Brockie appeared just in time, rushing to Tejo Lee's side with his battle axe in hand, ready to join the arduous battle. Tejo Lee called Brockie's name in surprise, while Brockie resolutely declared, "Tejo, Brockie, I will fight with you too." Brockie growled, his eyes firm, asserting, "If it's unavoidable, all we can do is attack, no matter what happens." Harad let out a contemptuous sneer, accepted the challenge, and told them to come at her with everything they had. Tejo Lee and Griffin charged into attack together, Tejo's entire body erupting with lightning, preparing to unleash a destructive blow. Brockie was no less formidable, his entire body glowing with blue energy, wielding his powerful battle axe, ready to strike with lightning. Ragnar Lodbrok roared in anger, his entire body ablaze with golden energy, determined not to let Harad harm his comrades. A dazzling light erupted from behind, showing Griffin soaring in the sky, preparing to join the battle. Griffin roared Tejo's name, diving rapidly into the battlefield, his eyes burning with determination. Harad stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, declaring, "This is your limit," she smirked, asserting, "Perhaps you only wanted to buy time, but it seems none of you have enough strength left for that now." Ragnar Lodbrok lay slumped on the ground, blood flowing profusely, showing that he had been cruelly defeated. Ragnar Lodbrok lay slumped on the ground, his entire body drenched in blood, showing how fierce the recent battle had been. Tejo Lee writhed in pain, blood flowing freely, as a fiery entity with a demonic smile whispered a deadly farewell. The enemy Harad, in her monstrous fiery form, charged forward at terrifying speed, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A shocking explosion tore through the ground, creating deep cracks, revealing the destructive power of the recent attack. Griffin, Tejo's loyal companion, soared in the crimson sky, crying out desperately for his master. Tejo Lee suddenly found himself floating in a silent, star-filled space, completely disoriented and wondering where he was. The young man frantically looked around, seeing nothing but endless darkness, and the fear of death washed over him, as he wondered if he had truly died this time. A mysterious figure appeared behind Tejo, a deep, warm voice reassuring him that he wasn't dead, otherwise he wouldn't be able to think like this. Tejo startled and turned around, his eyes wide with surprise mixed with doubt as he recognized the person who had just spoken to him. On the devastated battlefield, Hedda held the unconscious Tejo tightly, repeatedly calling his name in despair. The red-haired Valkyrie Hedda cried out desperately, tears streaming down her face as she begged Tejo not to die, holding his motionless body tightly. In the spiritual realm, Tejo finally realized that the mysterious figure before him was Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn confirmed his identity, explaining that he was merely a fragment of a soul remaining within Geibolg, and from now on would be Tejo's guide. Tejo repeated Cuchulainn's words in astonishment, unable to believe that he would have such a mentor. Cuchulainn revealed that Geibolg had accepted Tejo and that was why he wanted to acknowledge him, promising to pass on all the secrets of Aryu to him. Hedda, with tear-filled eyes, bit into a glowing golden apple, seemingly performing an important ritual to save Tae Ho. Hedda urgently instructed Tae Ho to collect the remaining fragments of Gae-bolg, as they would guide him. The Valkyrie continued her message, asking Tae Ho to complete Gae-bolg and seek out her master, Queen Skathik. A warm hand grasped Tae Ho's, imparting strength and support, along with the promise, "I will help you." Hedda cried out in pain and despair as she realized Tae Ho had become the successor of Aryu. Tae Ho still lay motionless, blood still flowing, but his eyes flickered slightly, as if he was trying to utter something. Harad, with her blazing fiery hair and sharp eyes, stood tall on the ruined battlefield, exuding absolute confidence in her power. The fiery-haired woman Harad turned her head, her eyes full of murderous intent as a mysterious voice called out, "Hapad!" A purple energy entity, a vault, urged Harad to quickly collect the fragments and leave this place, not forgetting to sarcastically remark that she was as talkative as ever. Harad shrugged in response to Avalt, agreeing to go collect the fragments immediately, but her expression remained nonchalant. Harad turned and walked away, but her sharp eyes still glanced back to where a figure stood tall. Harad's eyes narrowed warily as she sensed the enemy's astonishing resilience. Ragnar Lodbrok, though covered in blood and barely able to stand, still bravely faced Harad, making her exclaim at his persistence. Hedda desperately watched Tae Ho, who still couldn't move, while Ragnar had already stood up, ready to continue fighting. Hedda sobbed, declaring that she would not lose anyone precious to her, showing her determination to protect Tae Ho at all costs. Standing amidst the crimson sunset, Tejo Lee firmly swore he would not let Ragnar fall, nor would he allow himself to die here. With fiery eyes and a determined smile, Tae Ho affirmed he would return, while Hedda in the distance continued to shed tears of worry for him. Tae Ho's hand gripped the sword, which was flaring with an ethereal blue light, ready for a life-or-death battle. Tae Ho's eyes blazed fiercely as he received power from an invisible hand, his entire body erupting with brilliant blue energy. The fiery-haired woman Harad unleashed a terrifying fiery punch, cracking the ground, while Ragnar Lodbrok still lay motionless at her feet. Harad's eyes suddenly flared with extreme anger as the name Tae Ho echoed, signaling the opponent's unexpected return. The fiery-haired woman Harad flashed a sinister smile, her face contorted within a deadly crimson glow. Tae Ho shot forward like a blue lightning bolt, his entire body exploding with energy, ready to confront the powerful enemy. Harad roared smugly, "No matter how many times you attack, nothing will change. This time, I will turn you completely into dust." She unleashed a destructive punch, surrounded by a crimson stream of energy and deadly vortices, aimed directly at Tae Ho. Despite his efforts to defend, Tae Ho was still knocked back, his body enveloped in a gradually fading blue energy. Tae Ho fell freely into the abyss, Harad's figure standing tall behind him, like a goddess of destruction, amidst a sea of fire. Harad's face was contorted in a cruel smile, her golden eyes blazing as if wanting to devour everything. Despite being covered in blood and his face full of wounds, Tae Ho's eyes still blazed with resilience and an unwavering will to fight. Despite his injuries, Tae Ho erupted with power, his entire body enveloped in a crimson aura of energy, charging forward to counterattack. Two crimson streams of power clashed violently, Tae Ho delivering a fatal blow to Harad, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Tae Ho soared upwards, leaving Harad below, engulfed in a sea of crimson energy, her fate unknown. But then, Harad's face reappeared, still bearing her cruel smile and fiery eyes, proving that she had not yet fallen. Harad's hand was cracked, but the cracks glowed crimson, revealing her terrifying power. Harad charged forward at terrifying speed, her entire body blazing fiercely, unleashing a powerful attack with mysterious blue energy. She used her bare hand to deliver a fatal blow, causing blue energy to violently erupt at the point of impact. Harad stood tall over Tae Ho's fallen body, the cold, sharp, short sword in her hand like a declaration of victory. Suddenly, Harad froze, her face showing extreme astonishment as she exclaimed, "You!" Tae Ho knelt, his face covered in blood, but still looked up at Harad with questioning eyes. "What exactly are you?" Despite being severely wounded, Tae Ho's eyes still burned with willpower, refusing to let himself fall. Harad couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the wound on her body, growling at Tae Ho. "You! How could you inflict this wound on me?" Tae Ho gritted his teeth, realizing that even after delivering a fatal blow, Harad had not fallen, while his right arm had completely lost all sensation. Suddenly, Avalt appeared as a purple energy form, giving a decisive order to Harad. "Harad, retreat. We have wasted too much time." But Harad, with a face full of rage, resolutely refused. "No, I cannot do that." A cruel smile reappeared on Harad's face, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Defying the order to retreat, Harad erupted with fiery red energy, growling that she must destroy Tae Ho at all costs. seeing him as a future threat to be eliminated even more than the defeated Ragnarok. Tejo Lee gasped for breath, his body battered with numerous wounds, wondering if he could launch another attack in this state. In mid-air, a mysterious purple energy entity named Avalt appeared, coldly accepting Harad's request. Avalt granted Harad more power, ordering her to end this battle as quickly as possible. Harad roared, her body fiercely ablaze with intertwined purple and fiery red energy, her power surging terrifyingly. Tejo and another warrior watched the scene before them in horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Harad smugly cracked her knuckles, declaring round 2 had begun and calling Tejo an unknown warrior. Tejo was stunned, wondering if Harad's power had been reset, and realized her new power was too terrifying. From behind, Heda and Ciri rushed forward, their eyes full of determination, shouting Tejo's name together. The 2 female warriors, Heda and Ciri, bravely declared they would fight alongside Tejo, ready to face danger. Tejo gave a resilient smile, his eyes shining with new conviction, thanking his teammates who had come to assist. Harad laughed maniacally, her entire body erupting with purple energy, showing extreme delight at the battle's progression. Tejo and the white-haired warrior prepared to counterattack together, their eyes burning with determination despite knowing this battle would be incredibly difficult. Harad exploded with power, charging straight at Tejo and the white-haired warrior with terrifying speed, generating shocking purple electrical current. Harad's attack created a gigantic purple energy vortex, sweeping away everything in its path. Harad completely overwhelmed them, unleashing powerful blows that forced Tejo and the other warrior to struggle defensively amidst a sea of purple energy. Harad, with a demonic face, growled that no one could escape from here and that she would burn everyone to ashes. Tejo and Heda endured together, but the purple energy was too strong, forcing both to grit their teeth in pain. Tejo was horrified to realize his body could no longer move. A burning sensation tormented Harad, with cruel eyes, decisively declared she would deal with Tejo first. Harad continued her fierce assault, cornering Tejo and the white-haired warrior amidst the dense purple energy. Suddenly, an extremely powerful blue lightning bolt tore through space, striking directly into the center of the battle. The blue lightning bolt exploded violently, creating a dazzling halo of light, pushing back everything around it. Harad was stunned, her face clearly showing surprise as the purple energy around her began to flicker. Tejo was also surprised, his eyes wide as he looked towards the source of the newly appeared blue energy. A muscular warrior appeared, holding a thunderous hammer, his entire body enveloped by brilliant blue electricity. It was the god of thunder, Thor. The majestic god of thunder, Thor, apologized for his late arrival and called Tejo by his name. Tejo was bewildered, his mind filled with questions about who Thor was and why he knew his name. Thor, with a resolute expression, declared he would eliminate this troublesome domain with a destructive blow. The god of thunder, Thor, unleashed an earth-shattering lightning strike, forming a gigantic blue energy vortex, ready to sweep away everything. Heda and Ciri were utterly astonished to realize the domain had been shattered, blue lightning erupting all around, signaling a shocking event. Below, a young warrior exclaimed, "Father!" in astonishment, while his comrades also marveled at the extraordinary power that had just appeared. The god of thunder, Thor, gave a confident smile, his sharp eyes sweeping across the battlefield as he ordered everyone to retreat, signaling an impending earth-shattering battle. Harad roared in pain as Thor's extremely powerful blue lightning bolt struck her directly, the purple and red energy on her body seeming to explode. The god of thunder, Thor, streaked down like a blue lightning bolt, his terrifying speed tearing through the air, ready to deliver the next destructive blow. With overwhelming momentum, Thor continued to plunge downwards, his body enveloped by brilliant blue lightning, an unstoppable force. The divine hammer Mjolnir in Thor's hand surged with lightning, its dazzling blue light signaling an impending earth-shattering strike. From above, the god of thunder, Thor, brought down the divine hammer Mjolnir upon Harad with terrifying power, creating a colossal lightning bolt that tore through space. A dazzling blue lightning explosion erupted from the divine hammer, completely engulfing Harad in a sea of destructive energy. The terrifying, destructive power of the blow created a gigantic crater in the ground, demonstrating the absolute might of the god of thunder. On the ground, the Valhalla warriors watched the scene in horror, unanimously shouting Thor's name like a savior god. A muscular warrior ordered the crowd to retreat immediately, warning that anyone caught in this battle would perish. Heda gently reassured Tejo that he could rest easy now that the god of thunder had appeared, but his dirt-stained face still held an unceasing worry. Tejo looked up at the sky with determined eyes, telling himself that he must become even stronger to face the myriad powerful enemies awaiting him. Harad was blasted into the air, her body enveloped in purple and red energy, falling miserably onto the devastated battlefield. Harad snarled in extreme anger and astonishment, unable to believe that the god of thunder, Thor, could appear so quickly. The majestic god of thunder, Thor, gazed down at Harad, his cold, powerful blue eyes seeming to pierce through everything. Harad lay sprawled on the ground, her body still covered in purple and red energy, her face contorted with pain and fury. Suddenly, the god of thunder, Thor, narrowed his eyes warily, suspecting this was merely a smokescreen or some trick by the enemy. Harad mysteriously vanished in a thick cloud of purple smoke, leaving only Thor's lightning streaks scattered in the air. Harad unexpectedly reappeared, her body ablaze with fiery red energy, roaring as she questioned Avalt about this perplexing intervention. Avalt's purple energy projection coldly declared that Harad could not defeat Thor in her current state and would use the night to cover her retreat. Harad gritted her teeth, her fiery eyes showing extreme anger and an unyielding, resolute will. Fiery red energy blazed around Harad's fist, showing that she had no intention of giving up and was preparing for a counterattack. The god of thunder, Thor, thoughtfully looked towards Harad, his sharp eyes seemingly analyzing every move of his opponent. Thor narrowed his eyes warily, seemingly having noticed something unusual about Harad. Harad, her body ablaze with fiery red energy, defiantly faced Thor amidst the space filled with purple lightning, completely unfazed. Harad roared, rejecting Avalt's offer, proudly declaring herself Harad, a giant of strength, a true warrior who never retreats. The fiery-haired woman turned her back to Avalt, boldly declaring that she would never flee from battle and would not die in a cowardly retreat. With a face contorted by rage and a blazing fighting spirit, Harad defiantly raised her head, challenging the god of thunder, Thor, ready to fight until her last breath. The god of thunder, Thor, appeared with sharp, cold eyes, full of determination, ready to strike. The thunderhammer Mjolnir swung up, unleashing a dazzling blue lightning bolt, signaling a destructive attack. Harad braced herself within a chaotic layer of dark purple energy, her body beginning to crack under the immense pressure. From above, Thor plunged down like a lightning bolt, striking directly at Harad, who was engulfed in pain. The god of thunder's resolute gaze stood in stark contrast to Harad's form, which was dissolving into the dark night. A dazzling burst of light erupted, bathing the entire battlefield in a brilliant golden glow, stunning all who witnessed. The crowd of Viking warriors screamed in horror, trying to shield their eyes, blinded by the blinding light. The ground cracked open into a gigantic crater, blue lightning still flickering, evidence of the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. Harad lay struggling on the devastated ground, her body petrified and shattering into pieces under the aftershocks of the lightning strike. The god of thunder, Thor, stood there, his calm blue eyes observing the aftermath of his recent attack. After everything settled down, Thor turned his back and walked away, leaving behind the devastated battlefield. He turned his head back, coldly declaring that he would remember the name Harad, a formidable warrior. Harad, the sower, was now just a cracked stone statue, her orange-yellow eyes still burning with rage. The god of thunder continued to walk on the lightning-filled ground, with a brilliant sunset on the horizon. In the middle of the desolate path, a brilliant azure crystal shard lay there, attracting Thor's attention. Thor bent down to pick up the crystal shard, and blue lightning once again flared around his arm. Without hesitation, the god of thunder forcefully struck the crystal shard into the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Tae Ho, Hedda, and Siri watched in astonishment as the giant blue pillar of light shot up into the sky, wondering if it was the destroyed soul fragment of Garmr. Ragnar Lodbrok, with a solemn expression, clearly understood Odin's command to destroy everything immediately. Odin's warrior gently flew down, landing amidst the waiting crowd of warriors. Below, the crowd of Viking warriors cheered loudly, honoring Thor, the god of thunder, as a deity. Thor strode towards the group of warriors, his gaze fixed steadily forward. The warriors bowed respectfully, welcoming Thor, the god of thunder, their savior. Thor smiled back at Ragnar, Hedda, and especially Idun's warrior, Tae Ho. Tejo Lee couldn't help but be astonished, surprised that the god of thunder knew his name, and hastily asked how he knew about him. Thor, the god of thunder, simply looked at him in silence, a deep secret hidden in his deep blue eyes. In another space, Mimir's head floated, delivering a terrifying prophecy about the day the world wolf awakens and Odin's fate. Mimir continued his judgment, asserting that the probability of that tragedy occurring was 72970 out of 100000, an alarming number. Even Odin, the king of the gods, couldn't help but be stunned, astonished by the fateful prophecy. Thor and Ragnar also froze, unable to believe what Mimir had just revealed, a future full of instability awaiting them. Mimir, the wise one, astonished Odin by revealing something unexpected. Father, this is? Odin's sharp gaze swept across, pondering Mimir's words. The number has decreased. Mimir continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. The prophecy I've heard hundreds, thousands of times hasn't changed. But for the first time, the probability of destruction has decreased. Tae Ho, with a dirt-smudged face but resolute eyes, was praised by Mimir. Even if it's just a small part, it's thanks to you, Tae Ho, for finding the soul fragment of Garmr. Mimir looked directly at Tae Ho, bestowing upon him a powerful blessing. Warrior of Idun, may my blessing be with you. And then, an unexpected kiss from Mimir shocked Tae Ho to his core, making him scream, "No way!" Tae Ho was still stunned, his whole body as if electrocuted, his eyes wide open in disbelief at what had just happened. Mimir smiled mysteriously, bidding farewell, while Tae Ho breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just escaped a calamity. Thor, the great god of thunder, along with Ragnar and other warriors, stood on the desolate battlefield, declaring that they had to leave because many other warriors were waiting for help. Ragnar thanked Thor for his help, and the god of thunder replied, expressing gratitude that Ragnar had protected the warriors from the giant of strength. Thor, with overwhelming aura, his entire body glowing brightly, prepared to fly away, leaving a powerful impression of his divine strength. Thor, the god of thunder, soared into the air, boldly ordering the warriors to gather at the Legion's outpost, shouting the slogan, "For Asgard and the 9 realms!" The crowd of Viking warriors below looked up as Thor's figure gradually disappeared, the dazzling light in the sky like a promise of victory. The scene shifted to a more peaceful place, with the words Tae Ho's rest area appearing, signaling a new chapter. A wooden sign with ancient runic characters was erected, carrying some mysterious message. In a quiet corner, 2 baby griffins were sound asleep, creating an unusually peaceful scene. Tae Ho, with a tired expression, was reminded that even though he had recovered thanks to the golden apple, he still needed rest, and there were no training plans for him at this time. Hedda gently told Tae Ho, advising him to rest well for the next few days, and that they would only search for Gay Bolg after he had fully recovered. Tae Ho awkwardly scratched his head, uttered, "All right," then unexpectedly made a bold offer. He looked directly at Hedda, his eyes full of anticipation, asking her a question that made the atmosphere tense. "Do you want to go out with me?" Hedda was completely stunned, her eyes wide with surprise and her cheeks flushed, unable to believe Tae Ho's unexpected invitation. The scene shifted to a bustling port city named Anaheim, where Tae Ho, Hedda, and Ragnar were rowing a boat, entering. Tae Ho turned to Ragnar, asking if he would join them, while Hedda sat beside him in casual clothes, looking quite different. Ragnar smiled meaningfully, explaining that he would only accompany them to the entrance, because to truly enjoy Anaheim, they needed to go alone. Tae Ho looked at the map of Anaheim with a puzzled expression, telling himself not to ask further about the meaning of truly enjoying Anaheim. The city of Anaheim appeared on a grand scale, with large ships anchored and bustling crowds on the pier, promising a new adventure. Ragnar waved goodbye to Tae Ho and Hedda, wishing them a wonderful day, leaving the 2 free to explore. Tae Ho blushed once again, his heart pounding wildly as he looked at Hedda beside him. Hedda looked truly beautiful in her casual attire, making Tae Ho secretly think, she really went. Her appearance is completely different when she wears armor. Tae Ho and Hedda looked at each other, both their eyes filled with indescribable emotions, opening a promising new beginning for their relationship. Hedda and Tae Ho stood next to each other, both blushing and so shy that they dared not look each other in the eye, creating an indescribably lovey-dovey atmosphere. Tae Ho tried to break the silence with a casual remark about the weather, but immediately chastised himself for being foolish, while Hedda still had her back turned, blushing. As Tae Ho and Hedda were walking down the street, an unexpected voice called Tae Ho's name, making him stop. Tae Ho startled and turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise as he recognized the familiar voice. Appearing before him was Ciri, with a confident and charming look in her new outfit, along with Rolf standing behind her. Hedda happily greeted Ciri, while Tae Ho awkwardly waved, trying to hide his embarrassment at meeting the huntress again. Rolf stood next to Ciri, his face clearly showing annoyance and a feeling of being left out as no one paid attention to him. A group of warriors, including Bjorn, rushed to surround Tae Ho, excitedly teasing him about the warrior who dated a Valkyrie. Rolf still glared at Ciri, reiterating the missed promise, while Ciri merely smirked meaningfully. Rolf angrily gestured with his hand, declaring that he would never let himself be naive like that again, while Ciri maintained a cold, calm expression. The crowd of warriors, including Brockie, excitedly cheered, inviting each other to go enjoy Anaheim, leaving Tae Ho standing there with a slightly bewildered expression. Ciri turned to tell Rolf he could go with the crowd if he wanted, but the hunter resolutely refused, asserting that he preferred to stay with her. Tae Ho forced a smile, turning to ask Hedda if they should continue, while the Valkyrie also smiled meaningfully. The two walked together through a bustling market in Anaheim, where stalls and people were crowded. Hedda delightedly tried on a straw hat, while Tae Ho wore a pair of very cool green sunglasses, both enjoying the cheerful atmosphere of the market together. Ciri and Rolf were also browsing the stalls, Ciri carefully examining small, pretty items, while Rolf still maintained a somewhat bored expression. Hedda suddenly pointed down at the water, her eyes wide with surprise at a scene beneath the sea. It turned out they were underwater, Tae Ho and Hedda swimming among schools of fish and strange sea creatures, both their faces clearly showing delight and surprise. Back on land, Hedda was still wearing her straw hat, and Tae Ho was still wearing his sunglasses, both turning to look at each other cheerfully, with Siri and Rolf behind them. A giant wooden structure reached up into the blue sky, revealing a part of the adventurous amusement ride. That structure was a giant roller coaster, towering in the air, ready to deliver an exhilarating experience. Tae Ho, Hedda, Siri, and Rolf sat together on the roller coaster, all cheering excitedly, enjoying the dizzying speed of the ride. The sun gradually set, painting the entire sky with brilliant orange and pink hues, creating a beautiful sunset scene. The four friends walked together under the romantic sunset, everyone's face radiant with joy after a long day of fun. From a distance, Ragnar Lodbrok stood on a boat, quietly observing Tae Ho's group enjoying themselves together. Ragnar smiled faintly, his eyes clearly showing satisfaction at seeing his friends enjoying a peaceful moment. Suddenly, Ragnar startled and spun around, astonished to realize that a man had been standing next to him for some time without any sign of his presence. It was an old man with a long white beard and hair, wearing a hood, casually eating a sandwich, and he greeted Ragnar, telling him not to be so formal. The mysterious old man revealed that he came for many reasons and was also curious to meet Tae Ho, while Ragnar still looked towards the group of friends walking away. That old man was Odin, the king of the gods, looking at Ragnar with profound eyes, revealing a fateful encounter. The great god, Odin mused, declaring that he wanted to witness the world with his own aged eyes, no longer wishing to rely on his flock of raven. While Ragnar Lodbrok nervously pondered Odin's secrets and feared speaking out of turn, the mighty god calmly enjoyed a delicious sandwich. Odin's aged face, with a beard as white as snow, exuded an unpredictable mystery. Odin praised the sandwich as delicious and promised to eat it again, making Ragnar wonder if he was leaving. The god of wisdom, Odin calmly reminded Ragnar that he had come for many reasons and had countless other important matters to resolve. Odin sternly warned Ragnar that the time for great warriors was near, as the scent of war once again permeated everywhere. A black raven spread its wings and soared into the twilight sky, leaving Ragnar Lodbrok with a pensive gaze atop the tower. Ragnar Lodbrok mused, recalling a bitter lesson from his friends on Olympus. When gods interfere in mortal affairs, nothing good ever comes of it. Tejo Lee, with a radiant smile, hugged his adorable pet cat, enjoying a rare, peaceful moment with Rolf. Siri and Hedda were no less cheerful. Both Valkyries smiled brightly, their cheeks flushed as they enjoyed sweet cotton candy. 2 days after the Anaheim outing, Tejo Lee returned to intense training in the dense forest. Not only Tejo, but Siri also officially joined the training squad, as Ragnar Lodbrok had recognized her innate talent and decided to take her as a disciple. Ragnar Lodbrok stood tall in the forest, his entire body ablaze with brilliant energy, exuding terrifying pressure as he personally trained Tejo and Siri. Ragnar Lodbrok grandly declared that the power he was demonstrating was a mythical-grade saga, a peak that Tejo would have to reach and even surpass in the future. Tejo Lee was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes at the extraordinary mythical-grade power Ragnar possessed. While Siri was captivated by Ragnar's cool demeanor, Rolf could only console himself, feeling neglected and sorry for himself. Siri playfully teased Rolf, making the wolf hunter even more annoyed, his face scrunched up. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 months of rigorous training had quietly passed. Late at night, a tranquil silence descended, enveloping the small wooden house in an ethereal darkness. Tejo's green sunglasses were neatly placed on the bedside table, reflecting the faint moonlight. Tejo Lee was in a deep sleep, sleeping so soundly that he was drooling. The MVP was still fast asleep in bed, completely unaware of a glowing blue spear lying quietly on the floor. The Gaebolg spear emitted a mystical blue light, as if waiting for its master to awaken and continue the journey. Unexpectedly, a mysterious figure with dark blue hair and a glowing sword appeared, greeting Tejo Lee. Tejo Lee was deeply shocked to realize it was Cuchulainn, and bewilderedly asked if this was a dream. But Cuchulainn immediately replied that he was in his own consciousness. Cuchulainn revealed a crucial mission. To pass on Eryu's entire legacy, Tejo must search for his shattered memories along with the legendary Gaebolg spear. Cuchulainn painfully recalled that the divine Gaebolg spear had shattered into 4 pieces, a fact that sent shivers down Tejo's spine. And then, a glimmer of hope appeared as Cuchulainn unexpectedly revealed that he had just remembered the location of another Gaebolg fragment. Tejo Lee couldn't contain his composure, his eyes wide with excitement, and he impatiently asked immediately, "Where is it?" Tejo Lee's face was filled with extreme astonishment and eagerness, ready for the journey to find the Gaebolg fragment. The majestic sight of Spartleheim, the vast dark forest inhabited by the dark elves, appeared mysteriously beneath giant trees that obscured the sky. Beyond that dense forest, a desolate, gloomy land emerged, steeped in a heartbreaking gray. And in that desolate place, was the temporary base of the Red Branch Society that Ku Chulainn once belonged to, a revelation that surprised Tae Ho. Although the Red Branch Society had perished along with Eryu, a few survivors remained, and they had established a temporary base in this deadly land. Ku Chulainn revealed that he had carved a teleportation spell onto Gaebolg for emergencies, and that rune-engraved spear fragment should have returned to the base. Tae Ho felt this mission was truly massive. If it were in a game, this would definitely be a super huge, epic hidden quest. Ku Chulainn seriously reiterated his request, hoping Tae Ho would search for the fragments of Gaebolg and also for his master, Queen Skathak. With a resolute gaze, Ku Chulainn declared that he would pass on Eryu's power to Tae Ho, the worthy successor. Ku Chulainn gently placed his hand on Tae Ho's cheek, conveying Eryu's power along with a blessing, leaving him stunned. Ku Chulainn leaned down and placed a kiss on Tae Ho's forehead, a meaningful act as an affirmation of the succession. Tae Ho woke up with a start, his eyes wide with horror, seemingly still caught in the afterglow of the dream. He sprang out of bed, letting out a scream, sweating profusely from the nightmare he had just experienced. Tae Ho looked around the room with a bewildered expression, sweat still beading on his forehead, trying to reorient himself to reality. He sat blankly on the bed, his face still a bit tired and hazy after the tumultuous sleep. Tae Ho's bare feet stepped onto the wooden floor, gently leaving the bed, starting a new day, filled with confusion. Hedda appeared with a bright smile, greeted Tae Ho, and remarked that he looked like he hadn't slept at all, while Ragnar stood beside her. Tae Ho awkwardly rubbed his eyes, sheepishly admitting that he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare last night. Suddenly, Ku Chulainn appeared in spirit form, angrily protesting that he didn't like doing that with a man either. Tae Ho stared in astonishment at Ku Chulainn hovering in chibi form, an image both humorous and unbelievable. Tae Ho frantically yelled, pointing at Ku Chulainn and calling him an evil spirit, a demon, leaving Hedda and Ragnar bewildered. He continued to point wildly, trying to ask Hedda and Ragnar if they didn't see that thing, while the two remained confused. Hedda and Ragnar exchanged puzzled glances. Clearly, they didn't see any evil spirit that Tae Ho was pointing at. Hedda worriedly remarked that Tae Ho didn't look well, while Ragnar wondered if he had been too strict in training him recently. Ku Chulainn, still in chibi form, taunted Tae Ho that only he could see and hear him. And why didn't he explain it thoroughly to the other two? Afterward, Tae Ho had no choice but to begin a long and unbelievable explanation to Hedda and Ragnar about what was happening. In the lush green forest, Tae Ho looked at his hands, feeling the change after inheriting the power. Hedda, with flushed cheeks and an admiring gaze, exclaimed that Tae Ho being Eryu's successor was truly a tremendous and great matter. Ragnar calmly reminded them that it was too early to get excited, as they still needed to collect many more fragments of Gaebolg. Hedda playfully teased Ragnar that despite what he said, he was clearly very excited too. Ragnar gave a slight smile, admitting that, in any case, this was indeed something very special and worth being excited about. Ragnar and Hedda instructed Tae Ho and Ciri to focus on finding Gaebolg, while also clearly explaining everything to the wolf huntress. Tae Ho nodded in agreement, while Chibi Ku Chulainn cheerfully confirmed his understanding, ready for the new mission. In the blink of an eye, the entire team teleported to Spartleheim, a desolate land covered in pristine white snow, each heavy footprint etched into the cold snow, signaling an arduous journey. Tae Ho and Ciri, in warm clothing, cautiously advanced amidst the harsh blizzard. Tae Ho thanked Ciri for accompanying him, while she blushed and replied that this was his mission, but she also wanted to repay Tae Ho's master. Ciri sternly declared that it was time to get serious, and Tae Ho resolutely responded, ready to face all challenge. Immediately, Ciri erupted with brilliant purple energy, activating her Saga, signaling an impressive transformation. The wolf witch Ciri radiated a dazzling golden light, her power surging, preparing for a high-level display. Tae Ho couldn't help but be stunned, his cheeks flushed with surprise at Ciri's explosive power. Ciri proudly boasted that her Saga had evolved, now imbued with a touch of divine power, and beside her was a giant golden wolf. The divine wolf invited Tae Ho to ride, and he readily accepted this enticing offer. The divine wolf dashed across the snow, its terrifying speed tearing through the cold air. Tae Ho and Chibi Ku Chulainn rode together on the divine wolf's back, determined to follow the direction indicated by the Gaebolg fragment. The divine wolf continued to accelerate, transforming into a streak of golden light that darted like lightning. Amidst the pristine white snow mountains, the biting cold wind howled eerily. After much effort, they finally saw an ancient fortress standing majestically in the white snow valley. Their objective was right before their eyes. The Gaebolg fragment suddenly stopped vibrating, making Tae Ho and Ciri realize they were very close to their destination. Chibi Ku Chulainn confidently declared that he would lead the way from here, firmly stating that a secret door awaited them. Stepping into the dark cave, they discovered a mystical glowing turquoise lake, illuminating the gloomy space. Tae Ho and Ciri carefully walked on a circular stone platform in the middle of the vast cave. Tae Ho was astonished to realize they had reached a dead end, with no sign of a door, which left him bewildered. Chibiku Chulain pointed to a spot on the rock face, ordering Tae Ho to place his forehead exactly where he had blessed it before. Tae Ho furrowed his brows, raised his hand to his forehead, and with a determined gaze, followed Kuchulain's instruction. He lightly touched the rock face, feeling a mysterious energy spreading. A hidden door appeared, and Tae Ho and Siri stepped inside without hesitation. Chibiku Chulain excitedly urged Tae Ho forward, making him chuckle at the warrior spirit's extreme enthusiasm. Both continued walking on the rough stone path, deep into the dark earth. They looked down into a mysterious circular chamber, where intricate patterns emerged from the deep darkness. Tae Ho focused intently, unleashing a new skill with a glowing magical tattoo on his hand, following the guidance of Kuchulain's spirit. Immediately, a brilliant orb of light flared in Tae Ho's palm, proving that his magical power had been successfully activated. Both continued to step deeper into the dark cave, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. With the orb of light leading the way, Tae Ho and Siri continuously moved forward, passing through the winding passages of the cave. Finally, they arrived at a large circular chamber, with a mysterious stone pedestal in the very center. Tae Ho and Siri stood facing the stone pedestal, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping over every detail, trying to find clues. Tae Ho exclaimed in surprise upon realizing the stone pedestal was empty, completely devoid of what he had expected. Kuchulain's chibi spirit appeared, gently reminding Tae Ho to try placing his hand on the stone pedestal. Following the instruction, Tae Ho slowly reached out his hand to touch the cold surface of the stone pedestal. Tae Ho closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing, while Siri stood beside him, watching with concern. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light erupted, making Tae Ho open his eyes wide in astonishment. He found himself standing in the middle of an illusory space, swirling with light, completely separated from reality. Before Tae Ho's eyes, a familiar figure gradually became clear. It was Skathik, the queen of the land of shadows. Skathik appeared with a majestic demeanor, her calm eyes looking directly at Tae Ho. Skathik smiled gently, calling out the name of Kuchulain, the disciple she was always proud of. She began to recount the tragic past, about the day Eryu fell and the land of shadows vanished with it. Skathik continued to tell of her desperate struggle to protect the sacred land, and how she had been trapped in the indefinite flow of time. After countless days and nights of wandering, she finally arrived here, but everything was too late to salvage. Skathik burst into sobs, clutching the fragment of Gay Bolg, her endless regret, despite knowing that her disciple was no more. She decided to keep the Gay Bolg fragment, and, with a painful smile, she promised to wait for Kuchulain's return, no matter how long it took. Tae Ho and Kuchulain silently witnessed Skathik's suffering, their hearts aching. Siri, who also had a special connection with Skathik, couldn't hold back her tears, painfully calling out her master's name. Tae Ho stood there, a tear rolling down his cheek, deeply feeling the profound sadness from the illusion. Siri turned to Tae Ho, asking in shock, and he could only whisper that he had just experienced an illusion. Tae Ho placed his hand on a glowing map that appeared on the stone pedestal, explaining that Skathik was holding the remaining fragment of Gay Bolg, and this map would lead them to her. Both stared intently at the magical map, where emerald lines were guiding them along a mysterious path. Following the map's guidance, Tae Ho and Siri entered a hidden passage that emerged from the stone pedestal, beginning a new journey. They continued to advance deeper into the dark tunnel, each step carrying hope and determination. Finally, they reached a stopping point, looking down at a colossal, mysterious circular structure that appeared below. Tae Ho and Siri startled and turned around, their sharp gazes fixed on the intruder. Tae Ho growled, "Who's there?" A piercing sound echoed, signaling the appearance of an unforeseen threat, making the atmosphere intensely tense. Wind-splitting noises continuously reverberated, as if countless foes were rushing from the shadows, relentless and menacing. Tae Ho and Siri simultaneously charged forward, their eyes burning with determination to face the imminent danger without flinching. Siri gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she recognized the enemy. She growled, "They are the ones who caused Eryu's downfall." She shrieked with hatred, "Fomorians!" At the same time, colossal, shapeless monsters rising from the deep sea revealed their terrifying forms. Siri turned to Tae Ho, her eyes full of worry but resolute. Could they have been waiting for decades for this place to open? "Don't let any of them escape, Tae Ho." Tae Ho immediately ordered Siri. "Captain Siri, go to the entrance. Deal with those trying to escape." She firmly replied, "Understood." Tae Ho focused intently, his entire body erupting with blue energy, his hand gripping the glowing sword as he declared, "It's time to show the results of my 3 months of training. Synchronisation rate 32%. Tae Ho's power exploded, his sword transforming into the sword of the Saga warrior and the sword of the winter wolf, creating a terrifying surge of icy energy. He shot forward like a whirlwind, blue energy swirling around him, ready to sweep away all obstacles at dizzying speed. The colossal Fomorian monsters were shattered by Tae Ho's icy power, their fragments scattering through the air. Tae Ho continued to charge, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, without hesitation, determined to annihilate every enemy. A sharp blue sword energy tore through the air, Tae Ho unleashing a fatal attack on the monsters. The Fomorian monsters were pierced by the energy blade, their colossal bodies collapsing in pain, unable to resist. Tae Ho did not stop, continuously swinging his sword, each strike carrying destructive power, giving the monsters no time to react. After the battle, Tae Ho breathed a sigh of relief, looked around the cleared battlefield, and turned to Siri. "Everything settled. Let's go, Captain Siri." He decisively plunged deeper into the cave, moving with lightning speed, leaving behind the remnants of the battle. Siri was no less formidable. She quickly drew her crossbow, a red arrow glowing with energy ready to cut through the wind, preparing for the next fight. She aimed her crossbow, her cold eyes fixed on the enemy, preparing to deliver a decisive finishing blow. Another Fomorian monster appeared, but Siri was faster. Her crossbow bolt shot out like lightning, giving it no chance to retaliate. The glowing red arrow embedded itself directly into the monster, creating a small explosion that stunned and disoriented it. Siri continued to shoot, the second arrow piercing the Fomorian's armor, inflicting fatal damage and causing it to collapse. She looked up at the sky. Another Fomorian had managed to escape, soaring high, leaving a hint of regret. Tae Ho quickly ran to Siri, asking worriedly, "Captain Siri, are you all right?" Siri bowed her head, her face apologetic. "I'm sorry. I let one escape." Tae Ho reassured her, looking at the scattered Fomorian monster corpses. "It's all right. There were too many of them." Siri looked at Tae Ho, her face resolute and urgent. "We need to hurry. First, let's go to the treasure." "Tae Ho?" Tejo Lee was startled, his eyes wide with surprise when Siri mentioned a mysterious treasure. Siri explained that she once dreamed of creating a second Ulster and had collected countless weapons, gold, silver, and movement-assisting items. Tejo Lee and Siri exclaimed in astonishment as they witnessed the colossal treasure trove filled with gold ingots and sparkling equipment. Truly an invaluable hoard. Little Siri floated, pointing towards a wooden boat and telling Tejo that it was what they needed to travel. She revealed the boat's name was Squabtuin, a magical boat that could move on its own without sails or oars. Siri instructed Tejo to place his hand on the boat and command it to shrink. Tejo complied, placing his hand enveloped in blue energy on the boat's hull and decisively shouting, "Shrink!" The boat reacted strongly, emitting a dazzling light and shrinking in Tejo's surprise. In the blink of an eye, the Squabtuin boat shot across the pristine white snow under the full moon and gently falling snowflake. From above, the small boat carrying Tejo and Siri glided swiftly, leaving a long trail on the snow. Siri announced that Master was in Nidavellir and also instructed Tejo to bring Gabe Bolg onto the boat for her to control. With resolute eyes, Siri urged Tejo to accelerate to full speed, determined to head straight for Nidavellir. The Squabtuin boat, like an arrow tearing through the wind, sped across the snow, heading straight for Nidavellir. Deep inside a colossal cave, a mysterious passage led to a solitary throne, surrounded by strange blue-armored creatures. One of the Nidavellir guards, with glowing armor and soft tentacles, stood guard in the gloomy cave. The king of Nidavellir sat majestically on the throne, surrounded by loyal Nidavellir guards, creating a powerful scene. The king of Nidavellir, with long purple hair, slightly curled his lip and asked his subordinates if they had found Skathok's hiding place yet. A Nidavellir guard bowed in response, admitting that Skathok, the queen of the Land of Shadows, had hidden herself too well. The king of Nidavellir turned to a bubbling mass of water, asked Adenmaha if she had heard clearly, and ordered her to act. The mass of water, Adenmaha, suddenly surged powerfully, splashing into the air, ready to carry out the command. The king of Nidavellir gave a decisive order, sending Adenmaha, embodied as a colossal water serpent, to Nidavellir. Tejo and Siri's boat was still speeding across the snow, passing through icy mountains. Siri urged Tejo to speed up, her face clearly showing worry that Master was in danger. Tejo asked Siri in surprise, not believing that her master, such a powerful person, could be in danger. Siri explained that her master was more inclined towards education than combat, and specialized in teaching. The chibi Siri suddenly revealed a shocking secret. The first time she met her master, she held a sword to her neck and threatened to kill her if she wasn't taught. Tejo exclaimed in astonishment, "Really?" While Siri awkwardly justified that she was still a child back then and quite mischievous. Siri looked at Tejo with a puzzled expression, asking if he was all right, as he had been muttering to himself for a while. Tejo smiled faintly, reassuring Siri that everything was fine, even though she seemed worried. Their small boat glided over the pristine white snow, venturing deep into a mysterious land. Siri explained in astonishment about the white night and what her master had said, that the sky would always be white even at night once they crossed the Nidavellir border. Suddenly, Siri screamed in panic, urging Tejo to look ahead, where something was rushing towards them. A terrifying icy explosion erupted in the distance, making their boat seem tiny amidst the desolate land. From the epicenter of the explosion, a colossal creature began to rise, its form gradually becoming clear. Tae Ho stared in horror at the emerging monster, exclaiming in fright, "What in the world is that?" A pristine, white, glistening, ice-like part of the colossal creature's body appeared, surprising Tae Ho. When its full form was revealed, Tae Ho couldn't believe his eyes. It was a dragon. The colossal sea dragon with its deep blue eyes and majestic blue horns looked directly at them. The sea dragon, Adenmaha, glided over the ice, creating powerful energy waves that rocked Tae Ho and Siri's boat. Chibi Siri frantically explained that this was Adenmaha, a sea dragon that could go anywhere there was water, and its appearance meant that its master, the tyrant Brez, was behind everything. At the same time, the king of the Fomorians, the tyrant Brez, appeared majestically on his throne, with sharp eyes and a mysterious smile. Tae Ho, instead of worrying, marveled at Adenmaha, calling her truly astonishing, or rather, beautiful, making Siri ask in confusion if he was listening to her. Tae Ho smirked, asking Siri if Adenmaha was a sea dragon. Then it was still a dragon, right? With eyes full of excitement, Tae Ho shouted, declaring, "I like you, Adenmaha." Adenmaha turned her head in surprise, staring at Tae Ho with a puzzled expression. Without hesitation, Tae Ho summoned Rollo, the colossal divine wolf, and confidently mounted him, ready for a battle. Tae Ho, riding Rollo, looked at Adenmaha and the emerging monsters, asking challengingly, "What are they?" A multitude of Fomorian minions, dark monsters with eerie blue light, began to pour out, surrounding them from all sides. The battle erupted as Adenmaha, Rollo, and Tae Ho confronted the ferocious Fomorian monster legion. Tae Ho, riding Rollo, charged straight into the battlefield, his momentum soaring like a thunderstorm, ready to sweep away all enemies. Rollo bravely charged forward, unleashing a powerful wave of blue energy, sweeping away the charging Fomorian monsters. Tae Ho and Rollo continued to advance. Tae Ho's gaze locked onto the main target. Tae Ho decisively pointed straight at Adenmaha, shouting, "You are the target, Adenmaha!" Adenmaha roared furiously, spewing a destructive stream of blue energy towards Tae Ho and Rollo. Rollo swiftly dodged Adenmaha's fatal attack, continuing to charge forward at an astonishing speed. The divine wolf Rollo continued to dart forward, carrying Tae Ho deeper into the fierce battle. Tae Ho and Adenmaha rushed forward like a whirlwind, creating a dazzling blue streak of light that tore through space. Adenmaha was so terrified that she broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the insane speed she was being forced into. The colossal sea dragon Adenmaha let out a desperate roar, completely losing control under Tae Ho's overwhelming command. Tae Ho gripped the reins tightly, his eyes sharp and determined, controlling Adenmaha decisively. He leaned back, putting all his strength into pulling the reins hard, forcing Adenmaha to obey his will. The saddle on Adenmaha's back was stretched to its limit, proof of the powerful force Tae Ho was applying. Adenmaha squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth in endurance, seemingly trying to adapt to this new, forceful master. Tae Ho sat firmly on the sea dragon's back, his eyes glowing with blue energy, confidently declaring, "Alabama right, I'm ready." He smiled brightly, his blue eyes sparkling, happily announcing that the Dragon Commander Saga had leveled up, and also revealing that Dragon Knight Kalsted's Saga was extremely powerful against dragons. Tae Ho's new Dragon Commander Saga appeared with immense power, enveloping Adenmaha in a brilliant blue light, asserting ultimate authority. Information about Adenmaha appeared. From slave of the tyrant Brez, she was now pure white Adenmaha, extremely confused because the master has changed. Tae Ho grinned, declaring himself the sea dragon's new master and commanding, "I am your master now. Let's go, Adenmaha." Adenmaha was so surprised her mouth hung open, confused about where Tae Ho wanted her to go, her face full of bewilderment. Tae Ho tilted his head and asked Adenmaha, You're a female? Reigns for a lady, really?" He pondered, telling himself that dragons were indeed very intelligent, and so was Rollo, but he couldn't converse. Tae Ho ordered Adenmaha, "Anyway, we can talk later. Just follow my orders now." But the sea dragon hastily told him to stop. Washington IT! Washington IT! Stop! Adenmaha explained that if this continued, her geas would be severely conflicted. Tae Ho asked again about the geese conflict, and Adenmaha explained that her geese was to obey the master, but now she had two masters. Adenmaha irritably explained that if she received conflicting orders from both masters, her gees would clash, and Tae Ho seemed to have understood the problem. Tae Ho deduced that the former master Brez might have ordered Adenmaha to attack him, but if he ordered her to protect him, the geas would be severely conflicted, and the consequences would surely be dire. Tae Ho looked at Adenmaha, asking the sea dragon to tell him how to break Brez's geese. "All right, Adenmaha. Then tell me how to break Brez's geese." Tae Ho flashed a charming smile, persuading Adenmaha, "Brez is a bad guy, isn't he? Let me be your new master. I will treat you better than he ever did. I will not treat you like a slave." Adenmaha looked at Tae Ho with hesitant eyes, seemingly touched by his promise. Adin Maha showed Tae Ho the slave mark located on the scale above the saddle, but also said it was useless without knowing how to remove it. Tae Ho stared at the glowing blue scale, wondering if that was the slave mark. Tae Ho found it, and confirmed that all he needed to do was remove that scale. Tae Ho drew a simple dagger, his eyes resolute, preparing to take decisive action. Tae Ho prepared to stab Adin Maha's scale, making the sea dragon cry out in horror, unable to believe what he was about to do. Adin Maha shrieked in extreme pain as energy chains tightened around her. Each glowing blue chain seemed to tear at the sea dragon's body, making her writhe incessantly. Without hesitation, Tae Ho swung his sharp dagger, decisively severing the chains binding Adin Maha. Lane, in chibi form, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "No way! He broke the slave mark that easily?" Divine power erupted around Tae Ho's hand, a brilliant halo carrying divine strength. He placed his hand on Adin Maha, gently reassuring her. "Just a little more, Adin Maha. I will heal you." After being healed, Adin Maha immediately grumbled at Tae Ho. "There, it's done, you annoying master." Tae Ho flashed a confident smile, activating a new saga called The Dominator, ready to fight alongside the sea dragon. Adin Maha was astonished, feeling new power flowing through her veins. A strange, yet mighty sensation. The sea dragon lunged into the Fomorian minions' army, her body graceful like a white whirlwind. Her dragon tail swept horizontally, creating powerful shockwaves that cleared out numerous enemies. Tae Ho sat firmly on Adin Maha's back, confidently declaring, "Leave this part of the sky to me." He drew his crossbow, and brilliant blue energy arrows soared into the air. A volley of arrows was fired, forming a rain of damage that cleared out the monsters above. The arrows pierced through the air, turning numerous Fomorian minions into vanishing specks of light. Tae Ho wondered about the number of enemies and if Brez would appear, but Adin Maha affirmed that the tyrant only showed himself when victory was certain. When Tae Ho asked if sea dragons could fly, Adin Maha immediately replied with annoyance, "How can a sea dragon fly? You should be more polite, sir." Tae Ho continued to ask which Fomorian boss might appear, and Adin Maha hesitantly guessed that it could be Midak. Midak, a person who could control all kinds of monsters with magic and transform into various monsters, was described by Adin Maha. He can even control mighty monsters like Rollo, turning them into his combat tool. A giant flying ship glided across the sky, carrying a new threat. Midak, with a smug expression, believed that Adin Maha had dealt with the grunts. He craved to taste the blood of the Shadow Queen, revealing a dark conspiracy brewing. The flying ship continued its journey, gliding over desolate lands and vast seas. From the deep sea, a giant Fomorian monster with a glowing blue body began to rise, signaling a fierce battle. Hordes of Fomorian minions surged from all directions, forming a dark wave that surrounded the enemy. Adin Maha roared resoundingly, her entire body erupting with brilliant blue energy. The sea dragon transformed spectacularly, donning a sparkling crystal ice armor, ready to face any danger. The sea dragon Adin Maha roared in pain as she was squeezed by the Fomorian minion's tentacles, the chains on her body shining even brighter. Tae Ho unhesitatingly drew his crossbow, continuously firing emerald energy arrows that tore through the besieging Fomorian minions. The Fomorian minions, with their rock-like bodies and eerie blue light, continued to surge forward, relentlessly surrounding the target. Tae Ho dodged the barrage of giant flying rocks in surprise, realizing that the monsters had switched to long-range attacks, making the situation even more perilous. Adin Maha was exhausted, her body covered in wounds, and she weakly whispered that she couldn't continue and they had to flee, which saddened Tae Ho. Tae Ho gazed thoughtfully at the sea dragon, silently agreeing with Adin Maha's advice, his eyes revealing his worry. Lane anxiously looked out at the chaotic battlefield, where Adin Maha was surrounded by countless Fomorian minions, and he whispered that the strongest ones hadn't even appeared yet, and they would be exhausted first. Tae Ho frowned, sweat beading on his forehead, wondering what they could do to escape this desperate situation. Suddenly, Tae Ho's eyes lit up, a thought flashing in his mind, bringing a ray of hope amidst the enemy's encirclement. From a distance, a mighty legion riding giant white wolves charged like a storm, their shouts echoing, "For Asgard and the 9 realms!" Leading the legion was a radiant blonde female warrior, who, along with other heroes, charged straight into the battle, their morale soaring. Tae Ho burst with joy upon recognizing Commander Gandor, and he happily asked her why she was here. Gandor smiled and replied that she had called for reinforcements. Then she quickly ordered Ciri, the Wolf Witch, to leave and search for Shadow Queen Scatha. Tae Ho trustingly handed Adin Maha's leash to Ciri, instructing her to take care of the sea dragon, while Ciri still hesitated slightly. Ciri flashed a mischievous smile, jumped onto Adin Maha's back, declaring that sometimes riding into battle wasn't bad at all, her eyes full of excitement. Tae Ho erupted with energy, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant blue electrical current, and urged on by Lane, he charged straight forward. He glided like lightning, passing through the numerous Fomorian minions blocking his path, without a moment's hesitation. Before Tae Ho, a mysterious cave entrance appeared, enveloped by a faint purple barrier, making him realize there was an invisible obstacle. Ku Shulain urged Tae Ho to charge straight in, explaining that the barrier would automatically open if it sensed the power of Gaebolg. Trusting Ku Shulain's words, Tae Ho unhesitatingly charged straight into the purple barrier blocking the way. He easily passed through the barrier, advancing deep into the dark cave, where unexplored secrets lay hidden. Ku Shulain, full of determination, sensed another soul fragment growing stronger, and he asserted that no matter how complex the path, they would quickly find it. The path in the cave was covered with sparkling icy crystals, leading deep into a vast and mystical space. Tae Ho suddenly stopped, his cheeks flushed from the cold, his eyes fixed on a scene before him. Before him was a magnificent ice palace, and on a splendid throne, Skathok sat, majestic yet full of sorrow. Skathok still had her eyes tightly closed, her face exuding serenity but also a hint of weakness, as if she had just woken from a long sleep. Tae Ho anxiously asked Ku Shulain about Skathok's condition, noticing her apparent weakness, and Ku Shulain explained that she had only just woken up after a long sleep to recover. Ku Shulain nodded in confirmation, stating that was why the Shadow Queen still appeared weak. Skathok, the Shadow Queen, opened her eyes, her mysterious violet gaze directed towards Tae Ho. From behind, Skathok spoke, her tone deep yet authoritative, asking if Tae Ho was the successor of Eryu. Tae Ho was startled, surprised by her beautiful voice, then quickly regained his composure, respectfully introducing himself as a warrior of Idun and bowing. With a gentle smile and an inviting gaze, Skathok extended her hand, inviting Tae Ho to come closer and take her hand. Without hesitation, Tae Ho took steady steps on the cold stone floor, approaching the queen. Skathok explained that if Tae Ho held her hand, she would be able to gather valuable information far beyond any word. As Skathok's hand touched Tae Ho's, a brilliant golden light erupted, and she revealed that it had been over 100 years since Eryu's fall, but the Fomorians remained unchanged. She continued to warn of a powerful Fomorian approaching, making Tae Ho wonder if it was the one Adenmaha had mentioned. Skathok looked at Tae Ho thoughtfully, apologizing for placing such a burden on him simply because he was Eryu's successor, but affirmed that he was the only one she could trust. Ku Shulain, in chibi form, appeared beside Tae Ho with a serious expression, as if pondering the situation. Skathok gently leaned in, giving Tae Ho a deep kiss, like a blessing and a promise. The passionate kiss ended, and Skathok whispered that the blessing of the Shadowland would always accompany Tae Ho. Tae Ho was still dazed after the unexpected kiss, looking at Skathok with emotional eyes. Skathok handed Gaebolg to Tae Ho, solemnly declaring that she would entrust this mythical weapon to him. She explained that even though Gaebolg was incomplete, it was still the strongest weapon of the Shadowland. Tae Ho gripped Gaebolg tightly, and Chibi Ku Shulain appeared, asserting that he would help him unleash its hidden power. A brilliant golden energy burst around Tae Ho as he gripped Gaebolg, ready to embrace new power. Gaebolg in Tae Ho's hand emitted a mystical purple light, and Ku Shulain explained that the power of life would turn the spear pure white, while the power of death hidden deep within would unleash a terrifying curse. Skathok seriously warned Tae Ho that Gaebolg's true purpose was a fatal blow to sever the enemy's life, and he must absolutely not waste or carelessly flaunt its power. Tae Ho nodded in understanding, then bowed and bid farewell to Queen Skathok. He quickly turned around, rushing away like the wind, leaving Skathok behind. Chibi Ku Shulain flew after him, scolding Tae Ho that even after receiving his master's kiss, he was still thinking of another woman. Tae Ho blushed, startled, and asked Ku Shulain if he could hear his thoughts. Ku Shulain smirked, asserting that he didn't hear but merely guessed, and directly asked Tae Ho if he was thinking of that Valkyrie. Tae Ho gave a forced laugh, his face flushed because Ku Shulain had hit the nail on the head. The image of Heda, the fiery, red-haired Valkyrie, appeared in Tae Ho's mind, smiling radiant. Tae Ho continued to run deep into the dark cave, his steps urgent, his determination unwavering. He dashed forward with astonishing speed, his gaze fixed ahead, ready for new challenges. Tejo Lee looked out at a magnificent scene, where a giant ice dragon stood proudly amidst the vast white snow, surrounded by countless flying bat monsters. Tejo Lee and Chibi Ku Shulain looked up at the sky in astonishment, where a giant flying ship was gliding past. Tejo Lee looked up at a giant flying ship gliding across the sky, harboring a potential threat. A muscular warrior with a lion's mane hair and a bone mask, Medak, appeared powerfully with the title Master of Beasts. Tejo Lee pondered tensely, realizing how strong Medak was through Edmaha's memories, and that a direct confrontation would be extremely difficult. Tejo Lee's eyes flashed with determination, showing that he had come up with a bold idea. Tejo Lee's mind raced, wondering if there was another way to fight without directly confronting Medak. Chibi Ku Shulain proposed a stealth attack, and Tejo Lee agreed, believing that Medak had not yet noticed their presence or Gaebolg. Tejo Lee and Ku Shulain looked forward together, trusting in the power of Gay Bolg and their ability to approach the target undetected. Siri, the manhunter, was galloping on horseback. But this image was merely a fleeting thought of Taeho's blank the can of the blank. Tejo Lee shook his head, asserting that Siri couldn't help them, as they needed something that could fly faster and higher. Tejo Lee's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just realized something extremely important. Gandur, the orange-haired Valkyrie, swung her sword powerfully, preparing to unleash a decisive attack. The Valkyrie Gandur decisively sliced through a monstrous creature, blood splattering in the air. Gandur turned to look at Tejo Lee, calling his name anxiously, while Tejo Lee was rushing towards her. Gandur looked at Tejo Lee with suspicion, asking if he was trying to take advantage of her, which made Tejo Lee deny it in a panic. Tejo Lee quickly explained that he would clarify everything later and urgently asked Gandur to transform immediately. Medak's giant flying ship glided across the sky, carrying immeasurable mysteries and threats. The giant eagle, Gandur's mount, soared into the air, carrying Tejo Lee on its back. Tejo Lee sat steadily on the giant eagle's back, observing Medak's flying ship and realizing that the enemy had not yet detected them. Tejo Lee smiled smugly, secretly praising the Valkyrie's overpowered stealth ability, far surpassing that of lower-level warriors. Tejo Lee decisively gave the order, announcing that they would charge straight at the target and telling the giant eagle to be ready. Tejo Lee gripped his weapon, his eyes firm, telling himself that this was the only chance and no mistakes were allowed. The giant eagle soared away at terrifying speed, its wings glowing brightly, carrying Tejo Lee straight towards the target. Tejo Lee tensed his body, gripped his weapon tightly, and shouted the slogan for Idun, with eyes burning with determination. The giant eagle continued to shoot like an arrow towards the flying ship, carrying Tejo Lee's hope and determination. Tejo Lee once again reminded himself of this sole opportunity, allowing no room for error. Midak, the master of beasts, stood tall on the flying ship's deck, his eyes full of challenge, ready to face anyone who dared to stand in his way. Tejo Lee stood on the ship's deck, his gaze following the giant eagle circling in the sky, preparing for an uncompromising battle. With sharp eyes and boundless determination, Tejo Lee charged forward, blue energy erupting around him, ready to unleash a fatal blow. From above, Tejo Lee was like an arrow tearing through the wind, aiming straight at Midak, the giant enemy standing tall beneath the flying ship. Midak, with a majestic appearance and terrifying power, stood with his arms crossed, waiting, his eyes full of challenge. Tejo Lee unleashed a lightning-fast attack, aiming straight at Midak, creating powerful, swirling currents of air. Midak reacted extremely quickly, turning around to counter Tejo Lee's terrifying speed. Midak's eyes clearly showed surprise as he realized the speed and audacity of Tejo Lee's attack. In a brief moment, Midak sensed the enemy's sudden appearance and quickly turned to react. Tejo Lee tensed his body, pouring all his strength into the Gay Bolg spear, his eyes burning with determination, for he knew that if he missed this strike, he would completely lose his defensive capability. Midak, by instinct, recognized that fatal weakness. If he could just dodge this one strike, he would win. Immediately, Midak created an invisible barrier, blocking the spear's path, even if only for an instant, enough for him to have a chance to dodge. Ku Chulain, in his majestic spirit form, appeared and encouraged Tejo Lee, reminding him not to be afraid and to remember the power within his grasp. Tejo Lee let out a mighty roar, channeling all his strength into Gay Bolg, transforming it into a brilliant spear of light. With a powerful throw, Tejo Lee hurled Gay Bolg towards Midak, with the spirit form of Ku Chulain empowering him. Midak had overlooked one crucial thing: the true power of Gay Bolg. The Gay Bolg spear tore through Midak's invisible barrier, piercing straight into his chest with a brilliant purple energy surge. The terrifying power of Gay Bolg erupted, creating a dazzling pillar of light that engulfed Midak and the flying ship. Midak realized in horror that he had been hit, unable to believe the insane sight before his eyes as his body began to disintegrate. Midak's colossal body shattered into fragments of stone, vanishing into thin air under the tremendous destructive force. Tejo Lee stood firm on Midak's fragments, his gaze fixed forward. Tejo Lee quickly jumped back, moving away from the falling debris, maintaining his balance. He clutched his aching arm, feeling a pain that threatened to break his bones, but his eyes remained resolute. Tejo Lee sat down on the ship's floor, still in pain, while a small bird flew around his head. Gandur appeared, patting his shoulder with a radiant smile, praising, "Tejo, you did it!" Tejo Lee looked down at the bewildered small spirit beasts around him. They still couldn't understand what had just happened. Gandur suggested they both retreat, but Tejo Lee firmly refused. Tejo Lee flashed a cunning smile, with Chibi Ku Chulain beside him, declaring, "Now that we've captured the captain, taking over the ship is obvious." Gandur looked at Tejo Lee in surprise. Perhaps she hadn't expected him to have such a bold intention. Valkyrie Gandur burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "That's just like you." Valkyrie Gandur looked at Tejo meaningfully, declaring that she would buy him time to recover, then gently chided, "Honestly, you're making this Valkyrie work too hard." Tejo's blue eyes widened in surprise at Gandur's unexpected offer. A mysterious blue light suddenly erupted from the ground, surprising both Tae Ho and Gandour. He wondered what it was. Tae Ho was astonished as a brilliant blue crystal, etched with ancient characters, appeared in his palm. An endless icy landscape appeared, with a colossal white dragon gliding among sharp ice pillars, and a swarm of small monsters flying around. A burly red-haired warrior, with blue tribal tattoos, launched a powerful attack on the dark skeletal monster. A dark-haired female warrior, her eyes resolute, drew back a brightly glowing pink bow, ready to fire an arrow. The colossal white dragon roared, and streams of fiery red energy erupted from its body, creating a powerful spectacle. Amidst the icy battlefield, mighty warriors were fiercely battling countless ice monsters and the ferocious white dragon, creating a chaotic yet dramatic battle. As the battle subsided, the warriors suddenly looked up at the sky, pointing in astonishment at a colossal ship hovering in midair. The dazzling sunlight reflected off the colossal ship, causing the crowd to exclaim in astonishment, "A ship! A ship is flying towards us!" Tae Ho appeared excitedly on the flying ship's deck, causing the warriors below to exclaim in envious admiration as they realized he was the one who had ridden Valkyrie Gandour. Chibiku Chulain flew around Tae Ho, happily praising, "Tae Ho, you really did it. Did you defeat Medoc?" On the ship's deck, Gandour thanked Ciri for her efforts, while Tae Ho stood beside them, smiling. Gandour turned to Ciri, saying worriedly, "Ciri, you almost live with the Idun Legion for training. I'm worried that at this rate, you'll switch to their legion." Gandour smiled at a surprised Tae Ho, explaining that her bringing reinforcements wasn't just for the two of them. Gandour went on to reveal that the Fomorians were allies of the giants, and, more importantly, Valhalla owed Skathik a debt, which made Tae Ho curious. Gandour recounted that during the Great War, not only did the Valhalla warriors shed blood, but countless heroes of Eriu, including Skathok's disciples like the Prince of Light Kuchulain, also fought alongside them. Tae Ho smiled contentedly, looking at Chibi Kuchulain happily flying beside him, as if sharing pride in a glorious past. Gandour continued to share her desire to invite Skathik to join the older legion, but then wondered if she would choose the Idun Legion instead of her own. Tae Ho was surprised by Gandour's attitude, while the Valkyrie chuckled mischievously, admitting that it was a bit annoying. From deep within the icy cave, Skathik appeared majestically, stepping out with a cold and powerful aura. The Shadow Queen Skathik stood there, her dark blue hair gently swaying in the wind, her sharp eyes exuding an irresistible aura of power. Tae Ho, Kuchulain, and the Dragon Draco stood side by side, forming a powerful and promising alliance. Kuchulain happily told Tae Ho that recovering the ship was wonderful, as it was a treasure of Eriu, and Tae Ho was its rightful heir. Kuchulain mischievously remarked that this was the first time he had seen this large ship so crowded. The colossal ship glided across the snowy sky, carrying the Dragon Draco resting on its deck, continuing its promising journey. Gandour suddenly called Tae Ho's name, her face full of excitement as if about to reveal shocking news. The orange-haired Valkyrie couldn't hide her excitement, flatly declaring, "You and I have been promoted to intermediate warriors." Tae Ho was slightly surprised by the news, while Gandour looked at him with expectant eyes. The colossal ship glided through the snow-covered air, carrying Tae Ho and Gandour along with the majestic dragon Draco to a distant land. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hedda was diligently carrying a food container, preparing dinner after a long day. She filled the container with fresh meat, ready for her special friends. Hedda brightly called out, "Rollo, Portia, Benz, dinner is ready!" And then, Rollo, the colossal griffin, ravenously rushed to devour the dinner, making Hedda sigh in relief. The red-haired Valkyrie looked at Rollo with affectionate eyes, a rare moment of peace. But then, Hedda looked up at the sunset sky, secretly worrying if Tae Ho was all right after so many days apart. She was startled to realize it had been a long time since she last saw him, hoping nothing major had happened. Suddenly, on the old roof, a small figure appeared, attracting Hedda's attention. It was Skuld, the youngest of the three Norn sisters who governed fate, with an enigmatic and captivating smile. Skuld nimbly jumped down, asking Hedda what she was doing there. With a mischievous look, the young Norn girl smiled brightly, suggesting Hedda take a walk with her, asking if it was all right. Night fell. The peaceful village scene under the faint moonlight created a tranquil atmosphere. Hedda and Skuld strolled together by the sparkling lake, sharing intimate conversations under the night sky. Hedda happily shared that she really enjoyed these small conversations, and Skuld agreed with a warm smile. Skuld suddenly spread her arms, as if to embrace Hedda. The Norn girl hugged Hedda tightly, happily saying, "See you next time." Hedda, surprised, asked Skuld if there was something important she wanted to say, but hadn't yet. Skuld giggled, denying everything, saying that she simply wanted to meet him. Then, Skuld waved goodbye to Hedda and turned to walk away. Skuld turned her back, and her eyes suddenly became profound, filled with an unspoken sorrow. Skuld's face showed a hint of sadness. her fiery red eyes as if seeing through the future, concealing a great secret. Bright red threads of fate suddenly wrapped around Skuld, and she whispered, "Once again, the thread of destiny has reached the Idun Legion." The scene shifted. Hedda was walking in a dense forest, and beside her was a muscular warrior. It was Ragnar Lodbrok, a warrior of the Odin Legion, advancing deep into the forest with Hedda, both their faces unusually tense. Hedda and Ragnar Lodbrok gazed up in astonishment at the giant flying ship hovering in the blue sky, an incredibly majestic sight. A giant griffin yawned lazily, yet still exuded the majesty of a mythical creature. Another griffin soared through the air, carrying a mysterious figure, signaling the arrival of an important character. Tejo Lee couldn't help but be surprised when introduced to Skathik, the queen of the Land of Shadows, who had just been brought by the griffin. Ragnar Lodbrok smiled confidently, introduced himself, and expressed his honor at meeting a queen as beautiful and wise as Skathik. Skathik bowed slightly, replied with a charming smile, and introduced herself, appearing very pleased to meet the great king of the Vikings. Hedda cheerfully introduced herself as a Valkyrie of the Idun Legion, while Tejo Lee stood beside her with a slightly bewildered expression. Skathik raised a hand to her lips, her eyes gleaming with mysterious contemplation, accompanied by a gentle, meaningful smile. Hedda was surprised when Skathik revealed she had heard many stories about her, and the Shadow Queen responded with a friendly greeting. Hedda's golden eyes widened, clearly showing her curiosity and confusion about the stories Skathik knew about her. Tejo Lee hesitated, awkwardly unsure how to explain when Hedda curiously asked what stories Skathik had heard about her. Tejo Lee excitedly introduced Adenmaha, an adorable sea serpent from Eriu, emerging from the water. Adenmaha, with large, round blue eyes, looked at Tejo Lee innocently, appearing incredibly cute and friendly. Adenmaha lay on the shore, greeting Tejo Lee cutely, while Ragnar Lodbrok and Hedda stood behind, observing. Ragnar Lodbrok blushed, stammering to ask if he could pet Adenmaha, looking like a cat-loving uncle. Hedda was startled, utterly surprised to see Ragnar Lodbrok defeated by Adenmaha's cuteness in an instant. Hedda quickly asked Adenmaha to wait a moment and promised to prepare a resting place for her, while politely but cautiously inviting Skathik inside. Hedda looked at Skathik with sharp, wary, and slightly uncomfortable eyes, as if assessing a formidable opponent. Tejo Lee was so terrified he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the damaging gaze Skathik was directing at. Tejo Lee, with a chibi Kuchulan beside him, pondered Skathik's gaze, feeling it was like a wife's look at her husband going out with friends without notice, truly doom. Ragnar Lodbrok, Skathik, and a blue-haired warrior were sitting together, seemingly having an intimate conversation in a tavern or inn. Hedda was speechless with surprise upon learning that Brez, the notorious tyrant, was involved in everything, and worry was clearly visible on her face. Hedda stood with her arms crossed, explaining that the flying ship, Skathik, and Adenmaha would certainly be very helpful, but she couldn't help but worry, because Brez was known to be cruel and petty. Tejo Lee suddenly remembered something important, exclaiming in surprise that they also had these things. Tejo Lee showed Hedda the glowing stones, explaining that they were summoning stones, capable of summoning anyone who had formed a contract, like Rollo and Adenmaha, anytime, anywhere. Tejo Lee explained that the Kuchulain within him had told him about the summoning stones, which surprised Hedda but also made her understand. Hedda smiled brightly, seemingly having understood everything and very pleased with the new information, ready for the upcoming challenges with Ragnar Lodbrok. A purple thread of destiny wrapped around Skuld, who was looking into the distance with a contemplative expression, as if pondering the mysteries of fate. Hedda mischievously asked Tejo if he still needed to ride Ciri or other Valkyries, leaving our MVP confused about how to answer. The chibi Kuchulain beside him immediately retorted sharply, revealing that Tejo had ridden Valkyrie Gondur and even considered it a trophy. Truly no shortage of mounts. Tejo was startled and vehemently denied Kuchulain's words, while Hedda merely smirked mysteriously, asking again if that was true, making him even more bewildered. The Valkyrie continued to tease Tejo about him riding a Valkyrie again, making him frantically ask how she knew this shocking secret. The chibi Kuchulain smugly explained that his power had increased after finding another piece of gay bulg, and Tejo realized he had been waiting for this moment to expose him. Hedda giggled, quickly reassuring Tejo that she was just joking, but that sparkling gaze might suggest otherwise. Hedda looked at Tejo with warm eyes, sincerely expressing her joy at seeing him return safely, making the atmosphere much gentler. Tejo smiled gently, his blue eyes filled with peace after Hedda's sincere words, as if all worries had vanished. The couple stood side by side under the brilliant sunset, the small village scene appearing strangely peaceful, a rare moment of tranquility. The night sky enveloped them. A giant floating island with ancient architecture and towering trees appeared majestically, like a mythical kingdom. A closer look at the flying island revealed intricate towers and bridges forming a sky city, with the majestic word Asgard prominently displayed, overwhelming the viewer. A mysterious figure with a black cloak and white hair walked on the stone path, muttering to himself that he had returned to this place, filled with so many memories. He looked up, his eyes hidden behind white hair and an eye patch, softly whispering about his father and brother, concealing an indescribable sorrow. His face clearly showed cunning, his fiery red eyes flashing as the symbol God of Fire and Lee's Loki appeared, confirming the identity of the dangerous god of mischief. Loki stood on a path leading outwards, contemplating going to the human world of Midgard, where he harbored dark schemes. He continued his monologue, mentioning having to pass through Asgard and Niflheim, but also being able to open a path as he once did with Eru, showing his power and arrogance. Loki emitted a faint green energy, his eyes sharp and calculating, signaling that ominous things were about to happen. A muscular warrior, with black hair and beard, and golden armor, stood guard with a gleaming sword, his back to Loki, completely unaware of the god of mischief's presence. Loki smiled mysteriously, turned his back to the warrior, and greeted Heimdall after a long time like a challenging taunt. Loki stepped onto the brightly colored Bifrost Bridge, preparing to leave Asgard, leaving behind schemes and anticipation. He stood on the Bifrost Bridge, looking down at the world below, remarking that the human land of Midgard was truly vast, a perfect playground for his tricks. Loki flashed a sinister smile, declaring that the seeds of calamity he sowed across Midgard all deserved to be called disasters, a chilling threat. He waved his hand, and countless sharp blue crystal fragments flew around, ready to be scattered upon the world, bringing unforeseen calamity. Loki continued to drop the crystal fragments onto Midgard, asserting that everything was according to the will of the king, revealing a power even behind him. The crystal fragments of calamity fell upon the deep blue seas and lush green mountains of Midgard, like tears of destruction. A vast scene of an ancient city with gray stone buildings appeared, strangely peaceful, completely unaware of the approaching danger. In a magnificent hall, a mysterious king sat on his throne, surrounded by guards, pondering that a week had passed since the calamity struck. A messenger reported to the king that ships leaving the port had not returned, not due to storms, and the entire country was gripped by fear, showing helplessness against an unseen force. King's advisor Ube was proposing a bold plan, needing to set sail to investigate the cause and check the blocked sea routes. King Sven pondered, admitting Ube's advice was practical, but lamenting the loss of too many ships and sailors. The king mused, though unwilling. It seemed there was no other choice but to resort to a final solution. King Sven decided to go meet the prophet alone, walking heavily on the red carpet in the palace. The king looked up at the light, wondering how long it had been since he last visited this mysterious prophet. King Sven descended the dark spiral staircase, his heart trembling at the thought of the prophet, who had lived in the palace since before he was born. The ancient door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling burst of light, signaling the appearance of something extraordinary. King Sven entered, and from within, a cold voice echoed, welcoming him as if his presence had been known beforehand. The prophet appeared, a mysterious entity with a skeletal face and a dark hooded cloak, exuding a terrifying aura. King Sven faced the prophet, constantly shuddering and wondering if this entity was human. The king began to state his reason for coming, but the prophet interrupted, coldly declaring that he already knew everything. The prophet with the skeletal face tilted his head, delivering a chilling prophecy. Hold a grand ritual. The prophet continued, demanding sacrifices to the gods and prayers for salvation, which made King Sven shudder in terror. He went on to describe the brutal ritual. Gather 9 types of animals, 9 of each. Light a great fire. Slit the throats of the offerings, and present their blood. The prophet explained that if this was the wrath of the gods, it would be appeased, and if it was a disaster, the gods would resolve it. King Sven turned pale, reluctantly agreeing that doing something was better than waiting to die, while also wondering if the prophet's neck had just elongated unusually. And so, on a perilous cliff, a mysterious ritual was prepared, with a colossal column of smoke rising high into the sky. Tejo Lee was stunned upon hearing the news. Soon, the Valhalla warriors will be dispatched to Midgard. Tejo hesitantly asked Ciri and Ragnar Lodbrok about Midgard, confirming if it was the land of the living, and Ragnar affirmed that it was. Ciri explained that this was why all the warriors in the Legion were incredibly excited, and her Ullr Legion was also in an uproar. Tejo Lee naively thought the warriors were excited because they could reunite with family or friends, but Ragnar Lodbrok revealed a deeper reason. Ragnar explained that most of them died without regrets, so this was an opportunity for something different, making Tejo curiously ask, for what? Tejo Lee's eyes widened in surprise, realizing what Ragnar Lodbrok was about to say, an astonishing truth. Ragnar Lodbrok declared grandly, the birth of a new epic, and Tejo Lee was completely convinced. Ragnar explained that while epics could be created in Valhalla, with everyone being a hero there, it was very difficult to forge a story grand enough for a new epic. Ciri and Tejo Lee listened, realizing that in the mortal realm it was different. Stories born there could immediately become powerful epics. Tejo Lee clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. All right, I'm getting fired up now. And with everyone's overflowing anticipation, the Midgard Expeditionary Force of the Valhalla warriors was finally decided.